Oh, how are you? Yes. Oh, you're welcome.
Taking on the case of assault, undisclosed conduct against some of our men at Emo here in River State. On the 9th of April 2023, we collect that a video went viral where a policeman was seen physically assaulting a member of the public. The officers in question were consequently charged for the offense of discreditable conduct, to wit incivility to members of the public, and assault. After the Holy Room trial, the trial found one of them, the man who was actually seen in the video with that stick, as slapping the civilian, the man on white at that point, Inspector Adejo Siaka, JP number 305567, guilty of the charge, and he has been reduced in rank from inspector to sergeant as from this moment. Again, the Holy Room trial actually did not find Sergeant Ndiwa Peobera with force number 479538 guilty of the charge of assault because he never assaulted the man. But he was at the scene. He could have taken certain steps to stop or to halt such an embarrassing situation. But it was actually, he has been given, or he was awarded severe reprimand for not doing the right thing. That is his own punishment. While the third man, Inspector Friday Obaka, who incidentally the driver of the APC there, was not even at the scene when the event occurred. We have released the names of these three policemen, and we have the responsibility of clarifying the offenses for which they have been charged or punished, one after the other. For me to emphasize it again, Inspector Adejo Siaka has been found guilty of this offense of assault and incivility, which is so embarrassing to the whole force of Nigeria and to humanity. He has been reduced in rank from inspector to sergeant as from this moment. While Sergeant Ndiwa Ukwebari has just given severe reprimand, and Inspector Friday Obaka is discharged, and acquitted. So now we're going to the provost. We do the needful, but the message again is that we want to tell our men outside there that if you do good, it's our job to commend you. If you do anything wrong, you'll be caused to face the wrath of the law. The police is a regimented organization, responsible and civil organization that must be the closest to the members of the public. We cannot afford a situation where we continue to widen the gap between the police and the public. Policing at this point in time should be seen more accessible, more transparent, more proactive, and with good, robust, community-based policing styles. So we will not in any way condone any act of indiscipline or any inappropriate acts that will soil the image of the force or will reduce or ridicule the policing institution in Nigeria. And that is the message from the First Secretaries. We still want to appeal to members of the public to be on the same page with us. We continue to try our best to make sure we sanitize the system. We bequeath to Nigerians that people-oriented and required policing system we deserve in this country. The police is part of you, is part of your system.
We can no longer continue to make policy for ourselves, in our country, in our region, in our continent, on the basis of whatever support the Western world or France or the European Union can give us. It will not work. It has not worked, and it will not work. Our responsibility is to charter a path which is about how we can develop our nations ourselves. It is not right for a country like Ghana, 60 years after independence, to still have its health and education budgets being financed on the basis of the generosity and charity of European taxpayers. By now, we should be able to finance our basic needs ourselves. And if we are going to look at the next 60 years as a period of transition, a period whereby we can stand on our own feet, our perspective has not to be what the French taxpayer decides to do with whatever surpluses that they have in France.
Some of this rally make my blood pressure go up.
And the people who are on a platform for him, who are supporting him.
So you should get a filter sometimes. Filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication until the election is over.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonaba? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like Paul and some of you guys that after the February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my godfather.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
no
took my
more
time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend me.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
All right, welcome to another episode of Have Your Say 247. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. We are joining you all the way from New York City. I hope it's a good Saturday wherever in the world you are joining us. Welcome to the show. We have a very interesting show for you today. So many things in the news. The topmost of the stories of our concern is that President Muhammadu Buhari is apologizing. He's saying that you should forgive him for whatever he did wrong. And he's ready to go back to Daura. And we have 37 days to go. Yes, May 29th is 37 days away from today. And what will happen on that day is still something that we don't know. We don't know where our president-elect is. But there are preparation for his swearing in that will take place on that day. So we want you to join us. We'll have conversations about that and so many other issues going on in Nigeria. So let me welcome our people who are already in the studio. If you want to join us, please turn on your camera. We will let you in. Prince Apache, welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning. CM, welcome to the show. Ike, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Dr. Damages.
Good morning. Good morning. If you join us, please turn down your TV and subscribe. Welcome to the show.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Thank you guys for coming. And quite interesting day. I want us to start from looking at stories. I listed out some stories that I want us to talk about today. There's an interesting story out of Ondo State where the wife of the governor, she's been complaining about the mistress of the governor that is trying to give the governor some concussions. She stays at the gate to prevent that from coming in. So we are going to go from the profound to the to the profane and everything in between. So Welcome again to the show. If there is any story I missed out on the list, please let me know. Mr. Scribe, is there any story you are watching that is of interest to you?
Yes. This week, the explosive interview from Elon Musk and Tucker Carlson. I think that came up with a lot of, as a tech person, so that came out with a lot of things, food for thought on the future of AI. Also, the sniffing of DMs by supposed U.S. law enforcement people. So yeah, that I think that's one of the things that I found interesting this week.
What is DM?
Oh, DM, direct message. So like your Twitter direct message. So
We're talking about the police they found at Chinatowns across the U.S. Chinese police that they discovered in Chinatowns across U.S., which we mentioned on this show about such things happening in some African countries. But anyway, all right, thank you. Prince Akwachi, any story?
I guess for me, the interesting stories that I kind of like was very keenly interested in was the interview with Festus Okoye on, I believe it should be on Channels Television, where he continues to kind of like, would I say he's trying to defend INEC, but at the same time he's making a mess of the whole thing. It to boggle your mind to ask, is this man really a lawyer, like they said? And he is just throwing all these, you know, uh, theories just there for us to consume. Another one I watched was the visit of P2B to Kaduna State. He visited Dati for the Salah celebration, and it was quite interesting. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. Sim. All right. It looks like Siam is sleeping. Siam, do you have any story you're watching? Can you hear me, Siam? All right, let's go to Kenna. Ike, any story that I missed that you're watching?
Not really. The idea for gun control in U.S. is one of the news that is going around. Um, my kids, in my school district. Three of my kids are in middle school. One is in elementary school, middle school, and high school. Three of them got gun threat the same day, and the whole school were shut down. So the gun control issue, I don't think America is ever going to be ready for gun control. I think it's a fluke. Somebody get into the system and say, "Oh, I'm going to change that," but unfortunately, the NIRA have by the political party. They are dictating what is happening, and in Texas, where I am, gun is the biggest thing. I mean, in my neighborhood, a lot of retired majors in the military, if they open their boot, you have 30, 50 guns, different types of guns in their trunk. So, and you ask, are they going to war? What? But that is what interests me because of in my career, every day I go to work because of drug addiction and controlled substance abuse. You worry about that because DEA have kind of evolved on how we do things. So that part is every day I leave, I worry, am I going to make it back home because of the nature of the job and the gun part of it. So that is what interests me.
All right. Thank you. Mark, welcome to the show. Mark, are you there? Okay, Mark is.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, good. All right. I wanted to go. Yeah. Okay. So, is there any story I did not mention that you're interested in?
Yeah, I just joined I clicked on the live YouTube about 10 minutes ago, less than like 5 minutes ago. So I'm not sure. I need a bit of briefing, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You just have to follow us as we go along. We talked about three stories, at least. The first one is Buhari living in 37 days, and he's been talking. He said that he will go back to Daura. He's sorry for those he he's apologizing for those his policies didn't harmed. And then he said that if people disturb him in Daura, he will go to Niger Republic. He's going to
Okay.
go away, so far away from all of you that if you guys come to Daura to bother him, he will move to Niger Republic, which tells you a lot. But again, the other story is from Samuel Otom, the governor of Benue State.
Okay.
He's been facing criticism from the government of Buhari. Buhari's spokesperson said that he is incompetent, ignorant, irresponsible, and stubborn. He's always blaming the Fulani for the problems of his state. So we have a question whether Autumn, the next person coming up, will do better than Autumn. Hopefully, Janaba will join us and he can weigh in on this because it's his state. Also, we said, the Akure, the first lady, Betty, has been complaining that the governor's mistress is bothering her and she had to stay by the gate to stop them from bringing concussions to the governor. All right, so these are some of the stories and the other ones they're mentioning to us that we are going to talk about. Let's begin the conversation with, of course, the big one, the Tinubu's trip. Okay, where is Tinubu? Does anybody know? So we noticed last week when we had interview with David Hunde, who broke the story about Tinubu's diplomatic passports, Guinea's diplomatic passport. And since we've been getting more stories and pictures and videos of Tinubu in the country with, let me play one of these videos.
Oh, how are you? Yes. Oh, you're welcome.
All right. That was one of the videos that came out from Tinubu's trip. We don't know the date of that trip. We're going to discuss that too. What are the implications and the fallout? We will play the video of Fashola trying to defend Tinubu and the passport issue. But let's start with Buhari and his apology to Nigerians. Scribe.
Before I go into it, I think, Rudolph, please, could we also talk about how you suffered during the week in the hands of YouTube? I think that's also very relevant. And also, I just want to give a shout out out there to some people in YouTube who I know who watch this show and have expressed concern. And please, make sure that free press, you guys advocate for free press. With regards to Mr. Buhari, I don't really have much to say. The report card is out there. There is a lot that is to be decided about this guy's tenureship. You know, how can we do? I mean, there are more people, I would say, better in public affairs to analyze this guy. I I don't know, man. I think it's out there. The verdict's out there. I rest my case. But please take the YouTube thing seriously. Um, you know, we will have to make sure that this kind of free press isn't suppressed because I don't see anything in that content that anyways, I'll just pack that one. But at least we should open, please, Rudolph, let's open it up. A lot of people watch this show. A lot of people are not happy, and, let's try and see how we can put pressure so that your video can be released. Thank you.
All right. Prince Akwachi, you're next.
As for me, Buhari apologizing is kind of like too late. He had an opportunity to make things better, even if at the last minute he never did. Still, he continues to talk about how the election is free, fair, and credible. I don't know the world he lives in, but I believe that probably it's based on whatever reports he's getting from those special advisors that I don't even know their qualification, so to say. I'm not saying they are not educated, but education, sometimes you go through school and then you allow school to go through you. It's not just having certificates that is just the main thing, but just did you really understand what the field you are in and what you are doing, and that's that. And for me, it's a matter of days for him to be gone. But history will never be fair to him. That's all I can say.
All right, thank you, Prince. CM. CM, unmute yourself. CM, we can't hear you. All right. Yeah, CM.
Can you hear me?
Okay, good. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
CM.
I don't know why.
Okay, Mr. Scribe, talk to CM.
It's like you're not streaming on YouTube today. Why?
It's streaming. I'm streaming on YouTube. I hope so. I am.
Yeah, he is. He is. I'm seeing it right now.
Yeah. Everything's okay. Yeah.
Why are you? Why are you?
Okay, CM, go ahead. I think
you are not.
Mr. Scribe, you need to clean up CM.
Maybe I will go through you to. I don't.
The problem is CM's network.
Anyway,
CM's network.
Yeah.
From if you can.
All right, we go to Ike and we'll come back to you, CM. Send a text to Mr. Scribe. He will help you out. Ike, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, once again. By the way, it's Dr. Njakere in Damages. That is one of the things I remember since I've been watching your show. Thank you for giving me another opportunity to be in the mix today. For Buhari tenure, all aspects of what society need to grow or to get better, he fell in every aspect of it. Let's face the last one. The last one, which is the election. I thought he would use this opportunity to redeem himself. Because if he would have redeemed himself, people will judge him based on this election. But unfortunately, he as an individual dropped the ball. When you talk about the economy aspect of Nigeria, he have borrowed so much money that I don't even know if our great grandchildren can pay for it. Um, and when you talk about competent, the people he have surrounded himself with, they are incompetent. The ministers, how can you be a minister of Federal Republic of Nigeria and you doing campaign for another president to come in and nobody's holding you accountable for that? We are paying you, our taxpayers are paying the minister, example, Festus Kayamo, and at the same time, you're working for another. It will not happen in America or in the Western world. So he surrounded himself with incompetent individuals. Then when we talk about social aspect of it, Nigeria is a failed state in terms of insecurity, in terms of infrastructure. They always boast, oh, we have put a lot of money on infrastructure. What infrastructure? You build the Niger Bridge because every time they talk about Niger Bridge, you build Niger Bridge, it took how many years to build it? And it's still not open, even though they open it temporary for Christmas and it's closed again. Then when we talk about insecurity, every aspect of Nigeria is insecure. It doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter. And when we talk about tribal aspect of it, look at his cabinet. It was strictly the outsource are in his team. Then look at the religious aspect of it. Religions have divided Nigeria and tribal have divided Nigeria ever since. This is the worst time. I remember I was a young kid when Buhari took over as a military coup. We thought it was Diaspora that was doing all those things because he looked humble, he looked calculative. We didn't know that Idiabo was a saint in that journey during that time. That it was Buhari that was doing all those things. So for me, his tenor then and tenor now, he have shown that he's the worst person that have ever lead Nigeria in modern time. So that is my little contribution to that.
All right, thank you. I wanted to mention that somebody said something about the election. He said in his statement that the election was the number one achievement, I think, of his presidency, that it was the best election so far. Mark, you're next. Mark, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
what do you think about Buhari's one apology and also his general view of how he performed?
my strengths are a bit of knowledge about Jagaban, a bit of knowledge about Obi, about the movement, and a strong passion for a new Nigeria. But Buhari.
Okay, I don't know what's happening to you. We can hear you very well, but just fix your system also. I don't know.
You still can't hear me.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Is it better, or is still there's a problem with the network?
But we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. About Buhari, I don't know too much about Buhari. So, if we are not going to be discussing about the current election and so on, that's where my strengths are. I don't know too much about this guy Buhari. To be fair.
Okay. Thank you. We'll come back to you. Come back to us when we talk about the current election. Femi, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Dr. Damages.
Yeah.
So with respect to Bubu, our favorite Bubu, it's not a surprise that he's mentioning now. Initially what he told us was that it was going to go to Daura, but obviously he had been thinking ahead of us. This guy is pretty calculative in a cynical way. he had been thinking of Niger Republic in the background, because otherwise, how else do you explain? Remember that donation of those vehicles that they made the other time, and of course, when he had the audacity to decide that it was a good thing, in addition to being the Minister of Petroleum, to also import petroleum. Remember, I guess we're still doing it now. Petroleum from Niger Republic. That's not this also discounting the fact that the railway, that they decided of all places to spend our Nigeria's money, the debts that they're piling up on us, the railway to Madara, or what's the name of that city in Niger. So I
Maradi.
mean, it looks like
Maradi.
Maradi. So it looks like he was well calculated. I mean, he knew what he knows what he's doing. And of course, who says that Dara is totally safe? Not that Niger is any better, but at least compared with Nigeria. So, it does, like someone rightly said, yeah, it just strikes of hypocrisy. It's almost like you successfully plunged Nigeria into even greater despair, and he was already thinking ahead of what will happen. So what was the point of him trying successively 3 times prior to when he eventually won the election in 2015? What was the point of being desperate to grab power, to get to power, when you would get there and not know what to do with it? It's I think it's just inconsequential. It's almost like just a cynical way. And what kind of like just annoying is when you consider the fact that he makes this thing sound like a joke when he talks to. So I mean, I'll just keep it at that for now. There's nothing to say.
All right, thank you. Let me go the other way. Alexander, welcome to the show. Uh, you're muted.
Okay, thank you, fellow Nigerians. Good morning from the United States. Buhari, he turned his legacy will be he turned the greatest black country in the world into a joke of a nation. He practically villainized the whole country and made every other person third-class citizens in their ancestral home. He also came across as a tribalist and as a fundamentalist of sorts. I think history will frown at him. He had the best intentions, but like Tunde Fashola says, indirectly, I don't think he's the greatest leader we've ever had in Nigeria. So sad. I'm excited about the next government because I think Nigeria can only get better. I don't think it can ever get worse than where we are right now. So fingers crossed, in the next 4 years, we should be at least back to where we were in the heights of the country in the 70s when the naira was stronger than the pound. I'm not thinking we will be there, but we have the capacity to go back to where we were at the height of the greatness of the country called Nigeria. So that's my take on that.
All right, thank you. Let me also add this to you. Is there anything he could do in this what's remaining 30-something days to maybe make things better? Is there anything you think he could
There's
do?
only one thing that he needs to do, and he needs to do it urgently, and I can put my life on it. He would release Nnamdi Kanu.
You think he will do that?
Yes, he will do that. It's a guarantee. You can quote me on that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Dan, welcome to the show. Dan, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, please.
I'm saying greetings to everybody. I was enjoying it. I've been enjoying everything. I just woke up from my walk. Anyway, let me go straight to the point so I don't take time. And I want to say hello to Mama H.O. I'm a big fan, Mama. So, to the point, Buhari is telling us to forgive. I don't know whether it's forgiveness he's asking for or we should pardon him or what. I don't really get that point. But what I want to say is very short. Is We just want him to leave. I personally, I don't want to see his face again. Because every time people used to put him in a very good position, oh, it's not Buhari, it's people under him. If you understand what I mean, most of the stories, all the accusations they've given APC government didn't really go to Buhari. It was always, now the people were there around them. Buhari is a good man. Sometimes I will imagine, how can they just, I mean, he was the petroleum minister, for God's sake, where that our money is coming from. And our brother P2B, he said it, when the head is rotten, what do you expect from under? Okay, let me just tell that case for now there, Thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you. Similarly, Ernest.
Hello, Dr. Damages, and hello to all the panelists. I don't really have anything much to say about Buhari. His regime is obviously out there for people to see. He has made history years and years to come. People, the young children or the young people coming along would have many materials to look at about him and then decide whether they accept his apology or not. That's where I rest my case. Thank you.
Is there anything you want him to do in the remaining days?
Even if I say it, he's not going to do it.
Say
did he
did
he listen to anyone? I know he could get through to this channel somehow through someone or not, but I don't trust that anything we desire he would honor it. He had the chances to make differences in people's lives and he did not do that, and now he's saying sorry for what? It's too late to say sorry. A lot of people had gone. They are not going to come back to life, so it doesn't matter what he says now, to me, to be honest. So
when people are trying to make heaven, they do things just to make heaven. So you never can tell what he could do. What do you want?
Heaven? Where? Which heaven? In Daura? Where is the heaven? The heaven he has prepared for himself. The heaven could have been if he had done what he should have done to the ordinary Nigerians, so that history will be fair to him at least. Not that he should be perfect, but there are things he closed his eyes to and people suffered unnecessarily. Those are unforgettable and irreplaceable, unforgivable to me. But he's governed. He wanted to be the president of Nigeria, or he was dragged into that position, but he had ruled Nigeria the way he wanted. So next, we wait for the next and see if there is going to be a better place for people in Nigeria. And we hope for the best. We look forward.
All right. Thank you. Mama Echo.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Dr. Damage, why you press my body this morning?
What did I do?
You jump me, go to start the other way. I'm not saying you just won't try me.
No.
You see, it's not I don't pray to come back.
No, there are decisions I make sometimes. It may not be.
I know now. Sabina.
When I see my fellow doctor, I kind of find.
Hey, I'm going to get my doctorate degree.
They are busy. I wanted to hear from the doctor before he goes back.
I want to go and get my doctorate degree since now the two that they take jump people to this.
Yeah. Essential workers, you know what I mean? Go ahead, Mama Icho. So what do you think about Buhari and his
wonder shall never end. Boo boo. Now I won't forgive you. Me and my children. Your sin can never be forgiven. Never. From your lineage, your sin will never be forgiven. And this sin, when you come in, your lineage from generation to generation, they will eat the breakfast. Forgive you for waiting. I want to know what you want to forgive you for. Share the people when you go bring them alive. The only condition when me and my children go forgive you, every people when crocodile people go kill for the east, go and bring them alive. Every people when they kill, bring them alive. Who won't forgive you? Heaven self not go forgive you, boo-boo. Never. Forgive you waiting. When next your Roma they do kabash for this very election, waiting you do. Forgive you waiting. Except you bring up every person when he payment for your 8 years. If you bring them alive, then we will forgive you. But if you cannot bring them alive, forgiveness is out of the way. Then I won't ask. Maybe I won't know whether not true. Now true say, boo papa, he come from where he go carry railway go. And now him mama, now he come from Casina. And if that is the truth, shame on you Nigerians. Oh, una get time to take talk say my pikin GVR. Him mama na Igbo, him papa na this. But boo, when he come from reject by his father, una not go after her. No wonder this Guinea man, he won't become takeover. Una secret will go leak everything out. All of una when get skeleton in the una cupboard. All of una. Me and my children go bring every secret out. I be the para from, I don't know say the real para never start. So now Niger person I be our president. No wonder I become petroleum minister and president at the same time. No wonder, boo. Let me tell you. Have you see what happened to Donald Trump? It could happen to you. It could happen to all of you now when you don't become president of Nigeria. What did happen to Donald Trump? We go dig una nyash out. You know the here? You know now part 1 now David play for now. David play and una come get the audacity. Come tamper with Dr. Dameji channel because say David expose una atrocity. Una just start una start. This drum one beat for me and my children. Make una ready for the music because our leg they strong enough to dance this battle with una to the end. So a full-blown Nigeria that are well read. Your papa na Nigeria, your mama na Nigeria. Una no one give the opportunity to rule. Now people when come from Niger now na first give opportunity. No wonder in Mechonu, you don't want to come talk when people they do you. Boo, you can't come from Guinea because Niger don't play their own. You want to take over? Never, boo. Then boo. Before you leave Nnamdi Kanu. Before you leave, give my children mandate to them. If you not do one, if you like run go Niger, we go find you and your so-called children. And you went there to buy Madam Aisha. My battle with you never finish. No. You see that my Kano son, when you disgrace publicly, me and you go wear one trouser for that pikin. And they come for you, look me very well. You feel get all this stupid connection when you get. But there is no connection you don't have at this time because you don't have any moral justification to get those connections. That is the connection from above. The connection from above and the connection on earth. Me and my children will use it to hunt all of you down. Maybe, what will be name? Olusegun Obasanjo. I hear say, you never answer our question finish. Olusegun Obasanjo, who keep Bola Ige, the Attorney General of the Federation in your time. And this one where don't deal with all of them won't repent, make heaven. No repent for now. Who keep Giwa? Because now go bring all this, go answer all these questions before now. Go rest in peace. None of you will ever rest in peace in the bosom of God. Because when God gave you people power, you did not prepare peace for yourself. Therefore, there shall be no peace on earth for the wicked. Neither will there be peace for them in heaven. The battle line has been drawn, and we shall. Finish.
All right.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Maestro.
Thank you, Mama Echo. I just showed the headline from SaharaReporters.com, where it says Buhari was saying, "I'm ready to welcome you to the State House by May 29th." He was talking to the president-elect Tinubu on the phone. Also today we heard from Ojuzokalo, who said that Tinubu was not, that Tinubu is not sick, Tinubu is well, and that he will come back soon to inherit Nigeria. Nri Isibo, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, and hello everyone. My first question to you, Mr. Damages, Dr. Damages, is when are you going to have me introduce you in that your other show?
All right, so we can talk about that later. I will tell you how to do that. You can actually do it yourself, or if you come to New York, you can come and do it in the studio.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the topic about Buhari, all of us, we follow up Nigerian politics very closely, and for me, I think I look at especially the leaders. Nobody's perfect, but I think we have to take the good and the bad because no human is perfect. So, in terms of Buhari, he has done some good things. He has done a lot of bad things, and that's why this leadership thing is very critical. Buhari, in his part, the good things he has done is that remember where we're coming from in terms of Goodluck Jonathan, how every day you're hearing about embezzlement and just the instability of the government. We needed a strong hand, and we needed people to just steady the ship, and that's where Buhari came with his military experience. But we know what we were getting. We know we weren't getting somebody that went to school, somebody that can make good decisions, but we needed a strong hand. Those bad decisions, especially his hatred for a particular tribe, it manifested. It manifested in saying that he will only do 5%. It will only give people 5% voting for him. So, that kind of statement tells you how, where somebody, a leader, where his thinking is. Especially also the people that are advising him. And then all the security things, all going away from the country. So people's antecedents they'll always manifest, and that's why Nigerians were clamoring for somebody that is healthy and somebody that is trustworthy. And so, if we transition to the incoming, we know what we're going to get. We're going to get somebody that is untrustworthy, where the crime is gonna be allowed. Somebody where, you're having fake bishops and fake, it's just gonna be terrible. So, but for Buhari, the good things he did, we have to highlight it. The bad things we did, unfortunately, he did more bad than good. Closing the border for rice, so that we will have more rice in the country. That has worked some part. China did the same thing. So, he had done some things. He had built the bridge, even though it took forever, but he has built that bridge, and they've been promising us that bridge forever. So, he has done some things. And, it's not good to be labeling people that, they're all bad with one hand and they're all good. It has its good moments and bad moments, but I feel that we need to highlight his his good moments. You asked him what he can do to end. I think he should come out and even though this guy in his party, he should come out and and put his foot down that this election was flawed and wait for and and make the judiciary give a verdict before the swearing in, so we know where we are. But if he doesn't do that, then I would still hold him, and that he hasn't done much to help this country. That's
All
all.
right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Osi, are you there? Okay.
Yeah,
You're next.
yeah. Oh, okay. So, thank you so much. I'm just tuning in. Incidentally, I didn't know I missed Mama Ho so much till she started talking. You know, so it's good to connect one more time. Now, for me, it's very difficult for me to really assess this guy, you know, from the standpoint of, oh, he did something good and then he did something bad. Um, for me, it's almost all negative. But yeah, I have to give it to him that, you know, at least the Niger breach that's been talked about, even though it was initiated by the Jonathan government, and I'm sure they had the intention of doing that, but he thought he was going to win the election, and you know, he wasn't doing it as expeditiously as he did, and then, you know, of course, he didn't get elected, but I will still give them credit, even though it's a concession, but we'll still give them credit for at least, you know, making that dream come true. But then on the bigger point, first of all, we have to ask ourselves, what is the responsibility of a government? The number one is protection of life and property. And I could tell you that if not for anything, why this Buhari won against the incumbent at the time, what's good luck, was because people felt like, okay, this was a military leader with a strong security credentials, that he was going to come and turn things around. We can all ask ourselves today if that has been the case. During Jonathan time, as terrible as it was, we were dealing with what? We were dealing with Boko Haram. Today, they've morphed into not just Boko Haram. We have the other one called Islamic State of West Africa. I mean, they're all deadly terrorist organizations. Not just that, we now have to contend with even the more sinister killer headsmen. You know, these are the things that, you know, we didn't have to deal with during Jonathan. It wasn't this bad. And then, of course, if you come to the southeast, that used to be relatively calm, we now have the unknown government, ESN, and all those kind of a host of non-state actors. So if we have to judge him even by the very thing that brought him into power, which is securing life and property, he is an abysmal failure. Now, you talk in terms of what else? One of the things that he did, he swore to uphold to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. A court of competent jurisdiction from the appeal court has already acquitted Nnamdi Kanu from all the charges. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not a big fan of Kanu and the way they've been going about the struggle. But this guy was renditioned all the way from Kenya, you know, illegally. Now, came to Nigeria, has been in incarceration since then. Then they tried and they brought 15 charges, you know. And one of the things is that they kept moving the charges. When this one gets quashed, they bring some other one. Now, at the end of the day, two courts independently discharged and acquitted this guy. What did the government do? They went ahead and made up another one and used a kangaroo arrangement to keep this guy still. So this is a government that swore to uphold the Constitution. But what we're seeing is a government that is actually spitting on that thing that is actually, you know, they swore to protect. So in terms of rule of law, he's also an abysmal failure. And remember that before now, when the Ohaneze Ndigbo and other Igbo leaders have approached him for a political solution to the Kanu debacle, what he told them was, no, I don't mess, I don't make, he's already in the court, I don't want to meddle in the court. What did he do? But we also know that he's done so because there was, if you remember, when this Lawan, who is now the current current speaker of the Senate, you know, when he was going for the job, there was another guy who was under, I forgot his name, but he was under he was actually being arraigned by the EFCC. Now the government, what they did was to try and you know, give the guy a leeway to get out of EFCC simply because he stepped down for Lawan, who was the government's preferred candidate at the time. So you see them messing with even the EFCC, you know. So again, in terms of the rule of law, he's also not doing in that. Now, the economy, before, at least as terrible again as Jonathan was, Nigeria was the biggest economy in Africa. Okay. Today, we have the ignominious position of being the country with the biggest number of people living in poverty. You know, so there is just no. Then you want to talk in terms of cohesion, the societal cohesion, how Nigerians identify tribalism, nepotism, and all those things. It's an all-time high. Now, with the passage of the 2022 electoral bill, the amendment, we thought that things will, at least this election will be, if not for anything, this is one legacy that this president is going to leave. And maybe like Jonathan, we will forgive a lot of his sins. But what happened? With the IRF, with the, you know, the breathers and all those things, we found out that, you know, again, they didn't have an honest intention to give Nigerians at least a credible election, you know. So all we have you know, predetermined outcomes from both the, you know, the presidency to a lot of the governorship. Of course, we will admit that there are a few positions that at least, you know, they were able to give us. But, you know, all in all, it was still a very, very terrible election. So in summary, I just don't know how. I think since independence, this will pass as the most inept, even corrupt, and worst government we've had in Nigerian history. That's how I will categorize it. Thank you.
Thank you, OC. CM, you're next.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Rudolph. And good afternoon to everybody, wherever you may be listening to us. I think I will just have a marathon take. First, there are a lot of things to say about Buhari's regime, so there's no need for him. Let me just cast the headline. There's no need for him to apologize. He should just be getting ready. He's a well-deserved candidate to International Criminal Court for all that he did. Nigeria would have been better if Buhari hadn't come at all. Nigeria would have been better, because for any government taking over from Buhari, if they can within 4 years restore to Nigeria to the level Nigeria was in 2015, that will be the highest achievement of known to anybody, because Buhari has beaten Nigeria out of shape. There is nothing really to talk about. Let me just quickly, for the sake of time, I will itemize the number one: economy. Inflation. I don't know the percentage of Nigerian inflation today. Nigeria is now the poverty capital of the world. What a shame. An oil-producing country full of oil and gas. Nigeria, according to Professor Batinaji, who should know better, he said Nigeria is more of a gas country than oil. So Nigeria has more gas than crude oil. Yet look at where we are, just because of Buhari and his Fulani irredentism. Number two, politics. Buhari destroyed our politics. He brought nepotism to all-time high. That is open nepotism. There's no apology for that. He makes no apology. If you're thinking that he retired one senior military man somewhere, he replaced with a Fulani. If you think that he want to reorganize any board, people will write out, say, look at the people you are retiring. He will flood them with Fulani. The evidence is there. So he brought nepotism and tribalism to all-time high. It's a shame that a country like that, Nigeria is full of talent, yet all we have is Fulani nation. So this Fulani irredentism sort of empowered the Fulanis to carry on ethnic cleansing of other ethnic groups. If either you are Fulani or you are removed, that is as per federal civil service or maybe in government. So Buhari did all this openly. After all, he came before. If there is any place you will have to play your card very well, is in Washington, D.C., the Oval Office. He went there and said 97 versus 5. Where has it happened before? Where has it happened? Jonathan was stoned during his campaign, yet he did everything for the North, built Almadri schools. That should have helped him. That should have taught him a lesson that Jonathan forgot, left East-West Road, Ogoni cleanup, all those things, concentrated in doing it for the Fulani, picking them from the street, wearing the same uniform with them, to pose, to tell them you are part of us. Build schools for them, what Ahmadu Bello never did, what Buhari couldn't do in his first coming. Shagari didn't do it, not even Gowon, not even, what is it, where are they? Babangida, Abacha, Abdul Salam, they didn't do it. But somebody, a German did it for him, yet he came with a Fulani nepotism. It's so bad. Then what about the social policy? There is no more trust in Nigerian politics. Social cohesion has been destroyed beyond recognition. Now you call a people, a major stakeholder in Nigeria, a dot in the circle. Why sitting inside that so rock? What sort of human being are you? Does Ndibo owe him a living? What did Ndibo do to Buhari? They still carrying on with the civil war of 1967 to 70, calling Ndibo dot in the circle. That's a very big shame. Then when you talk about the public health issue, infant mortality is an all-time high. Maternal mortality is an all-time high. If somebody can Google it. Life expectancy in Nigeria has dropped below that of Senegal. This is a very big shame, and all these things are happening under his regime. Now let me go to the primary role of the primary duty of a government, which is the security of life and property. Insecurity in Nigeria, I mean, we all know it now. We can't just join the flight and you are going home. You have to ask where and where you should be. Insecurity, Nigeria is one of the most insecure countries in the world, yet we are not in an open warfare. So that is due to Buhari. He doesn't want to do anything as long as Fulani are having upper hand. Then you talk about under Buhari, Nigeria is now an address, a permanent address for Boko Haram, Miyetti Yala. These are the War Terror Index. Islamic State of West Africa, their head office is in Nigeria. Then ISIS, Islamic State of Iran and Syria, they are represented in Nigeria. Are you talking of the judiciary, which is a different arm of government? Somebody mentioned Nnamdi Kanu. You see, why Buhari is an evil man, I have to say this is this. Ohaneze Ndigbo went to him, but why should you rendition somebody? Why not apply to UK, say we need Nnamdi Kanu the way it should be done? Or you apply to Kenya. You renditioned him extraordinarily, brought him into Nigeria with a blindfolded. Yet, the Ohaneze Ndigbo, Igbo nation went to you, say, release him to us. Mbazwika Amoechi, the first aviation minister in Nigeria and the last of the Zikist group. He said, release him to him. Release him Nnamdi Kanu to me. We Ohaneze want it. Let us have a political settlement. Buhari said, no, it's now before the court. I have nothing to. I'm not making it up. We all are aware about it. He said, I'm not making it. It's beyond me. Let the rule of law take its course. And that same court tell you that this man should be released. Let him go. And you are holding him. What sort of leader are you? Is he God? Is he God? Imagine Ndigbo begging him, Ohaneze Ndigbo. When you insult Ohaneze Ndigbo, you've insulted the Igbo nation. When you insult Afenifere, you've insulted the Yoruba nation, no matter who you are. Because these are old men, and most of them, they know the Nigerian political history more than you. Yet we begged Buhari, he said no, the law should take its course. When the law now said leave him, you refuse him to go. But it's that same Lord you said that have empowered you and authorized you to ban to label IPOB terror organization. And till today, IPOB appealed against it since how many years? 6 years now, since 2017. 6 years now, the appeal has not been heard. What sort of wicked leader I see? So there's nothing really to say about it. Elections are rigged in terms of rule of law with the consent of the presidency. Somebody bought a phone to contest APC APC nomination for the post of the president, which anybody could do. Ahmed Lawan did it. He never bought a phone for Senate. Yes, under your watch, this type of thing has to happen. You reverse it. Tell the judiciary that this is who you want. The same thing with God's will Akpabio. Am I talking of the monetary policy? Just to round up, he promised us 1 naira should buy $1. Now, 1 naira cannot even buy 1 naira. Has it happened before? 1 naira cannot buy 1 naira in Nigeria. If you want 10,000 naira out of your own money, they will give you 9,000 or 8. Say that is what it is worth. I'm not making it up. People should phone him and say what is happening. Where is the new naira note he promised? Nothing. I mean, this man messed Nigeria up. He ran the most corrupt, inept regime ever known to man. What do you think he is? Only promoting Fulani agenda. And people will be telling me that there's nothing to take out. In fact, I wish Buhari hasn't happened on Nigeria. If it were good luck, it couldn't have been like this. Any other person could have done better. So the man should be getting ready. I wish there are some lawyers that will be take it up. He should be a candidate for International Criminal Court. What did Milosevic did that he was tried? What did Uhuru Kenyatta did that his name was submitted to International Criminal Court? Buhari has done 1 million times worse. Is it because he's Fulani and they are leaving him? This is a shame. All these things I'm reading now, these are evidence. He said it. He did it. What is Nnamdi Kanu still doing behind the bars? If it's not an affront on the judiciary, the rule of law reigns supreme in every country. When the court said this should be it, this should be it. It is that same court you relied on to prescribe IPOB. Why? The court said so. Now the court said let Nnamdi Kanu go, and you are still holding him. Well, who do you think he is? Ohaneze has to go and beg him, releasing Nnamdi Kanu. Let's go for political situation, political solution. He refused. Let the law take its course. The law has said Nnamdi Kanu should go. Does he know more than the judges? So he felt that the court should have said Nnamdi Kanu, oh, you are guilty, or you should face firing squad. That guy is evil. I don't know about Hitler, but I think this one must be more than Hitler. He has no place in human civilization. I caused the womb that gave birth to him. Thank you.
So, CM, is there anything that in the next 30 days or so that Buhari could do that will make you feel less of the way you feel today?
In fact, what will gladden my heart is tomorrow. He's being summoned by International Criminal Court even before he hands over. That is where he belongs to. He should be tried and sentenced and probably shot. He destroyed Nigeria.
He will be tried. If that is what I spend my last blood to achieve,
look at what does it mean? What does it mean? Even when the law, when people go to court, they say the judiciary is the last hope of the common man. The judiciary say leave him, and these are Fulani judges. Some of them are Fulani judges. Say leave him now, they cannot let him go. By the way, why should you rendition somebody? Has it happened before? Has it happened? They wanted Abakari, the police. The Americans wanted him. America, with their superpower, could have flown into the country in the middle of the night, pick Abakari and go away. But as a civilized country, they said no, we need him. They applied the way it should be. Why didn't Nigeria do it? Is it because Nnamdi Kanu is Igbo? They renditioned him, tied him, suffered him there, yet he went to court and God said, look, this guy should be free. And the court said, let him go. And you are still holding him. Who are you? Who the hell is Buhari? Is he God? If people are afraid to tell him the truth, is he God? Who will like it? If it's any of your brother, will we be debating it? Of course, the answer is will he? If the court has said, let Nnamdi Kanu be held incommunicado, I mean, forever, where we would have said, oh, it's out of my hand. But the court said, let him go. And you are holding him. What sort of human being? Is he God? Must everybody bow down to him? Imagine Ohaneze and Igbo talking to him. And he felt that he's bigger than the Igbo nation. What did they do?
All right. Thank you so much.
Like I said, I caused the womb that gave birth to him. He won't go scot-free.
And I say amen to that prayer.
I've said, oh, it's out of my hand. But the court said, let him go. And you are holding him. What sort of human being? Is he God? Must everybody bow down to him? Imagine Ohaneze and Igbo talk to him. And he felt that he's bigger than the Igbo nation. What did they do?
Where is this coming from? All right. Thank you so much.
Like I said, I caused the womb that gave birth to him. He won't go scot-free.
And I say amen to that prayer.
I've said, oh,
what did happen?
Mr. Dr. Rudolph, waiting to happen now. We hear the story again.
Yeah, I was trying to understand what's going on. I think
they don't hijack your thing.
All right.
Mumu one man just dey spread story say you no go come YouTube again. Shame on you, one man. Shame. All of una when they want evil go befall una. Una say that Dr. Damage can never come to YouTube. Now you got to do topic for your own. Heaven go punish you. The blood of the innocent go punish you. All the spirit go haunt you and your children from generation to generation. One man. All una evil plan for Nigeria will never come to pass. If they begin to dance, they celebrate. Say you not go ever come to YouTube again. Shame.
Our protocol guideline or sort of is almost ready. So hopefully by next week we will present it. All right. I want
this one a protocol will take me come up for this channel.
Right.
Yeah, I come.
Yeah. I'm not involved in the making of it. So whatever they present. So Prof, I think you were the one that we brought on, and then we started having unmute yourself, Prof. That will unmute your, mute yourself, and then get out of YouTube, and then you can then come on. I don't want to bring you on again, and we get the same thing to happen. Get out of YouTube. I'll bring you on, then you can say have your say. All right, go ahead. Prof, go ahead.
Right. Wait, I'm coming. Hello? Are you hearing me?
Professor Data. Oh.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm Biodwa. You did good, yeah? You see, I'm very happy you invited me here. My coming here, nothing else I'll say. Amen to Hicho's prayer. Hear that? Amen to CM's prayer. Amen to everybody that has spoken the way they should speak of this entity they call Buhari. I call him entity, and those that know me know why I say he's an entity. Because that entity is not the person Buhari. I don't care to say it. And as Nnamdi Kanu said, let him come. He will ask him a question to know if he's that entity. I also say, look at my face wherever you are, that entity Buhari. Come, I have a question to ask you. You have ruined the land of that nation, Nigeria. I am someone, I want Biafra. But I say it, why I'm speaking on this level is because what that man, the harm he has done in that nation is beyond repair. Someone that said, I am for everybody and for nobody. We have seen what he has done. He doesn't obey the rule of law. He finalized the nation. He enthroned what I call qualified quacks into power. This is what somebody that calls himself a general did. I don't blame him because it has no certificate. You understand? It is very, very shameful. I don't think I have to talk long because CM, Madam H.O., a lot of people have said my mind. I don't think there's anything that entity can do to please me again. Not only him, his generation, not only him, all those that were involved in that evil menace, including that man they call Lai Mohammed, they have done a lot of damage to that nation. So these are my words.
All right, thank you so much. We appreciate your input. Let's hear from James. James, welcome to the show. James, go ahead. Can you hear me, James?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, cannot hear you.
You can hear me? Okay. Okay, you have problems. Let's try to reconnect again. Yeah, we can hear you if you can hear us. No, I thought Gambia is doing well. All right. So James, try to reconnect again. Let's have Janaba. Janaba, welcome
Okay,
to.
you see, the
Oh,
issue of Buhari, no, this we have some, no. Okay, can you hear me?
yeah. Go ahead, James. There's a delay, but we can hear you. Go ahead. All right,
You
we
see,
have to
the
go.
issue of Buhari, in fact, I don't know where to begin because, frankly speaking, the nation has been very good to him. He has held all key positions in the country, but he failed the country catastrophically. There's no doubt about that. I remember in 1984, he carried out a currency exchange something. I mean, he had cause to change the currency. We suffered severely just to get the money to spend. That was 1984. When he was Minister for Petroleum under Obasanjo's administration, 2.8 billion naira got lost in the Federation account. Fela sent all that, and they could not explain thoroughly what happened to that. I remember there was Justice Ayorikefe Commission probing the money. I mean,
All right, James.
he
James, we're
disappointed the
having.
country catastrophically. I also remembered, I think I was in youth corps by then or so, he had cause to exit from. Now, there was a very pathetic story.
Right.
Associated with that act. One of them.
James, we have to leave it there. I mean,
when he was caught, tell me please.
There's a big delay between you and where you are and where we are. We can't hear you very well, James. Let's I'll say try to reconnect again and see if it will be better.
Message from me on that private chat. If you're not
Jennifer, welcome to the show.
Now, this man promulgated a decree which he backdated the execution of that guy. All countries like Nigeria, laws are not backdated. Whatever offense you commit.
All right, we really.
Can you hear me, please?
Yeah, we can't hear you, James. I'm sorry. It's coming in and out. Janaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Ori, for having me.
Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good.
And thank you, fellow panelists. Good morning or good afternoon, wherever you are.
So, Janaba, we're discussing Buhari and his legacy. He's living in 37 days, and he acknowledged that he did some things wrong, and he's pleading that people should forgive him. So, what do you think about him? And he said also that he's going to go far away from Nigeria if he needed to. He will go to Niger Republic to get away from the.
Why can't he join his wife in Dubai? Why going to Niger?
His legacy and.
One of the honors is that he have his failures, just like any other person in leadership. The worst one is the currency, which is the most recent one. In Nigeria, you use money to buy money in your own country, and it's a narrow-minded individual. I don't know. History will judge him for who he is. In Nigeria, it's difficult to be a leader because of the morale of the people. But a leader is to set a standard which the follower, the citizens will see, emulate, and take them to a next level. but he took us backward. I still believe he's not as corrupt as any other president in the past, but history will judge him for who he is. It may be what I know now, but tomorrow may reveal more of his corruption or that he is a good guy, but he just does a good guy does not make you a good leader. So, and it's a humble statement to say to Nigerians to forgive him because Nigerians are really in pain and nobody is helping. And as a leader, you don't blame followers or you don't blame anybody when anything wrong. You take a full responsibility. Whether you appoint a minister, you appoint judges, whatever you do, and it does not fall in line with your vision, you have to take a full responsibility. So it's kind of him to say that, but sorry, does this solve a matter? But history will judge him for who he is. But it's painful, it's pitiful. So many people here, when the currency thing happened, I was not in favor of it. People think it's okay. Why should it be okay? You are living in few days or few months. So what is your problem? There are other insecurity problems. There are other infrastructure issues that you do not tackle for the past 7 years plus, almost 8 years now. Why are you tampering with this? Because the CBN clueless guy told whatever he too also is part of him. He does that all the time, changing money. He's a narrow-minded person in that way. But we watch and see.
So John, is there anything that he could do in the next 30 days that will make you have a less severe feeling about him and his performance?
There is nothing really. What else? People have suffered for the past 7 years, almost 8 years now. I mean, what you do one day can change anything, can go a long way. But I don't think he come from how many years he have advisors, he have everybody on his side to tell him what to do. He can see Nigeria bleeding. He say everything for the past 7 years, almost 8 years. He was deaf and dumb. So what is he going to do in the next few days that change anything? I don't see anything like that. But if he does it, we are all here to judge him.
All right, thank you. Forefathers, Dennis. We can't hear you, forefathers. Not yet. We can't hear you.
Hear me now?
Okay, good.
Yeah, greetings, Rudolph, and to the panelists. Greetings to the chat and to the viewers. Regarding Buhari, I don't know where to start with him too, because I think he is just the same as on the long line of useless leader that we've had and that have kept us asleep. He spent quite a lot of time overseas anyway. So if there is anything he can do that I will forgive him for is if he decides to do one of three things, like make Nigeria a extremely transparent country. If he decides to, he makes sure that all the large institutions show their bank transactions in real time to EFCC and all the military headquarters. If he does that, I'll forgive him. If he decides that he's going to raise our military, our security forces to 2 million amongst all of them, I'll forgive him. But I'm not holding my breath on that. If he decides that he's going to declare an emergency bill to electrify Nigeria, I'll forgive him. But then he's not going to do that. Not to mention our leaders going overseas for treatment. These are useless people that have kept our people asleep for almost 400 years. Useless leaders that don't intend us. These people are lying to us repeatedly, mercilessly. They refuse to tell the people the truth. I'm surprised Nigerians are tolerating these other people, because I don't know why Nigerians don't. You have your mobile phone there. Check other nations. Check North African nations, not even outside Africa. Check North African nations. This is not how African nations behave. Our so-called president-elect has not showed up for more than 2 months. How do we put up with this nonsense? We don't have leaders. And CM is talking about people going to this in the Hague. Those people are not there to help you. Did you create a Hague? Did your forefather there? Who tried Tony Blair? Who tried George Bush? Who is going to try Putin? Or Joe Biden that has been funding a war that nobody will ever win? And you are advocating that your leaders go and be tried. You people should wake up. You don't have shame. What is wrong with our people? I'm sick of watching our people. They will talk as if they are intellectually very sound and say stupid things. Really stupid things. You say you want law, but you advocate that law should be broken. 4 police officers just died in Imo today because of separatist movements. Those people have children. They have mothers. They have family members. People did all these things. This kind of madness you people have, I don't understand. Our favorite sin is hypocrisy, constantly doing it as if it's like we are built with it. I don't understand it, why we do these things. Intelligent people will be advocating that we break the law. We should not uphold the law. Then you want the law to be applied to some other person. How does that even work? You guys don't have any sense of accountability at all. We have lost any sense of honor completely. In other cultures, if they do something wrong, some of them will put sword to their head and put sword to their bottom and end it. But we completely lack. There is a reason why they do those things, because they want rules to remain the same. So it's not always about them. When they break the rules themselves, they fall on their own sword. There's a reason why that term was used. But we completely we've lost any shame of it. All we care is about our own people. Even our own people we don't even care about. Even within those so-called tribes, we don't even care about them. Look at us. We fight each other repeatedly. Even in Sudan this week, they are fighting each other because of our Abazation agenda and all the rest. In Nigeria, they have this Islamization agenda. They have tribalization agenda. All kinds of nonsense that hasn't gotten us anywhere. The whole world is leaving us behind, and we are just fighting ourselves. And what has what's his name, Buhari done for us? He just came back from Mecca, and after 8 days of spending more time overseas again, and he's even talking about, oh, I want to even leave Nigeria even after he leaves the country. Not to guide the people. These people are not leaders. I don't know how we put up with them. Every day we wake up, we keep seeing them more and more and more. I think Pastor Lumumba will be here tomorrow. Lumumba will be here tomorrow. Ask him. He will tell you, these people are waiting for us to be recolonized. These leaders are waiting for us to be recolonized. That's what they are doing. They are here just manning the field for their masters that they visit every day. These people are useless leaders. I've never seen any set of, and black men, you people are really responsible for this. I've never seen a people so useless for 400 years. You people keep your people at like a backwater constantly. What is this? Something I caused it that I was born into this race. I've never seen anything like this. How is it that Nigeria has a life expectancy of 53, 52, when a nation that has been at war for 20 years or more has a higher life expectancy rate? How do we do that? Because of all this nonsense, double-sided speaking. We say one thing 1 minute, we say it in the next thing in another minute. We can't uphold one law. We can't demand that our leaders give us what other nations have. If you say you are educated, you have your devices, check other nations, check their security posture, check how they run their countries. Just look at them and look at how your leaders behave. Look at how the leaders leave their country. How is it that our leaders always go to these specific countries every time? And many of them, and when these countries want to sanction us, they say they want to sanction us with visa. Who cares? Because they want you to come and visit them. I don't care. If I was in Nigeria, I was doing okay. Why should you care about going to London? Africa is massive. I don't understand how we put up with these things. And so you actually said if the next leader can take us back to 2015. 2015, all the refineries were not working. What is that? What is wrong with our ambition?
We can hold a debate on 2015 after this. We hold a debate. The indices in 2015 and 2023. What are you talking? In 2015, do you buy Naira with Naira? In 2015, do you buy Naira with Naira? What is the level of in 2000? What is unbelievable?
It's unbelievable
what is
because somebody earlier on said we should go back to 1970s.
Indirectly,
2016 is even better than
19. Come back.
See, 1970s is even better than 2015. 1970s is even better, and even that one, by any objective standard, is still useless for us. You people don't understand because you don't have any ambition, and you'll be conditioned to accept this nonsense. This is not how other nations behave.
Right.
This is not how other nations behave.
One another, please. Please, let's just give our point positively. Don't attack one another, please.
I'm saying this because
will reply him. I will reply him. Sorry,
I called him out on it because I've spoken to him about these things before, and for him to still come here and start talking about 2015, seriously, I wouldn't even wish 1970 on Nigerians. You need more than that. If our children are to survive, you need way more than that. And it's not a lot to ask. Other people are doing it.
Thank you.
Men that are 5 foot tall have done it in Asia, in the Philippines, in Singapore, all of them. What is wrong with our 7 foot tall men? What are they doing? He are wishing for us to go back to 1970s, so go and do and waste our lives again. What is the use of that? What is wrong with all our educated people? Go and do your homework. Look at how other nations do it. And CM knows about Lee Kuan Yew so much, and he knows what forged Lee Kuan Yew to what he became. And look at the standard he set for his people. He wasn't being double standard like you are asking for today. Oh, they should go and release somebody that just broke the law. People are dying every day because of all these people, anarchists. People causing anarchy every day, and we keep excusing it, and we keep asking for it even more. If he breaks the law tomorrow, you release him. Tomorrow, some other person is going to break the law. You're going to release them. Then who is going to be? Then we all actually we say Tinubu is a criminal. Milai is a criminal. Wike is a criminal. Then we're all criminals. This is how we end up here, because we keep excusing criminal behavior one after the other. Because when it's your turn, when it's your person, you say it's okay. Sorry, I've gone on too long, and I'm just going to leave it here because some of these is just too many. Too many.
Who is the criminal now?
People that have committed crimes are criminals. Like Tinubu has broken the law.
If you are
talking about Kanu too has broken the law.
No, but the point of correction, you cannot.
Fela Ojukwu, no, I've not said hello to you. How do you come in and just start talking?
We can't just act as if people didn't break the law. When people break the law, they should answer for it, even if as much as we don't want them to pay for it. That is the whole purpose. Sometimes you can do the right thing and you break the law and you still go to prison. I've seen cases where in the West where somebody goes and saves a life, but by breaking, like you break out of prison to go and save a life, you still go back to prison for breaking out of prison. They're not going to forgive you for breaking out of prison. You still pay for it because the system has to function. But what we do is, let's break the system because we just want to get our way. Short-term thinking is not going to get us anywhere. Just do your paperwork. And I feel sorry for our women that they have to put up with men that keep doing these things. I really feel sorry for our women. What kind of men are these? Our women, you should ask them. You have the numbers. You have the land. What have you done to secure us like other people? Ask them. Ask your men these questions. I'll stop here.
All right. Thank you, CM. Forefathers. I know, CM, you are interested in coming on. That's why I have you.
Yes, please.
Yeah, but before
I need to straighten a lot of things.
Yeah, before you do
I need to straighten a lot of things.
CM, listen. Let me hear from Fela Ojukwu, then you can come in. So you have time also to gather your thoughts in a way that it won't last too long. Fela Ojukwu, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, Fela.
Am I mute?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Oh, thank you for having me. Yeah. Clearly you can tell the brother is angry with all the points he has made. But the reality is still reality. Whose fault is it? Everything is said there still based on there's somebody or a group of people who are responsible for it. Fair enough, you can say Nnamdi Kanu break the law. But there are people before Nnamdi Kanu that breaks the law, still walking around the streets of Nigeria today. Even up to the last Lagos State governorship election, where some not everyday Yorubas, I'm not going to generalize everybody, some elites, well recognized, well known among our society, went on social media, ranting, making death threats on Igbos. How come they're not in prison today? How come nobody questioned them? This is the system of a failed nation. When you live in a failed nation, these are the examples of a failed nation, and they don't want to take responsibility of it. Nobody wants to take responsibility, especially our leaders, because they themselves don't have any ambition, any kind of progressive ambition for that country. So what do you expect? Of course, people like Nnamdi Kanu will come up and say they want to call it today. Look at the NSAS. I did not see any Biafran flag in the air. But still, look at what happened to that protest. Many of those youths who happen to be the victim of those gunshots and all that, many of them, their fathers, fought for Biafra. And I believe none of our late parents, or many of them are still alive today, who witnessed or be part of that Biafran soldiers, none of them impose hatred on us to hate anybody outside. They want us to move on with our lives. But here we are today. We are protesting. No weapon, no vandalization, no conflict. Look at the results. Many of those youths will go back home and apologize to their parents. And when many of them literally will say, well, we never realized this country was like this. We're talking about Buhari. Buhari is another human being that wants to be the president of a failed nation. There's nothing you can do. Baba Fela warned us about this. Showore warned us about this. Mr. Arab, you warned us about this. Musicians of the 80s and 90s, the Raskimonos, the Holy Wiliki, they warned us about today. But here we are, acting as if what they are saying makes no sense. So what do you expect? People want to live in a comfortable and secured nation. If it doesn't work, what do you expect them to do? Their mindset will say, hold on, Nigeria was founded in 1914. Why are we still debating with this issue of are we supposed to be one when nothing is happening? Many of our Igbo leaders today, well, before then anyway, before today anyway, many of them don't even care, don't even want to know how come every graduate in Igbo region, whenever they finish their education, they migrate to Lagos. What is chasing them to Lagos? Why are they going to Lagos? Why can't we keep these guys back home and develop our home? The seaport you are seeing in Lagos, can't we have one in Onitsha? Is Onitsha not big enough to have a seaport? But oh, sorry, they built us another second so-called bridge. Here we are rejoicing. Oh, we are above internal business transaction. We are supposed to be the international ones. We need a seaport in that nation. Another seaport in Onitsha. So, brother, if you are angry with Igbos, don't forget there are so many men of us who are enjoying from that waste country that love to see people die. They don't want nobody to be equal. They don't want it. So they love to see all these conflicts and all this happening. So Nnamdi Kanu being in jail and the court say release him and the president still holding him, that is a sign of a failed nation. What do you expect? What do you want him to do? To allow him to come out? That's the only person that speaks on behalf of Igbos. Name another person you know that speaks on behalf of our people. Name them. Ohanes and Igbo are there. Oh, they have another branch in Lagos actually that saw what Igbos went through. So what do you expect us to do? So the problem is still there. When there's a failed nation, even internal tribes, they still have their own faults. But our own case is that they have our history in the palm of their hands. They know everything about us. They know everything about our history, our development, everything. And believe me, brother, many Igbos are buyable, just like any other person. Many Igbos are buyable. So the reality is this. Fair enough, you're angry. But don't get angry at people that want to liberate their own people. Nnamdi Kanu wants to liberate his people. Don't blame him.
From what?
Thank you,
And
Mr.
I'm not
Rao.
angry against Igbo people, by the way. I'm angry
Nobody's
against about our hypocrisy, and I'm just tired of the whole thing is madness. How we allow this to get to this way? That's what I'm angry about. Yes, it's good to talk about solution, but sometimes it's just too much to watch people that should know better still do these things. It's just too much.
Brother? Who are the people? Is it the government or the
Look at CM2. Look at CM2 doing exactly the same thing. People that should know better.
Brother,
he reads
who are
by
the
you
people?
for crying out loud.
Who are the people? The
What
politicians?
is the point of getting educated if you cannot even use it?
All right.
Wait, is it the politicians?
No,
If you're talking about the politician, fair enough, but not everyday Igbos. The everyday Igbos are frustrated
Stop
just the
making it
same way
about
you are
Igbos. It's
frustrated.
not about
But
Igbos. I'm not talking about Igbos.
yeah.
All right, we have to have order here. I'll go to CM, but before then, I'll give Mama Echo 1 minute. If you need more than that, you can wait. Go ahead.
You see, you guys are intelligent and smart, but your mediocrity surprises me. Your mediocrity, it surprises me. Dubai was a desert. And today, it's a paradise that all of you run to. And somebody, they tell me, say, 2015 was okay. If you don't know, Boo Boo admin, he carry us backward over 1960. Because with your smartness and intelligence, you are supposed to be #1 in the global world. My pikin, a Yoruba doctor, here in United States, operated a lady because the child in her womb was sick. The child was treated and put back in the womb, and that child came out after 9 months. That is how much intelligence you people have. Then una bring some Dundee into the system that drag us backward, and somebody they compare them to 2015 for me. How old is Dubai? What was Dubai before they become who they are? So now two head people who made Dubai become who they are today. Are the people in Dubai smarter than you people? I'm asking you, Nigerians. I'm asking you. Wake up from this dream. You are more than this. Africa. God bless you with everything to become #1 in the whole entire world. Every raw material that these people are using is coming from Africa. Papa give una raw material, give una free. He can still give una brain, but make una use una brain to turn raw material. So when una they pray for church every day, it become a problem. It is happy Papa God there. Any day wanna gather for church to make request of what he has given to una, I go slap una. Make una reset brain to go do the needful. Wake up, Nigeria! Wake up, Africa! Wake up, children! This is a battle for survival. Thank you.
Thank God that you are not. Mama Echo is not God.
No slap.
All right,
Okay.
be honest.
Okay, yeah. With all due respect, I wouldn't scream because to me, it's very, very rude to scream on somebody, even whatever it is. I don't really know. I wasn't brought up that way. It's not in my character. I came from a home, not a house. That's as simple as that. That is my
Me
nature.
and forefather will
Now
not scream.
forefathers to you.
Two of us not scream, so not use that language. Say we dey scream.
Hey, not for you. I'm talking of
the way when you do your voice, match your own there.
It's,
but not come two of us and scream.
I'm not talking to you. Mama hate you. It's not you I'm talking to. Forefather was screaming at me.
When you know the scream, when you the vex, when you the para,
No. I wasn't screaming at him. I wasn't. No. I'm not talking to you, Mama hate you. His forefather I'm replying to. He screamed at me, calling me a hypocrite. Didn't you hear that?
Scream when you the para.
He called me. He called me a hypocrite. Are you standing in for him? Let me know who I'm addressing.
I am standing for any of my pikin.
Okay, good. But you had him call me a hypocrite. Now let me take the thing one after the other. One.
You never
let me take it
one. Hypocrites before. No, because
let me take it one after. If when you have to sustain it, now let me take it one after the other. Forefather, what you are prescribing is anarchy. To be honest with you, it does not even show somebody who go to a primary school. What is the rule of law? That is what rules a country. Even the military, you keep hammering on. Army is under the constitution. In every civilized world, the military is under the rule of law. The law reigns supreme, the constitution of the country, even the army is under the constitution. The army is not bigger than any society. The army of any country, no matter how powerful, they are not bigger than the rule of law. The law is supreme. That's why it's called rule of law, not rule of man. Nnamdi Kanu committed a crime which Nigerian government deemed to be a crime. You extraordinarily renditioned him. They asked you release him for political settlement. You said no, it's before the court. Now he went through the court and the court set him free. Why is he still holding? When I talk, you say it's hypocrisy. What sort of what? No, I can't. I'm not a chicken. I'm not chicken-hearted. To you, if you have a special dealing with Nnamdi Kanu, you stand to your feet and say so. This is somebody is a prisoner of conscience. What else do you want? The law of the country say let him go. Is anybody higher than the law? Is he in the society in which you are painting? Nobody is higher than the law. If you doubt it, I wish you, wherever you are, let the police arrest you, take you to court, let the court declare you free, and let you be held incommunicado till thy kingdom come. What really are you prescribing? You're calling me hypocrite for saying that the federal government holding in Nnamdi Kanu is out of the question. Is that why you're calling me a hypocrite? Don't you know the economic situation in Nigeria in 2015? By any stretch of imagination, can you compare Jonathan and what we're having now? I can understand that you decided to set a question and start answering me, trying to rope women in. I'm not interested in that. That is your own question. The issue is when I say taking Nigeria back to 2015, I mean the standard of living, the cost of living, the situation in Nigeria in 2015. If any leader, I stand by it. I want somebody I can hold a debate. If anybody who comes in tomorrow or today can bring Nigeria to the level we were 2015, I should celebrate the person, no matter what. Nigeria is in a mess. 2015, were we poverty capital of the world? For God's sake, I'm educated and I have certificate to show for it. I'm not a pushover. If you want, I bring it to you. I'm quite varied. And when I talk, I know where I'm talking. I can hold a debate anyway. So when I say 2015, I know what I'm saying. 2015, ask any Nigerian, the life they were living and now, they will prefer to be there. That is improvement. You don't retrogress. Nigeria has been making progress in the reverse. Ask anybody. Today you are buying naira with naira. Do you think it's a funny and you are papering over things and start building castle in the air? What really is military? Tell me. You don't know the history of military. Tell me any country that we recruit, that we get prisoners of war from another country and put them into their own military. They told us that Nigeria, Boko Haram are from Libya. Boko Haram, people that are left, Buhari said it in Washington. I'm not making it up. When you leave all these things and you start to do name dropping, it makes me puke. Boko Haram are not, they say they are not Nigerians. How come you catch prisoners of war and say they have repented? They are Nigerian citizens. If you go and bring somebody from abroad, say come and become Nigerian citizens, they will give you the procedure to become a citizen. But when you get Boko Haram, you put them in the military and then send them to Onisha. Where on earth have you seen military being on the street collecting money? By the way, which part of Nigeria do you come from? You always fail to tell us. So that let us really know what we are dealing with. Calling me a hypocrite doesn't change anything because I know exactly what I'm saying. So screaming or saying all these things, it makes you, when people listen to what the analysis you make, they'll be wondering what really are you up to? 2015, can you go to Nigeria and tell them people are now buying money with money? Nigeria is the poverty capital of the world, terrorism everywhere. As a leader, you take over to make things better and not to make it worse. If you can't improve a system, you leave it where it is. If you can't improve a system, that's what I was taught in school. Yes, I went to school. I know I'm educated. You can shout that to heaven, and I'm not ashamed. I am. So when you can't improve a system, leave it the way it is. Don't make it worse. Nigeria is worse. Somebody like you, when you even talk, so that you wonder, what really are you talking about? International Criminal Court exists. There must be. If Buhari can't hold himself very well, if you can't, they have to go there and answer questions. The fact that the West didn't do it, and so what? Must everything be politics? Must everything be politics? After all, you enlist the services of the West to come and help you, train your military, build armories for you. Why, if you want to reject the West completely. Let the West go. Then you tell them that you don't need them. You don't have to You don't have to cherry pick. When you need the West, you say, I need the West here. You don't need, is it not the West that helped you to rendition on Nnamdi Kanu? What did Nnamdi Kanu do? Now the law has said, let him go. That same law said Boko Haram, I mean, IPOB is a terror group. You hold on to it. They've been proscribed. That same judiciary said, leave him now, they can let him go, and you are holding him. See, for the avoidance of doubt, I'm from Ezinifite, Agwata local government, Anambra State. If you can get to your feet and not be ashamed and tell people where you come from, that will help the discussion. All the time, you don't know where you just hide under. Why are you calling me a hypocrite as how? I'm quite genuine. I explain myself where I come from. I'm Igbo by ethnic origin, by genealogy, I'm Igbo. Tell the world, who are you? If you are not ashamed of where you come from, say this is my hometown, this is my local government, this is my state, and then say your say your ethnic group. Then when you come here, you hide under one cover, and then they start to make noise. How dare you call me? How dare you call me a hypocrite? Hypocrite in what? That I'm comparing 2015 with 2023. Go and tell every Nigerian, they will tell you so. So please don't just make a mess of everything. When you talk like this, the small respect people may have for you, it will just diffuse. People will just forget about it. If you are not ashamed, I challenge you. Tell the world where you come from. Tell the world where you come from. It's as simple as that. If you say that, then I can now come and address you properly. Tell the world where you come from. Don't forget my own Ezinifite town, Agwata local government, Anambra State, ethnic origin, Igbo. Tell the world where you come from. If you are not ashamed.
All right, thank you, CM. Ismail, you're next. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, this is to some people out there who are thinking that the host is biased. I'm sure you have watched other platforms where the hosts don't even allow the contributors to have their words in, and once you have your opinion, they take it from your mouth and not they stifle your ears. They take your voice from you and make it their own. Here, I know that the hosts get to topics that are coming out from Nigeria. He didn't try those topics, and you can see that here people are not controlled like kids. We are allowed freely to express our opinions, our fundamental human rights. This is the way it should be. It doesn't mean that we adults shouldn't control the way we put across our points, respecting one another in dignity. Okay, so if you are going to judge the host, please look elsewhere. I'm not trying to defend him, but I don't like it when people come and talk. I'm trying to cause confusion. If you need to see platforms that control voices, please look elsewhere. Don't come here where we are trying to have a voice, or you can come on the screen like us. It's not easy to come here and air your view without shaking. It's not easy. We are all humans. No one is perfect. But if you're going to be behind, sitting there, hiding under the computer and judge people, you need to grow up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ismail. Sometimes I see comments and I smile. Thank you. Let me. I know I want to welcome a man of prestige and so many people that joined us. I want to hear them and their views, and we want to also move the topic to something next because we have several topics we want to touch. Dr. Berechi, welcome, and Igbo Basics, welcome, and everybody. Thank you guys for joining us. But let me go to I can see man of prestige. Let me go to Dr. Berechi. Berechi, welcome to the show.
Happy to be here, Dr. Okonkwo, and happy to see you guys, other members of this panel. I didn't intend to actually join, but it was just the argument between CM and Mr. Fofana that actually brought me in, just to clear up some things. I think Mr. CM is under a heavy dose of misapprehension. I can understand the emotion, and normally when he speaks largely passionately on things that he believes in. And sometimes his facts are not as accurate as he portrays them. Now let's talk about Nnamdi Kanu. he said that the court that is an issue of rule of law, that the government promised that the moment the moment the court decided that he was going to act accordingly, right? So now, what did the court decide? There was the Court of Appeal gave a ruling, which, for all intents and purposes, released the money that Nnamdi Kanu be released, right? Now, the state, in exercise of its own right, filed a motion for stay and appealed that order. Now, its elementary principle of law is that either a motion for stay filed and granted, that everything is called maintain status quo pending the determination of. So there's a legal basis for Nnamdi Kanu's continued incarceration. So it's not. So he's wrong to say that there was that blah blah blah. There's a rule of law that the court gave an order and the order has been flouted. The rule of law. There is absolutely there is. Nnamdi Kanu's incarceration at the moment is in line with the rule of law. That is one point that I just wanted to clarify. So that you understand that the government has a right. Government has a right in the exercise of the rule of law to file a motion for stay, which it did, and that motion was granted. Motion for staying the rule of the court. That I'm getting feedback from CM. Can you allow me to finish?
Okay.
Because this is purely a legal matter. It's purely legal.
Okay, yeah, legal matter. I will get back to you.
It's not emotional. It's not there is a reason why Nnamdi Kanu was not released or following a motion application for bail. Normally, if you make an application for bail and that application is granted by a court, it is not subject to appeal. The state cannot appeal a ruling of the court upon a bail application. So there's a reason why the application for bail was not granted, but instead the court determined the motion is called the motion challenging the court's jurisdiction. And now, after following which the court dismissed the charges filed against Nnamdi Kanu and granted Nnamdi Kanu also release, or rather that Nnamdi Kanu be released. But there's a motion for stay which was granted by the same court. So that motion simply, by granting the motion for stay, the court simply technically reversed itself to say Nnamdi Kanu has to remain pending the final determination of the appeal that has been filed. That is on that part. And I don't think it's something that we need to spend so much time just to set that record straight. So the government has not done anything wrong as far as releasing Nnamdi Kanu or lack thereof is concerned. Now, then the other part that kind of got me confused is the back and forth on 2015 and now. I didn't hear forefathers saying that I didn't hear forefather making a case for this government or kind of justifying the failures of this government. What I heard forefather say, maybe I'm wrong here, is that he's saying that for us to be aiming at 2015 is that we need more than 2015. That 2015 shouldn't be the benchmark. Like the country is deserving, that we deserve more than whatever that was the case. In 2015, I don't think he was saying. He was necessarily saying
that's not true.
No, that is my reading of maybe I'm wrong here, but I thought he was saying that.
You are.
I think you are actually correct. I even made assertions to when Alexander said something about 1970.
Yes.
Even 1970, we shouldn't be aspiring to that.
Exactly. He says he wants more well beyond that we are big enough to earn more. That 2015 wouldn't cut it for anybody anymore. And I think he's right on that. Actually, I don't know why that became basis for vitriol. To be honest, so those are the two things I really wanted to. I thought I should just come in and especially with respect to Nnamdi Kanu because I know that is always.
A minute for he called me out. A minute for right of reply, please.
I'll come back to Sam. Hold on. Let me just say something there because something came up. I am trying to, and I got, in principle, I got a yes today from one of Nnamdi Kanu's lawyers to come on this show. So, but we haven't agreed on when. So, some of these things will be, hopefully, in the next few weeks, we'll get him here, and some of these things will be discussed. So, I just wanted to mention that in because Eberichi and all this conversation. So, let me go to. I will go to Igbo Basic, and OC wants to say something. But CM, do you need more than a minute? If you need more than a minute.
Yes, please, because I need to put this in.
Okay.
I don't know.
No, hold on. Then
I'm not a lawyer. Professor Zekome is a lead counsel to Nnamdi Kanu. He documented his experience when at this level. He said it clearly that there's no reason to hold Nnamdi Kanu again. So what Eberechi Fonu is saying here, to me, is just it's just neither here nor there. I don't know. You're entitled to your own opinion, even if it's verging on the lunatic fringe. I'm not bothered. You can entitled to your own opinion. But what I'm saying, I'm quoting an authority, Professor Michael Zekome, fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators and the lead counsel to Nnamdi Kanu, and Dr. Ejiofor, the lead counsel, all of them. I had what they jointly addressed a press conference and they put it in writing. So when I know what I'm saying, when you're attacking me, you go and attack Ozekome. That is the person you should attack. Then secondly, what forefather said, listen, because you didn't listen very well. What forefather said that got me to reply was, I was saying that any leader that can take over and was able to maintain the standard of 2015, cost of living, standard of living of 2015, we commend the leader because Nigeria has gone down the drain. If you can improve a system, don't make it worse. Forefather was attacking me that why should I even be talking of 2015? That I shouldn't be comparing 2015? Am I not entitled to my own opinion? You say you didn't hear very well. Well, I'm not responsible for what you heard. I'm only responsible for what I say. You can hear anything you like. I don't bother. I'm not interested. You can hear whatever. I'm not. It's your ears. If you want to hear, you hear. But I'm entitled. With all due respect, sir, please. With all due respect, sir, Dr. Eberechi Ford. With all due respect, I don't know you. I don't know you. You're entitled to what? You are entitled to hear anything. I'm only responsible for what I say. I don't care what you hear. If you like, don't hear what you can be selective in what you hear. I'm not bothered. I don't take you up on that. But I cleared the air. And if you go back and listen to this before I spoke, before forefather spoke, you will hear it clearly. That is if you want. But if you do not want, I have no business with you. It's as simple as that. But when you come here to call me out, I have a right to reply to you. If you say this is what I said, if you misrepresent me, I'm not bothered. Do you understand? So go back and listen. If you didn't hear it, it's not my business.
Sorry, did you say my comment verge on lunatic?
I said, look, we're entitled to your opinion, whether it verge or not. That's what I'm saying. It may verge, it may not verge on the lunatic fringe, but I'm not interested in that. That's what I'm saying.
Listen, CM.
Yes, I'm listening to you.
Dr. Damages, I think we...
Okay, hold on, everybody, hold on. Well, that's why I don't encourage back and forth. One thing, and CM, I just I asked you if you needed 1 minute. You didn't wait for me. You said yes, and I said hold on. I want to hear from somebody else first before this. I don't want it to be between 2 people or 3 people while everybody else is here. So
I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry.
No, see, all I want to say is that I think we need to actually be very, very careful with our language on this platform. I have not, if I come to this platform, it is just for me to learn and to make contributions, and not to launch personal vitriol on anybody. I mean, anybody. I think you have a responsibility to be very, very respectful, even in our language. I can't imagine how hold on. CM, please, don't start now. Just don't start. Don't even start. Now, I simply came in to I thought I came in to do a service, right? Even if you don't accept what I said, it is not enough reason for you to say that my comment verge on lunatic.
I said whether. I don't know. Yes, I'm only asking. I said,
but you are that is. I mean, that is absolutely that's offensive to say the least. You can't say that.
I don't. You can say that to me back. You can say it to me back. You can say I gave you an option. I said whether it is or not. Whether it's an option. I don't know. I said I gave you. It's an
Please,
option.
you
I'm
people
not
are
absolute.
matured. Behave yourselves. You're
You
matured.
have a PhD or you are even a medical doctor or PhD. You are well read. That's what I'm saying.
All
What is
right,
it?
guys. We have to leave this. Let me welcome to the show, man of prestige. Yeah. Oh, hold on, man of prestige. Hold on, Doctor the OC. Go ahead. OC wanted to say something before I come to you. Go ahead, OC. Unmute yourself, OC. OC, you're still muted. Unmute yourself.
I'm saying that we've made the point. Everybody here is adult. Okay. And I'll also make bold to say that most of us in this platform has the progress and unity of Nigeria at heart. We may come from a different position. So it's good for you to air your opinion, but it's not nice when you try to impute a motive to what the position somebody else is holding. Now that said, this guy is gone. What is his name? Dr. Ogochukwu. I wanted to chime into about what he said in Nnamdi Kanu case, and the fact that he was right when he said that the federal government filed a motion, for a stay of action on him being discharged and acquitted. But what he also failed to recognize is the fact that most of the things that the federal government of Nigeria is being judged on is based on what they've done before. Because if we remember clearly, even the case between the federal government and ASO that was in the industrial court, one of the things that they advised us was to obey the court action before they take, even if they want to appeal it. Now, in Nnamdi Kanu's case, why was it that they didn't apply that same thing that they were advising ASU to do? What they would have done is let Nnamdi Kanu go. Then they file those stay of execution, and then that happens. And that's one. Then the other part of it also is the fact that many times they've mended the cases. It's not like they just brought one case. Each time it looks like, what they brought upon the guy is not holding waters. They come up with another one. So it's just like an unending drip. Now, going back to forefathers, look, your passion is well recognized, and many of us are. But I think you might probably be directing the anger to the wrong people. Nobody is saying that Jonathan government is good. As a matter of fact, I'm among the one that will say all kinds of things about the government. But we were speaking in relative terms, saying that compared to what we have now, Jonathan's own was like it's like something that we now have to reminiscence about. But nobody is giving Jonathan a pass mark. He was a very, very terrible government. The same thing we are talking about Nnamdi Kanu. If you go online, you Google my articles. I've written a lot of articles very critical of Kanu. As a matter of fact, I'm one of those that IPOB feel like I'm a sellout, But that is different from what we're saying. If you want the kind of society which we all want, which is where the rule of law applies, then it means that the first thing to do is for everybody, including the government, including those in high position of power, to obey the law. And that is the problem with this Kanu's own. Because if we don't do that, if we just obey those ones that we feel that we like and ignore the ones we don't like, then what is the yardstick that the society will exist? Anyway, I don't want to push it so much because I know that Damages has other things to do. I just wanted to chime in there.
Thank you so much, Chelsea. Let me hear from Man of Prestige.
Dr. Kennedy.
I know you're there, but I'm coming to you, Igbo Basics, after Man of Prestige. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning. Good evening, everybody. I got lost about what's going on about the personal. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I just got lost about the personal narrative. I don't even know what the topic is. But notwithstanding that, I had read about the topic earlier, so we should go back to the topic. I don't want to get into the personal narrative about. We are talking about Buhari right now, right?
Yeah, we're running from that topic. We spent 2 hours on it, so this is you and Igbo Basic will be the final on that. We move on to something else. Go ahead.
The final, okay. Yeah, it's so funny when I first read it. Say it's going to spend time in his village or whatever. You know, if you don't like it, we know, you know, maybe he's from Niger. I don't know if his parents or whatever from Niger. So he probably said he has done a lot. You know, I'm gonna leave you alone. You know, go somewhere and rest after he has put in this country in the worst capacity I've seen in my lifetime. This is just my own personal opinion because everybody here making a comparison about Jonathan or whatever. I mean, Jonathan may be kind of inept, but to my opinion, you know, during his presidency, the 5 years he was a presidency, is way better because everything has gone bad right now. I mean, it's not even something to compare. I don't know why some people come here and justify it, but that's the opinion. In my opinion, I mean, Buhari 8 years in government is the worst I've seen because look at the naira. Look at, I mean, look. I mean, nothing is good. Can anybody even tell me what has Tinubu done? I mean, I'm sorry, what has Buhari done? I mean, it's just a minimum basic. People are talking about infrastructure, the Niger bridge, this bridge. I mean, that is the minimum you expect from the government. Where we are right now, we talk about road. That is expected. We are all paying tax. You expect to build road, build bridges. And in Nigeria, mediocre is applaud when it comes to Nigeria because they build a bridge. What is expected? And they're not going to maintain it. What in the next 10 years or whatever, those bridges will be messed up or the road they bridge. I was in Nigeria, you know, during December. I don't see anything. I mean, it was some bridge, some road, and every day, you know, they do something from here and here. I mean, that is nothing. And we here, you know, supposedly educated and everything. We have seen what the government is supposed to do, and we here applauding. To my own opinion, he did not do nothing. I mean, he's the worst government I've seen. So let him go and rest. I don't know what Tinubu is going to do. So yeah, I mean, Tinubu is probably going to be the next president. So it's the same APC. I don't expect anything better. I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but in my opinion, I don't foresee anything getting better in Nigeria. Man. So,
all right.
to my own opinion, Tinubu is not better than Jonathan.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Igbo Basics.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages, and thank you, fellow colonists, and enough is enough. I thought that when we come out to listen to debate or argument or whatever you may call it, that is supposed to actually educate us and for us to not be hyped. I know that in football, in soccer match, if your team is losing, sometimes some people collapse because their team lost. A few things that I wanted to point out here. Number one, it looks like we are very, very combative by nature. And then again, when we speak, we tend to take it so personal that you begin to wonder between the motor park mentality and our own presentation in a civilized forum. You begin to wonder. So my point there is that we should topper it down. We should really topper it down. Speak with respect. If I have an issue with CM or Forefather or Rudolph or any of the panelists, I'll find their telephone number. After we have spoken here, I'll call them personally and have a chat with them. By the time we finish talking, perhaps we will understand ourselves better. And then when we come out again, we should all come out so that all those who are watching us will not get hypertension as a result of watching what we are saying and what we're doing. As far as Buhari is concerned, how many of us here have met Buhari personally? Well, I don't expect an answer to that. I met the man twice, in 2004 at the Sheraton in New Jersey, in 2005 at my hometown in Bere, where he was even given a chieftaincy title, along with the Kweme, Babangida, Ukigwe, and the rest of them. The man, I've listened all morning to the presentations here. One thing I have not heard about was who really met Buhari. I have not heard any of our panelists here, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, talk about General Diaspora. Diaspora was the engine behind that administration called Buhari's administration. And when we were looking to go for something better, And we went back to Buhari thinking that the Diaspora was still there. The Diaspora was no longer there. So what you had was a ghost of what we had during the Diaspora regime. So, folks, going forward, I was listening to a presentation in terms of what is really happening to Africa, not just Nigeria. We're in that trouble. The people, the host country, be it Britain, be it USA, be it the folks don't want you to stand on your own. They don't want you to really utilize everything that God has given to us. The question is that, are we going to allow that to happen? The youth of today who have come of age, in fact, we should gradually surrender to the youth so that let them, the cell phone generation, let them utilize all the knowledge that they have to make things better for Nigeria. As of Tinubu's coming in or not coming in, somebody still have to convince me that the man is not being cloned somewhere. I'm sorry, because we now have artificial intelligence, we have all kinds of things. Last time I talked about presidency. It's about time we kill that concept of presidency so that we hold anybody accountable accordingly. The cabal who are waiting in the wings to usher in the new administration, they are all liable and responsible for continuing to loot the Nigerian state. It is unfortunate if we allow these things to happen. So, in my conclusion, because I'm really on the road, I will appeal to us to please, for heaven's sake, let us tap it down. Because if you watch network television, you see decorum, you see how people address one another, even when they are trying to hype up. Given that we are Africans and we have very strong voice, when we begin to speak, sometimes you think we are shouting. We are not shouting. It's just in our nature that we are loud by nature. If you go to our parties, that's why our parties are so loud sometimes. Our host people, they wonder, what's wrong with this people? That's our way. So let us try to adjust. Let us try to be civil to one another so that we can come back tomorrow and do a better job. And a man of prestige, I believe I saw you at Megun there yesterday. The presentations were right on point. And anybody talking about Nnamdi Kanu's case, let me just end there. Nigeria is a place where they say our way. Until that concept of our way stops, we'll continue to get the same garbage. Garbage, by that I mean, it is intentional grounding. If it is in people. Nnamdi Kanu being held, it's intentional grounding. They have all the time in the world. For how long now? Now we have multiple cases on top of Nnamdi Kanu's case now. We have tribunals. We have, come on now. If Nigeria truly wants to let go, Nnamdi Kanu, they should speed up the case of Nnamdi Kanu. Let the man go. Mbabulika Amechi was praying, please let this man go before I die. Mbabulika has died. The man is still there. What do Nigerian states have against the Igbo nation? Let me put it that way. Enough is enough. All we're asking, let the man go. Don't be so afraid of the man because it's not just him alone. He is just one person amongst all. I'll rest my case. I'm only appealing for Nigerian government to let Nnamdi Kanu go before the next administration or within the next shortest period of time, as they now have multiple issues on ground with the tribunal. Whatever is going to happen. By the way, we are talking about incoming administration. And we seem to be forgetting the issue of double citizenship dead on arrival. If Nigeria truly wants to practice democracy, the man lied in his form, the man has a different citizenship. Let's treat things the way it should be so that our children tomorrow will be on a better footing. I rest my case for now.
Thank you, Ibo.
Hold on, two Nigerians, stop sleeping. Is that how you're going to command Nigerian soldier? Sleeping on duty? Wake up, man.
Why do people keep saying I'm sleeping? When I'm typing on my phone like this, people just say I'm sleeping. What? They are just harassing me on the chat. I'm not sleeping.
All right. Before we go to where Bola Tinubu is and his incoming presidency and everything associated with that, let me give James the chance to finish up. And I know he was talking and we couldn't hear him very well. James, go ahead.
Yeah, I hope you are hearing me now. Are you hearing me?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Are you hearing me, please? Yeah, I was saying something about forgiving Buhari for the horrendous atrocities he has committed against the state. The man deserves no forgiveness for one reason. Let me quote, or let me make reference to somewhere in the Bible, though I'm not a Christian. The Bible, Adam sinned only once, and he was severely punished for so long. God did not forgive him for sinning just only once. Despite the horrendous atrocities this man committed against the state, he has the effrontery to ask us to forgive him. What we should be thinking of now is, what do we do with the ashes of Nigerian history? How do we build a new nation out of the ashes of Nigerian history? In France, I remember in 1789 French Revolution, when Louis XVI was removed from office, the French people built on the ashes of their history to have the present French Republic. In Iran, when Shah Pahlavi was removed from office, they built on the ashes of the history of the country, and today Iran is a country to be feared even by the United States. So what do we do with our ashes of history? That is one thing. Then I want to ask a question. Anybody can answer the question, please. Anybody? Nigeria as a country has collapsed compared to what it used to be and compared to other countries of the world. The country has collapsed totally. Why are we finding it impossible to reconcile ourselves with the fact that Nigeria as a country has collapsed? That is the question. Anybody should please answer it. Anybody. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. I'm not giving anybody answer. That's not the topic we are talking about today. But we get to that another time. Let me play this video and then we
finished our work. So is he all right? No, I lie. I spoke to him about a week ago. He was in France.
Okay. Is he all right?
Of course,
medically.
Of course, he's. Come on.
No. I'm asking because these are some of the questions that, I mean, we reflect.
So
what
is happening. Let's go there. So since 2002, when he hurt his back, almost every time he has traveled, opposition has said he has died, but he still comes back alive. He'll be back soon.
But I'm not sure they said he has died this time around. They're just worried.
It's fine.
They said, look, is he there on a vacation to rest or something?
I believe that. I believe that he's taking some time out. He needs it. He ran, I think, the longest, the fiercest campaign. He ran, his primaries was the most contested. After the primaries, he went around making peace with all those who were successful against him. After that, he was busy involved in planning the re-election. And since then, he just ran this sprint, this marathon like a sprint. And I think that he deserves...
You know what some Nigerians have been saying? They've suggested to him about 3 or 4 places that he could have gone to rest, since now he's now the president-elect. Yankari Game Reserve, Ikogosi, Calabar. These are very beautiful places. And we have a president-elect who has chosen to go to France to go and rest. So Nigeria is not enough to rest. These are some of the questions.
I am conjecturing that is what he went to do. But the Bola Tinubu, I think I know, president-elect, will also be doing some networking. There's no idle moment in his life. And he overworks himself and overworks his mind. I know that he'll be doing a lot of networking, meeting people, planning ahead.
All right. So that was Fashola, Babatunde Fashola, trying to answer the question of where Bola Tinubu is, our president-elect, who should be taking over the office of the president in 37 days, and we don't know where he is. All right, so let me welcome Jude to the show. Jude, welcome to the show.
Hello, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you're watching from. I hope it's a wonderful day today.
Yeah, and Henry, welcome to the show. So, Jude, start us with this conversation about.
Yeah, good evening, Rudolph.
Yeah, Henry, thank you. Start us with this conversation about Bola Tinubu. He is due to take over power in 37 days. We don't know where he is. We don't know what he's doing. They've tried to explain so many things, and it's not clear to anybody what's going on. Are you concerned?
Well, I wouldn't. I'm not really concerned in the sense of not knowing where he is. But what I'm concerned is the continuing preparation to get him installed, to get an illegitimate government installed. That is what I'm much concerned about. Although I still believe strongly in my heart that there is no way Ahmed Bola Tinubu will be installed as a Nigerian president. It will never happen. With all that is out there right now, committing perjury, there's just no amount of crime that this man has not been involved in. And to say that a president of a country like Nigeria, the biggest country of the black race, will have his president as a man riddled with so much criminalities and involved in so much thing. It's unthinkable. It's even unfathomable. So for as many that continue to support this man, I say to them, it's either two things. It's either they are criminals in waiting or criminals partners in crime with Tinubu. Otherwise, if you're not criminally minded, there's no way you can be supporting somebody like Tinubu. It's either you have been benefiting from his criminalities and all that he stood for or he has stand for in Nigeria, the bribery, the corruption, everything, the drug dealings and all. It's either you've been involved or that been indirectly benefiting from the proceeds of his criminalities. So I am not concerned about his whereabouts. Otherwise, I mean, think of it. Where on earth, which country has it ever happened that somebody will be so elected, in quote, after a presidential election, and then that person has come for months now, and they are preparing to, where has it ever happened? It has never ever happened. That is why some people are already saying, I mean, there's a saying now that what does not exist or what cannot happen in Nigeria does not exist. Nigeria is just like, in fact, Nollywood is even better than Nigeria. The drama in Nigeria is too much. It's too much to think about right now, honestly. It's too much. Now, having said that, I want to quickly say what actually brought me here. Just, Dr. Damages, please, just for a minute. The issue of people coming here to continue to support an illegal government, the atrocity the government of Nigeria have been committing or have committed by kidnapping somebody from another country and bringing him and then getting him incarcerated for holding him hostage and for how many years now, a year plus now. And some people come here to continue to support that illegitimacy. You can't build a legality over an illegality. First of all, the international community and the International Court of Justice and all the international bodies to which Nigeria is signatory to have said that Nigeria and that Nnamdi's mode of arrest is illegitimate, it's unconstitutional, it's illegal. Nigeria has committed a sin and they have ruled that they should, compensate him and release him. And Nigeria still hold him, and somebody will have the guts to come out here and say that Nigerian, Nigerian government have done is okay. And then we are all seeking for a good Nigeria. How are we going to get for a good Nigeria when we are supporting an illegitimate, when we are supporting something that is so evil? And this is one of the fundamental problems of Nigeria. Nigeria today, illegality. Government of a country committing, believe that they are not, that the law they make, that they are above that law. And we continue to support them and say, yes, it's okay that you continue to be above the law. The law is only meant for us, who are their subjects. And we continue to relax and say we want a good government, we want a good Nigeria. It's not going to happen. Anyway, there's illegality, we should call it out. Sunday Igboho was arrested the same way they almost did Nnamdi, the same way they did to him. Sunday Igboho, people might say, oh, because I'm an Igbo man. No, Sunday Igboho is a Yoruba man. But when they were contributing money, when they were trying to hire lawyers to go and plead for his case, I participated actively throughout the process because what they did to him was injustice. And the people come out here because it didn't affect you. Hopefully one day it will affect you. Hopefully one of your family member or relation will be arrested by Nigerian government and put in dungeon for many years. And even when they go to court, they say they will release him and Nigeria will not release him. Maybe then, you will not have the human mind to say, in fact, what Nigerian government is doing is wrong. It is wrong. Let us call whatever is wrong. Let us call it out. Let's call a spade a spade. It doesn't matter who is involved. Now, Kanu continuous incarceration is if it speaks to the wickedness and to the unjust situation of Nigerian government. Let us call it out.
All right, thank you. Good. Henry, you're next.
Yeah, first of all, Tinubu, whatever he is, should not come back, whatever he is. I don't even give it.
Amen for that.
I don't give a F about him. You see, some of those so-called, I don't know where some of our learned people get their certificate from. They call themselves doctor, lawyer. In the country where you stay in abroad, can such things happen? This kind of man will have baggages. Mr. Rudolph, this is a question for you. In the United States of America, you stay. Can this kind of person like Tinubu be a president of that country?
No way.
So somebody will come here and say he's a lawyer, he's trying to quote. Is he having the degree more than the lawyers we have in Nigeria who came to speak about Nnamdi Kanu? May what they did to Nnamdi Kanu come to those who support this satanist government. May what they did to innocent people in Nigeria may happen to you and your generation.
Amen.
So
Amen.
I'm ashamed.
Amen.
I'm ashamed, Mr. Rudolph, and the parliament. I'm ashamed when I see some young people who say they are educated coming out to support this evil government. I know why people are doing this, because you are scared to stay, because you go to Nigeria, they don't arrest you. I go to Nigeria every year. If they want to do, let them do. I don't give a F about it. So when somebody try to attack CM, whatever, we have a law in that country. The court said they should release Nnamdi Kanu and compensate him. Why does he keep him there? And somebody still have the guts coming here to say the government is right to keep him there. Where do you have? Are we living in banana republic in that country? That's why Donald Trump call you people. You're from zoo. Nigeria is a zoo. And people were complaining, ranting. Hey, why you call us a zoo? It's people like you supporting evil. Because people believe in Buhari. Buhari was not the president then when Diaspora was alive. Buhari was just a boy there. Diaspora was the main man. So since I was born, the worst president in Nigeria is this one now. The military time wasn't better than this either. Buhari was worst, killing everywhere. They are celebrating their Muslim fest, Christian fest. They celebrate this when people are dying. It's supposed to be more than Nigeria. State of emergency to call that country. People are dying every day. Nnamdi Kanu is somebody's father, somebody's son. The parents, he lost his parents, both parents, almost the same year. He never killed nobody. They not saw him use the gun to kill nobody. Look at the Boko Haram. These are people who do a lot of atrocity. They catch them, they give them rehabilitation, start paying them your taxpayers' money. They're still paying them. Give them good clothes. And you people are coming here to talk. What kind of school do you attend? What kind of degree do you have? Go and check your brain properly. Any human being cannot even support this government. I stand by it. It's not normal. It's not normal. Rudolph, I'll come back because you're not giving me time to talk well. Thank you.
All right. Let's go to Ndubisi.
God bless you, my brother Henry. God bless you. It's good to speak the truth.
Good afternoon to everybody here. Nice to see you all again. Well, talking about Buhari's 8 years.
Oh, we moved on. We're talking about Tinubu now.
I have to make a comment about it because we all suffered from it. It's a big waste. It's a waste. 8 years of waste. He has moved us back maybe 2-3 decades. We are still suffering from it. You can imagine the life Nigerians are living now. The killings, the massacre, the ethnic cleansing, because it's clear what is happening in Southern Kaduna, Benue, and some other places are real ethnic cleansing. It's terrible. The military is having a free reign of killing everywhere in the name of fighting bandits. The one happening in my state, Imo State, in my hometown, Osinitokwa, is equally that. In the case of going after ESN club members, who they know where their hideout is, instead of going after them, they burn shops, markets. Our market is now a ghost market. Our town is a ghost town, just like many other places. So it's a very unforgettable and unforgivable 8 years for us. Some of our kids born when this man came to power in 2015, they may be suffering from trauma now. How much more with the adults? If we take a little survey, the number of Nigerians that left the country from 2015 when he came to power till now, maybe the percentage may be higher than what we have in the past. Then are we talking of the grinding poverty, all the policies that has been policy and programs that have come to nothing, and then the impunity of his officials, the way they do things and carry out laws, make rules for themselves and implement rules to favor themselves. They undermine the judiciary, and that is even another one. The judiciary has become like a bag, like a purse or a wallet for them. They control the judiciary the way they want, and they do things. They force themselves on people. Look at the elections we just held. So it's an unforgettable and unforgivable 8 years. You see what he's saying? Somebody who's president that is in a hurry to go back to his hometown, Daura, and if it becomes uncomfortable for him, he can move to Niger. See what the president is saying. A president of Nigeria. So that questions what some of us were saying even when he was running. Some of us warned our people that this man will not. It's an ill wind for us, and people said, "Oh, it's good." Ethnic sentiment and religious sentiment played the big role, and here we are. Then coming to Tinubu now, we are about going like Mayigo used to call them. We are about going to Buhari Pro Max, an extended and a bigger extension of Buhari is what we want to go into. Somebody who's supposed to be president-elect, nobody knows where he is, and all the revelations coming up. He has dual citizenship, and it is clear nobody has come to counter it with any evidence. And all the dark secrets about him coming out now. And yet people are jumping, supporting him. We are going to become a narco state. Our people will find it very, when he's sworn in, if countries really want to take us serious, we will go through more scrutiny when we travel. They will be stripping us naked in an empty room, one after the other, to check us properly and all that. It's going to be a big laugh, a big scandal for us. And some of us are living in Western countries where things are done properly. This man is not supposed to even run in the first place. When I see the election, see revelations coming out from the election, see River State results, and some other ones that we are hearing now, how those results are. We know he didn't win, but nobody's talking about that one now. What we are saying that, for me, what I know is that under Tinubu, we are not going to get any better. It will get worse. Because some of his team members, we know the antecedents. They will say it's their own turn now, and they will run the country the way they want to run it. And like Buhari, he may not even be seen regularly. They'll be shielding him. You will hear, anytime you say the president speaks, you hear that one of his spokesman is the one speaking. You don't even hear why is the president speaking or somebody else. We're in deeper trouble, Nigeria. And our kids, the future of our country is my biggest concern. How will they fare? It's going to be a very sad situation. My God help us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Ndubisi, for that contribution. Let me welcome Bright. Bright, welcome to the show.
Good evening, Mr. Rudolph. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. How are you today?
I'm fine.
Okay, we're talking about Bola Tinubu, the president-elect, who will take over in 37 days. We are concerned that we don't know where he is. Are you concerned?
No, I'm not.
You're not? Okay. Why are you
not? No. Let me first of all use this expression. The country we call our home, Nigeria, is a replica of the character of the Animal Farm. I don't know if most of us read that novel. You know, the whole thing is just the same. If you read that novel, you will see that the society of Nigeria today is just a replica of that novel. And we knew how the novel ended. That is why I said I'm not concerned about the whereabouts of Mr. Tinubu, because we have accepted the system, and whatever comes, we just accept it like that. So my reason for saying that also is because when you go on the internet and you see or you hear people like they put in their hope, their everything in this APC politics, and they cannot ask themselves the real question of, okay, if let's assume we all pretend and say, okay, we voted for Tinubu as our next president. Is it something too hard for us to ask, for example, where he is, for the APC to tell us, oh, your president-elect is in China or is in Indonesia? No one is saying anything. And the people who are in an alliance with this party, they feel so comfortable as if they don't know what is to come, because if somebody as your president-elect is nowhere to be found now, how are you sure tomorrow he's going to be your president from Nigeria, or maybe he's going to be your president from maybe Saudi Arabia? So because the chances are there for you to see now, and you are already accepting it, you are not asking any question. These people are putting you on a test run so that, oh, when that time comes, you're going to accept whatever they are going to tell you, that your president is in Dubai and is giving you orders from there. And you will not hold anybody accountable for that, because now you are not even asking questions, because you need to really hold them now before he's being sworn in. Now you are not saying anything. So when he gets the power, the impunity will be more higher and nobody will say anything. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say.
All right. So we got it. Thank you. Samuel, are you there? Samuel. All right. Man of prestige, let me come to you. Oh, okay.
I'm here, Dr. Savages.
All right. So welcome to
let me thank you first and foremost for always hosting this show. I want to go to where there's no noise and just be quick with my submission. What I will say might sound a little bit provocative, but I don't intend to provoke anybody. I looked at the Nigerian situation and figured out that somehow the problem might not be the ruling class. The problem might be the citizens. And I'm going to say why I said so. Our inaction is actually enabling these guys to constantly insult us. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. Somebody spoke earlier and said, you guys, don't you have smartphone? Can't you Google what life is in other countries, even some African countries. How is it that the biggest African nation, the so-called giant of Africa, is such a huge disgrace and a mess to the entire African continent? And very small African nations are trying to put some dignity on themselves. How can a whole 200 and something million people lack complete dignity? How many are they that are messing us up? So they have power over us because of our inaction. We just have to say the way it is. I'm talking about the president-elect. Let me tie my submission to the point on ground. Talking about president-elect, my fear of our complacency, my fear of our inaction, my fear of our just looking and accepting anything they do to us. Oh, Nigerians are very resilient people. That's another mantra they've given to us. Nigerians are very resilient people. They can take anything and move on, right? Now, because of that, even when it is time for
All right.
bring maybe his vice president-elect and say, oh, he was not able to make it. Let him just stand. It's the same ticket. Let the vice stand in for him. The whole Nigerians will take it. Whether it's against the constitution or not, but the Nigerian people, the way I see them, if you insult them to that extent, the chances of them accepting that madness is high. So we need to start talking to ourselves. To what extent must we allow this insult to continue? That's my submission, Dr. Damages, for now.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Before we continue, let me play this a little bit of this interview with Fashola, and we will go from there.
The last time I checked, I think that Nigeria's constitution allowed you to have
wasn't it? As the president, you need to recheck the constitution in respect of being a president.
No, it's place of battle. It's place of battle. If you were born to Nigerian parents, I think that I will check that, but I doubt that the Nigerian constitution makes it makes you disentitled if you have dual citizenship, because the constitution allows you to have dual citizenship.
I've not gone into the works and housing, and I'm really running out of time.
Because you are pressing.
You see the bunch of
sound, the corresponding sound, eh?
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I think he was playing some other places. Okay,
this are the sound you have in Nigeria, eh?
So hold on, guys. So the question is, there was this story that Tinubu had a passport, diplomatic passport of Guinea, and that question was posed to Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Babatunde Fashola, and that was the answer he gave. But the question that people expected Sean to ask was about what was in Form EC9, where he declared that he had no passport of any other country. And that was on that oath, but he didn't ask that question. So let me go around from start from, Jude, I can start from you now. You just spoke a few minutes ago. I like the way people are success.
You don't jump me, sister, Dr. Damages.
Start from Mama Echo. Mama Echo.
Right. You don't do ringing here, no ringing here, no Jude, nah?
Yeah, Mama Echo, go ahead.
I want to start with all these children when love me well. When they call me different names.
Can she hear me? Oh.
I'm hearing you. Can't you hear me?
No, we can't hear you. Go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear Mama H.O.
So all these my lovely children. When we say some of una wife, it don't make life miserable for now during the week. Now come chat boss, come begin the lash on me. I know they look una. Then some people when they look for notice me, and by writing rubbish about Mama H.O. and she go respond, I'm not gonna mention her name today, but una know herself. So if you did the chat boss and your wife make life miserable to you, go back, go and tell her, darling, Queen, I love you. Then she go change the bottle for you. So now come here, come look for notice me from me because you not go get her. Then all of you, when they write, they say, may they mute me. May heaven mute your life. May the blood of the innocent, the spirit of the innocent that's been spilled in Nigeria mute your destiny and your generation. And everything that gives you peace and comfort, may they mute it for you. Having said that, children, if you now allow that drug baron to be swarming, me and I go wear one trouser. Me and I go wear one trouser. Because if now 1 second that drug baron enter office, all of una go dey naked for airport. With una PhD degree, that's why not get primary 6 for this assistant. Now I go naked you for airport. So no come doctor, that made you can't cry you. Not try am. He get Guinea citizen. He get Guinea passport. What do una constitution? When we dey manage, so what you tell una about that? The thing when it happen, is it shenanigans when I call that country? Now not say I be old school. He reach like this when they take over the government seat. If you not try am, me and una go wear what trouser. Look me and look me well. He never enter office. Go Ikorodu for Lagos. Pikins that they smoke. Area scatter. When smoke finish, they go come out. They say they be black ass. When run at the fly. When are they kill on ourselves? Now people ain't don't take coke and they do what they happen. So he never enter. If he enter finish, all the drug cartel all over the world, they go call Nigeria, call Bulukete. And what they go call the happen to children? Abi, now the small children, now one time say this is the best way to select a president. My grandchildren for here they cry. If una let that happen, now me una go wear one trouser. Or no government, una no well. Now they go by police, kelebe. Now they go by. Una not see the people who put us for this mess. Oh, una go not they locate them. Oh no government. Oh no government. If una get hot, they make una do what they do in the times of James F. Kennedy for me. Oh no government. If una know so una they puka well. Make una gather ourselves together. Because they don't beat the drum. And as they beat the drum, then they should wear the shoe to dance. Or no government, I give you a sign.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mama Echo. Ismail, you're next.
Well, I see me, I'm not surprised anything that happens in Nigeria. I believe Africans are the problems of themselves. We are the problems of Africa. Our mindsets need to be revisited, and our foundations need to be revisited as well. So we'll leave that for tomorrow. I don't even know what to say. I'm just short of words because the election had come and gone. Someone was declared the winner, whether we accept it or not. This is my voice, and it will sound whether anyone likes it or not, and it's my entitlement. The election had come and gone. Someone is at court now fighting to get his mandate back. But in Nigeria, we know how the drill goes. We know how Nigeria is. election with Tinubu. Tinubu will be sworn in, whether we like it or not. He has, I did say it long time that before even the election, he was talking and walking like the president, but people thought I was mad. But it has come to reality. And there's nothing anyone can do about it. We can scream and shout. We have our voices, we can say it. On that day, I will be shocked if there are no armored cars around waiting for the answers, and he will be sworn in. He will rule Nigeria. Nothing will happen. We get plenty mouth. So let's keep talking. It's happened. I don't know.
Talk for
But there
yourself.
should be a solution. There should be a solution. But I don't know it.
All
Do
right.
you know it? Please tell us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Forefathers, let me come to you. We can hear you, forefathers. We still can hear you, forefathers. How can you be a moderator here and you are...
Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, my audio is playing up today. Yeah, from what I gather in the Constitution, it does say that one is disqualified from being president if one voluntarily applies citizenship from another country. And people always bring up the case of Lawan or something. I don't know who that person is, but the person was born overseas, not voluntarily, and they use that language in the Constitution. The people that wrote in the Nigerian Constitution are diabolical reasons for doing what they did. Most of many of us that are overseas applying for citizenship cannot be citizens of Nigeria, and that is the rule in the Constitution. And if that is true and is upheld, how is Tinubu supposed to be president except he didn't apply for Guinea citizenship and or they just give him diplomatic passport without being a citizen because it's possible, but on the passport it did state that he was a citizen of Guinea. So yes, Nigerian African citizenship may not matter to anything, but we'll see what the courts think about that eventually. Whether he's going to be president or not, personally, my own lookout is not necessarily there. Because from what I've said earlier, and it's clear that we have great challenges. So, yeah, he shouldn't be in a country ruled by law. He shouldn't be president. And if he ends up being president, then the law needs to be changed. Because if you have a law that people can violate freely, then it's anarchy, isn't it? We'll just be, we'll have what we have now and maybe worse. Thank you.
All right, thank you. CM. There are people who are saying that diplomatic passports is not the same thing as regular passport. It doesn't mean that you are a citizen of that country in that sense. What do you think about all the debates?
But the passport itself, it says he's a citizen under there. It says he's a citizen. That's a problem. Yeah. And if he says he's a citizen, except he's lying in the passport, which is another deception again, the Nigerian Constitution will trip you up again because the Nigerian Constitution doesn't like deception. So you see that, and he didn't even mark that he has ever done anything like that. Even at least from what they say, I don't know whether there's evidence for these things. The fact that none of his people are actually coming out to deny it. There are too many things. Let's just see what happens.
All right. So go ahead.
Anyway,
go ahead.
Anyway, Tinubu's case is like every week or whatever, another banger will happen on us. So last month we weren't talking of citizenship or this. The thing about Nigerian, I'm not a lawyer because if I look at the Constitution and it's written in English and I understand it the way I read the Bible and I understand any other newspaper, they will say there's a legal interpretation. That is one thing with Nigeria. You don't know whether we will come out and tell you that a legal interpretation is different. So that aspect, using that aspect to disqualify Tinubu or so, or not, I'm really not keen on that because that we have interpretation. What I'm after is let them go to tribunal. Let there be proof or how they arrived at 8-point-something million and the one that P2B is showing. So let labor, that is the aspect as a lay person. Not that I'm against, I'm in support of what is happening in citizenship because I know what my opinion, people will tell you, you are not a lawyer, there's a way to interpret it. Okay, like we've had now, voluntarily, involuntary and involuntary. And then whether deploy, if you have a diplomatic passport, you are not a citizen, or maybe you're a citizen. So all those interpretation is left for law. Lawyers, they have to prove, they know how to prove white to be black and black to be white. But what I want is the real election we did, INEC should explain, because that is the strength, that is the basis of a winner. All these ones you are looking at is just Tinubu was not declared winner because of citizenship or should be disqualified. What we are looking at is when they will open up the whole case, let us see how it tallied, how everything gave rise, and then what to thought of whether federal capital is Abuja is part of should start whether any president should satisfy to the requirement that you should score at least 25% of the votes cast in the FCT or not. So these are the real aspects I'm looking at. This one might be good, but until these two are proven, I don't know. But on the apart from all this, on character, you see, sometimes I don't know why, whether that is why Nigeria is backwards. In the West, we all are in the West. Before you even score the vote, the fact that somebody I remember in those days in 1988, there's a senator called Gary Hart representing the state of Kansas in US in the Senate. He's a Democrat, Gary Hart. It's just because one lady said Gary Hart was my girlfriend or something like funky something or this and that. That's all. The man withdrew. It's not a case of whether he scored a 1 million vote. He withdrew instantly. The same thing with John Edwards, either in 2004 when he was running all these things. So there are a lot of this. So they are going to the character. So in our own case, why can't we use the character of the person? Tinubu, your certificate. What did you give to INEC? What affidavit did you give? Let us use all those things and then say, look, based on this, you've perjured. What is your age? You attended so school. What certificate did you give to Chicago State University to make them admit you? My friend Juden is here. If I tell Juden, go to Chicago State University, I will sponsor you. Go and apply to study a bachelor's degree in economics. When he goes there, Chicago State University will ask him, okay, Juden, let us see your high school diploma, probably, or SAT, and something like that. So we're asking Tinubu, what did you give to Chicago State University that made them to admit you? Forget about the degree first. He couldn't provide. And these are the type of things we need in a person. So that but in Nigeria, we don't care about character. All we want is this. You don't know. Maybe if you probe it so much, people will say because they bring ethnicity and religion into it. So Nigeria is a finished country in a way. If Tinubu should get in, somebody whose baggages, the past, you can't vouch for, you can't say anything. It's really risky. Now we are hearing of drugs. Whether he's still in it or since he forfeited $460,000 that he agreed he forfeited, whether he gave up since then and then signed off, we don't know. Tomorrow another thing will come up again. By the way, why is it that as a president-elect, he's not around in the country? By now, he should have been going on thank you tour. That is the way it is done. People will be visiting him, he'll be going around holding, but we don't see him. Whether he's taking treatment in France, we don't know. Whether he's there, I don't know. Or they say that by 27th or 28th, they smuggle him into the country. 2019, we sing the national anthem and then take a oath. Is that the way it is run? If something, you can't put any procedure that is not clean, whatever product you get at the end of it cannot be good. That's why America will tell you before you become president, they scrutinize any allegation of infidelity, so many things before they allow you to get in. The same thing with UK everywhere. So why is it that in our own case we don't care? All we want is in the end that he won. We put in and then look at where we are. Buhari did not satisfy school SAT requirement before he contested. When the thing came to light, people started shouting, calling people names. Oh no, he did this, he became a general. You see, because we don't care. So why make a law? That's why let me summarize by saying, why make a law when you cannot enforce it? Why must we be writing all these requirements when we can't prove it? So Nigeria's case is really, I don't know whether what will happen in Nigeria after May 29th. Well, your guess is as good as mine. But what I know is that nature abhors vacuum. If you do not attend to the people's what they want, anybody is free to do anything. And as far as I know, this, I'm being selfish here. This is my own opinion. P2B won by my own reckoning. P2B won if they do, because I don't see why INEC should upload 2 results done on the same day. The third one, they didn't do it, and giving us reasons. If you call them, they will be taking from A to Z. So if in the end they did not allow P2B to take over, please permit me. I'm a human being. I can take any decision I want for my life. And so if I gather 3 or 4 followers, so be it. Because I do not see why I should be banned by Nigeria when invariably the constitution is not a product, or it's not touched on us, it's not from the people. The constitution is a lie unto itself, and then you use it to be ruling people. So Nigeria is really, it's a case of I don't know whether there is still hope, whether we should be hanging on any thread of hope. I don't know. Every day things are getting bad. When I said 2015 versus 2023, people were getting me wrong. But why then do you not think that? Cast your mind back to 2015. Look at the level of insecurity. Was it like that? Cast your mind if you are from Benue State or the Middle Belt. 2014, were you living in refugee camp? Is that not enough to compare? 2015, people were not living in refugee camp. But the moment is 2016 downwards, they found themselves in refugee camp. So when you go to refugee camp, tell those people, they will tell you 2015 is better. So that is my basis for comparison. But some people may say, oh, let's move. Are you moving? Why some people are in refugee camp? What are you going to do with those people? If it is you, what will you do? So Nigerians are in refugee camp till today, when they shouldn't have been there. So Nigeria is really a hopeless case. So it's a basket case. Let us open our eyes and know that it is a make or mar. By July 20, May 29th, which is next month, if all these things work, they swear Tinubu in all these things, there are a lot of question mark, and I'm having a sense of foreboding. It won't work out well, because a lot of things will set a lot of so many social reactions into motion. How it will end is your guess is as good as mine. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Jude.
Yeah, the thing is, look at the question they were asking this guy, Baba Shola, right? I mean, I've forgotten his name. Babatunde, and this man's supposed to be son, right? He doesn't even know that for you to, or probably he knew he's just trying to play dumb, that Nigerian constitution forbids someone that is of dual citizenship to contest for presidential election. To say that he doesn't know or proven ignorant, that attests to the kind of people that are the kind of people that are ruling Nigeria, and that is why Nigeria cannot progress, because we have the worst of human beings, not just the worst of Nigerians, the worst of human beings ruling Nigeria, and there's no way we can go with this crop of human beings that is ruling us. We're not even talking about the fact that he lied under oath in the form that he filled, even if that is a diplomatic passport. But in that passport, I have gone through that. There was no way it was stated in his ID that is a diplomatic passport. But let's assume it is. But it's a president that is a citizen of another country. But the form that he filled in INEC specifically asks in a layman's term, have you been, being a president, being a citizen of another country? He said no. So, I mean, I don't know how. You see, sometimes some of these legal things, people make it to be so mysterious, as if it's beyond, ordinary, or as if it's beyond a layman's interpretation, just like the issue of 20% in Abuja. A teacher set an exam, 5 questions, and say, okay, of these 5 questions, answer 2, and one other question. Answer all these 2 questions and one other question. That does not tell you that the other one that says and is compulsory, that you have to answer it if you must pass that exam. This thing is just simple things, but people who argue otherwise, they already know the truth. It's because of the fraudulent society, the unreal society that we live in, that things only benefit someone when will they only speak out the truth when it doesn't benefit them. But when it benefits them, they can twist the truth. They can call light darkness and call darkness light. Just like we see Pastor Kiamu, Feni Kayode, and the host of Tinubu's armies are doing out there. You know, it's a shame. And like I said, God is giving Nigeria the last chance to retrace its step. And if we miss it in this election and in May 29th, if we miss it, I think everybody should kiss this country or entity or zoological republic called Nigeria. We should kiss it goodbye. That is a fact. You can take it to the bank.
All right, thank you. Bright, you're next.
Thank you once again. I just want you to give me time. Let me elaborate a bit on some facts. The Nigerian society today is being recolonized by the elites, the politicians that we have. In doing so, they've been able to collapse most of those big institutions in Nigeria that can checkmate the affairs of the government. And they've been able to take the people backwards into Stone Age through the educational process, whereby the educational system in Nigeria is gone to the wind. The average Nigerian today is no more seen going to school like something very important in life. And it's a way to make the people to accept whatever they put on their table, because the people don't know what their rights are, because the school does not inform them anymore of those things they are supposed to know on how they are supposed to go about in their society. And the Obi movement, this election has been able to expose a lot of things. Whether Obi becomes the president of Nigeria today or not, but his action or this movement has been able to put a lot of people to go and do their research, both home and away. A lot of us have not been able to see what the Nigerian constitution looks like. Nobody cares before now. A lot of things have been going on. Today, it's not been that today was this last election was when people started ringing election. It has always been there. We've always accepted it. Let them choose whoever they want to choose. It's their business. But it comes to a time that, everybody's kind of looking back like, what is really going on? Everybody's not checkmating. Everybody's not interested. And these people are kind of worried, because whatever thing that we are seeing now that is happening, that sometimes you ask yourself, is this really true, or am I dreaming? Is this person a son that is speaking like someone who did not go to school? It's because these people have been able to put the system into Stone Age, and they believe whatever they put there, the people will accept it. So this election thing has been pre-planned before now. It's like a script. Because if you take the case of the Adamawa election and you review it, you will see that before that man was, behaving that way, giving out, pronouncing that, oh, this is the winner, without even looking at the election the results or what. Because he knows he's a part of the system. He knows that nothing is going to happen because they have everything pre-planned before now. But it's just that the system is now like changing for them, and they don't have anything to back it up. They have to stick with the plan, whether the people like it or not. We have to stick with it, and that is what they are doing. I will not be surprised if Tinubu is sworn in, but I will tell you that Tinubu is not going to be in the stadium or whatever whatever place that the soldiers were parading last time for practice for the transition. No. I believe this man is going to be sworn in overnight, just the way we were giving the presidential election when we were still sleeping. You will just wake up on the 29th and see that Tinubu will be addressing from the television station without no ceremony. That is what I'm already seeing. And everybody is going to take it like that. Because they've already put everything down for us to see that this is how they are going to go about whatever they are going to do. And they are already doing it. But the end is going to be, like I earlier said, it's going to be like the tale of the animals farm, whereby the animals became so tired of the system because they all fought for the system, whereby some of the animals became the elite and they put the other animals into slavery. It will come to a time that the Nigerian system will be tired because we all know, we all call it Nigeria. We know that some Nigerians are not equal to some Nigerians because if you go to the north, some things that the northern Nigerians might do there or their laws, you in the south, you cannot do it. I myself cannot marry a girl, for example, a girl 13 years old. I will be taken before a court and say, oh, you're supposed to know that that girl is a minor. But up north, somebody can do it and go away with it. So you can't tell me that we live in the same country and we have the same law. So a lot is going to happen after this time, but it's not going to be very soon. Because it's a gradual process. The table is turning gradually. It's not going to just turn like that. Tinubu will be sworn in. I can assure you for that. But it is going to bring about the end point because something has to spike the people. It is that bringing him in that will make the people get more angrier and they will get to where they are going. Because if you kill the force now, the system will not change. So it's better it gets more worse, then the people will start rebelling and asking for a change. That is my submission.
Thank you, Bright, man of prestige.
Right. Thank you very much. Let me start with where about Tinubu. Then before I proceed to a factual statement, I think we have a problem. In the meantime, Tinubu has issued a statement assuring all Nigeria that he's ready to work upon resumption of office. But the problem is, he has not issued a statement during the end of, I think he issued that statement at the end of Sarah, but nobody has seen him. That is unlike, even Buhari, who was somewhere in overseas, I think he was in Saudi Arabia, he came home to, to celebrate the end of Salah. Nobody have, seen Tinubu anywhere. I don't know what he went to Europe to do or whatever, but that's a concern. How long has he been? At least, in my own recollection, at least a month and 2 weeks right now. He been AWOL. This is the time, if you are president-elect, this is because of what just transpired during the Nigerian election, very toxic and everything. He should be going around Nigeria right now, trying to reconcile the country, instead of being AWOL. I don't know where he is. Nobody can even say where he is. If anybody has a picture of him, let them tell me, because if Tinubu, I'm not saying anything has happened to him. Maybe I'm just speculating. Maybe he went there for treatment to get a booster, before he resumed office. It could be anything, but if you ask me that Tinubu is just okay, just enjoying his life, not inaugurating his cabinet in overseas, which is totally nonsense to me anyway, going overseas to do all those things. So it should be a sign of concern. People don't know. And he has gone for this, this far right now. So that's something for you to talk about, to take a look. He might be worse than Buhari. Being gone or whatever. So, but I wish him good luck. So let me go back to what Fashola said. I think Fashola, I think he committed a political suicide there. I don't know his pedigree when it comes to political narrative. I know he was a good governor, as you said, but I don't quite see him a lot, defending Tinubu and everything. Maybe he doesn't know how to, defend Tinubu or whatever. Politicians will never tell you that they lie. He made it clear that he did lie. Politician doesn't say that. Go and watch here and everywhere. The politicians, they know how to maneuver questions. They will never tell you they lie. He lied, and he admitted, he just committed a suicide, having said that. Let me talk about Tinubu passport. There's one thing I need to tell you. A friend of mine took some Nigeria to, at the airport, San Diego airport. He was going to some other country. He wasn't actually going home. When he presented Nigerian passport, they had to ask him, where did you get money to buy the visa and everything, where you're going? So this is what we may be seeing, because Nigeria is they look at Nigeria in America right now, all over the world, as not a trustworthy country. So this is what we're going to be seeing. So let me speak about the passport. Give me a minute. Let me speak about that passport. I think people are missing the point. That has to be. I'll be very realistic. That need to be verified. That is Guinea passport. Although we have seen it on the media or wherever circulating, but it has to be verified. If it is verified, then it's true. according to the Nigerian constitution, when it comes to the presidency, you can't even at all you have a dual citizenship. To my own understanding, even at all you have abdicated that citizenship, you suppose when you file your annex form, you're supposed to state it. So we don't know what he stated in the annex form. All is speculation right now, but we need to see that. So it's going to be surprised how they're going to be able to maneuver this if it is true. I don't know, everything is alleged right now. We have seen the passport, but it needs to be authentic. So we verify. We know exactly what happened.
All right, thank you.
We can go from there.
Thank you, Henry. You're next.
Yeah, let me go to Fashola. If people can recollect, during the NCAS, it was the detective, the FBI, who went to see camera by Lekki toll gate. People forgot that. It's a joker. It's one of the tribal houseboy, political ashawu. This is what we call them. How can somebody they call him son? He doesn't even know the constitution, what is wrote there. If he's trying to lie, whatever is like he said he lied, it's supposed to be learned enough to be. It's in TV. He could have said it the way it is. What states in the constitution? If the passport is authentic, I believe it's authentic. If it's not authentic, they could have not blocked this guy's Twitter handle before they released the game. So they knew, and none of these so-called Tinubu political agberus came out to debunk this passport issue, just as fake Sank Yamu and FFK Food is Ready SF FFK. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed. These so-called learned people we have in our country, they're the one killing that country so bad. You'll be defending criminals. Some call themselves a lawyer, defending criminals. We are living in a comfort zone. It's not your business. There's some Tinubu in, yeah. But are you go to Nigeria one day? It's going to be peaceful place for you to stay. That's the question for you to answer. You don't give a F about it, but you go to Nigeria. Are you going to be safe in that country you're going? Look at Lagos. You cannot move around Lagos freely. You'll be driving your car stops somewhere. You have to thank God they don't come and put knife on you, take your car from you. Is that the country you want to call your home? Tinubu cannot be a president of that country, if that you like it or not. They're not going to sworn him in that country. He's not going to be my president.
All right, thank you, Mr. James. James, can you hold on? Okay, let me go to Kong Kit. He's been trying to join us. I don't know where for more than an hour now. Comes in an hour. Let me see if we can get him now before he goes away again. Kong Kit, welcome. Can you hear me? Can you unmute yourself? Sorry, we can't hear you. All right, let's go back to James. James, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. You see, I'm worried about Tinubu becoming president for a number of reasons. I'll just explain two of these reasons. He is being accused of being a drug trafficker. And there seems to be some evidence to authenticate the allegation. Now, assuming he is sworn in as president, and one fine day, the US government will tell him, gentlemen, just like what we did in Panama, you've got a drug case to answer Chicago, in court or whatever it is, so we want your presence immediately.
Yes, man.
Of course, it will be an embarrassing thing. And the US government will know what the whites can do. They go behind the scene and say we need 10 oil wells to settle this matter.
Kiss, man.
Of course,
he's
going to give them what they.
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Then another.
Yes.
On another occasion, should I stop?
No, go ahead, James. Finish up, James.
You are hearing me, right?
James, finish up.
On another occasion, maybe as a country, Maybe as a country, we have something to do with Iran on governmental level, because the US or the Western countries can come to us and say, oh, gentlemen, we are sorry, you can't do that. If you want to do that, Bola Tinubu has to come, maybe New York or California, those kind of things. So these are the things I'm worried about. If he's having dual nationality and he's a drug trafficker, I mean, the man is too dirty to be the president of Nigeria. So let us brace up for a very, very hard time ahead of us. We should not be taken unawares. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Austin, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody. You know, I was just thinking some days ago, and I asked myself, anyhow, I'll say that I'll need to clap for Tinubu for in the negative direction. Do you realize that this man has the grip on all aspects of the system? When did he start this journey? It must have been very long. It's not a 2-day thing. This man has been planning for more than 15 to 20 years. He just become governor, finish being governor, stay at the back, and walk over the years. The judiciary is there, the military helped, the police helped. He has the people. The Agboro is the least I can talk, because I know that them you can give them money, everything goes well. But the institutions are working very tirelessly for him. So sometimes I say that he is a type that can harness all resources. I'm putting it now in the negative direction. So that's one thing I've been thinking in the last 2 days. I said, but for real, I will congratulate his astuteness and his ability to hold everybody to ransom. The second question I ask is everybody corrupt in Nigeria? Because if you must hold somebody to ransom, he must have done something bad. Is it that if you don't do my will, if God doesn't bend to my will, I'll accuse God of something, and God must bend to my will? So somehow I was looking at the whole thing and I said, this man is somehow, I would say, he's a nice guy in the negative direction, because the people he is holding to ransom I'm just trying to say, how did he manage to hold all these resources together? Now, will anything change at the end of the day? I don't see anything changing much. I don't know, but I'm not seeing anything changing, because as I said, if God can bow to my will, then why will I change it? Considering those are the grassroots, what can you do? God has already bowed to my will, so I think things will just remain the way it is. Will really be sworn in? Look, I like dealing with evidence. For now, Tinubu will be sworn in on May 29. Just put it that way. He will come in. The only thing you need to go and pray for those who pray, Lord, because for me, I'm a Christian, but I like doing things. Look, I also believe in this thing. God will not do what humans can do for themselves. God will not come and do what humans can do for themselves. Anything you want Nigeria to be, we are the ones to do that. God will not come and say, okay, you come and you put this. So for those who still believe in God, or I believe in God, let me not say for those who still believe in God, I believe in God. But what we need to pray for those who want to pray is that let him remember some of the good things to do after May 29. Because even if he does the bad thing, you won't do anything. Because as I said, the institutions are under his will. And I will congratulate him and clap for him to have planned this over a long period. It shows he's a patient person waiting to eat when it is time. So that's just what I have to say for now.
Thank you, Austin. Sydney, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks, Rudolph, and good day, everyone. First of all, I want to say that just piggybacking on what Austin said, Nigeria is a massive crime scene. That's what I think it is. Nigeria is a massive crime scene. You see it all around. Tinubu will not change. It's not. If you look at his age, people don't just change. You know, just like Buhari talked about change, he cannot just change from being who he is in the 80s to who he will be. He couldn't change. So people are natural, and their personalities always show. Who is Tinubu? Tinubu is a very elusive person. I'm getting a lot of background feedback.
Yeah, let me see where it's coming from. Go ahead.
Maybe CM or somebody. So Tinubu is a very elusive person. So what we see now is how he will operate his government. He's not somebody that really likes to talk a lot, because he's not as fluent. as would expect. So when somebody is not like that, if you notice his campaign and things, he will be elusive. He he's somebody that likes to use a lot of pseudos. He likes to use a lot of people to speak for him in different ways. He showed us in Chatham House what his leadership will look like, and he's the master of propaganda, which they have really employed after the election to see how they can turn the narrative of the elections, which has been very difficult for them to do. They've tried to launder the image of Nigeria overseas, which so that he can have a soft landing. You know, like Mohammed going everywhere, trying to find a way to give him a soft landing so that he can start on a very good footing because he has real legitimacy issues. And David Hundeyin is a small rat, as it were, that has not allowed him to sleep, basically. So the Guinea issue is real. I think so, because it's been very difficult for them to clamp on it. They are just trusting that the normal Nigerian media cycle, after 2 weeks, they think we go out of the minds of people. So I think they're just playing a wait and sit game for people to move on to a fresher news. Now, the issue of the passport is not really an issue of having dual passports or having dual nationality. I think the more of the most important thing is the perjury, the issue of lying on an affidavit. So if that is confirmed, then it becomes a real issue for the judiciary. Like what Augustine said, he's a patient man. He's worked out the whole system. However, this last this last haul for him to become president, especially he has to go through the judiciary. His real concern will be that does he completely have the judiciary, or will the judiciary fight somehow to restore some of their image? So the question is a real big question for some of the judiciary. So it's, what we saw in Adamawa is how brazen something can be, and people can just decide to do that. So the question I always say is when the judiciary of Nigeria begins to make decisions, they either go two ways. They go through technicality or they go through the merits of the case. Usually, when they want to create a political answer, they will use technicality of a case. So I hope that the petitioners and all that have been able to dot their I's and cross their T's to give the judiciary no much room to maneuver. Most of the cases that the petitioners have put in place is actually more of constitutional issues. Will he be sworn in? Yes, he will. There's nothing that stops him from being sworn in. Our constitution does not stop him from being sworn in. The cases will still be ongoing while he's president, but that's the problem. A Tinubu that becomes president, his tendencies are usually to hijack state. So he will hijack the state. And if he hijacks the state for his own case, then you can you can bid it goodbye because he's basically hijacked state. As soon as he comes in, he's going to hijack state. He doesn't walk around about that. He's done it in Lagos. The challenge is doing it in a big space like Nigeria. It's going to be difficult, but I think he can do it because he has already he was able to stampede the president on every level. And that is very, very tough for somebody to stampede the president on change of currency, stampede the president in APC, stampede him on every way. I think it's difficult. So it's left for the judiciary. If the judiciary does not stand up for Nigerians, I don't think anything will happen. And it will be another 8 years of a failed government because I don't think he's strong in terms. He will try his best economically because he has a tendency, which is a positive one, he normally tries to pick the best brains. If you look at him in Lagos, he always go to pick at least some good eggheads to navigate. So he may try to do that to at least give the economy some balance. But in terms of whether corruption and all that, no, it's going to be same business as usual. Nothing's going to shift really. Just slight change, but nothing shifting.
All right.
I just, please, can I have a minute? Let me address something somebody brought up in the crowd.
Okay, go ahead.
See, sometimes I speak metaphorically. If I say I'm making God to bow to your will, I'm not talking of the Almighty God in heaven. I'm talking of the institutions in Nigeria. So it's just a metaphor, please. So as I said, I'm a staunch Christian. I say, if nobody say person to lie book by now for the church they talk, the Lord be with you. So please don't misunderstand me. I speak metaphorically. If I say God bowing to your will, I'm not talking of the Almighty God in heaven. I'm talking of the institutions in Nigeria. And I'll just chip one thing to what CM said, and what Stephen said. Look, sometimes the judiciary, as I said, people always like to be seen as good. Even when people, when you see bad person, you think one minute tell us saying good. The judiciary was hiding under the heaven of nobody comes to court, so they don't even know what I'm doing. So they just do it anyhow they want to do it. But this time, Obi is trying to bring people to court. Even those who even know where courtroom they before are now looking for the direction to the court. And they are talking now of trying to say, the election petition tribunal, let us air it on TV so that everybody see what is happening. And as I said, if we succeed in bringing limelight to the court, even if the judges won't misbehave, they won't misbehave much because they know one thing, reputation matters. And that is why sometimes when I see people come on platform here, try to make white to be black because I'm supporting OB or PDP or APC. Don't forget one thing. If you say something today, which is a lie, and you say it extremely well, like the specious logic my brother was using that day, we may see it as good. After 5 years, 6 years, or 1 year, 6 months, somebody noticed that thing you said is a lie. From that, David, if you say the truth in the next 50 years, nobody believes you because you have set the precedence of lies. And that is why we see we may choose the best person for this cabinet that is coming. But the point is this, once there is corruption, nothing works. Simple.
All right, thank you. Just an announcement, and we'll take a break. On tomorrow's show, 90 Minutes Africa, we have Patrice Lumumba, Professor P.L.O. Patrick Lumumba, not Patrice. Patrick Lumumba is coming to join us and talk about who betrayed Africa. How do we overcome the problems in Africa? And he will take your questions. So if you can join us tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. New York time, and he will be here. And let me just play a small profile of him, and then when we come back, we continue our conversation.
He has the oratory skills of Martin Luther King Jr., the revolutionary flavors of Malcolm X, and the Pan-African creeds of the trio of African giants Kwame Nkrumah, Captain Sankara, and Patrice Lumumba. Professor Patrick Loch Otieno PLO Lumumba is a renowned Pan-Africanist and anti-corruption crusader. He is the lead solicitor at Lumumba and Lumumba Associates in Nairobi, Kenya, and the founder and chairman of PLO Lumumba Foundation. Named after one of Africa's greatest pre-independence leaders and Congolese first prime minister, Patrice Henry Lumumba, PLO Lumumba took after his namesake's ideals and traveled across Africa, preaching the gospel of Pan-Africanism and the dangers of corruption. Of course, he admits holds no personal gains for him because of the truth he speaks.
I irritate people by speaking the truth. If I wanted to be appointed, I'll be sucking up to some president. I would be sucking up to somebody in officialdom that I may be appointed something. I'm not interested.
Professor Lumumba believes Africa's problem can only be solved by Africans when we realize the West is not coming to save us.
But they don't care about us. To them, Africa is a zoo of sorts. And until the day that we Africans realize that we are on our own, we are going nowhere.
He was born on July 17, 1962, in the little village of Usenge in the Lake Victoria area of Kenya. PLO Lumumba obtained his Certificate of Primary Education (CPE) at St. Patrick's Primary School, Kenya in 1973. He obtained O-level certificate in 1975 and Pumwani Secondary School before proceeding to Ambira High School, where he obtained an A-level certificate in 1979. He got his Bachelor of Laws (LLB) and Master of Laws (LLM) degrees at the University of Nairobi in 1985 and 1989 respectively. In 2004, he obtained a Doctor of Philosophy (PhD) in Law at the University of Ghent in Belgium. A former director of the Kenya School of Law and Kenya Anti-Corruption Commission, PLO Lumumba has given hundreds of speeches on important topics ranging from anti-corruption fight and African unity to constitutional and judicial reforms. He is a passionate advocate for the urgent need for African leaders to ensure the continent's growth by taking the fight against corruption beyond the realms of rhetoric. He argued while delivering a keynote address before Nigerian lawmakers in the 8th Assembly that the problem of corruption in Africa is not because of lack of legislation, but their quality and implementation.
So we who are here must remember that when we are enacting laws regarding procurement, sometimes we do so in a manner that provides an opportunity for bureaucrats to steal.
Professor Lumumba's call to African lawmakers to enable the anti-corruption fight by strengthening legislation was indeed observed in reverse in his country Kenya, in a classic case of corruption fighting back. As head of the Kenyan Anti-Corruption Commission (KACC), Lumumba's dogged public pursuit of corrupt politicians upset the country's members of parliament. To undermine the effort of the KACC under Professor Lumumba, the MPs swiftly passed legislation whittling down the powers of the commission and forcing PLO to resign. The mood in the parliament at the time was captured by the statement referring to PLO by one of the MPs, who was being investigated by the KACC during a debate. He said, "If the current person who is sitting as a director of KACC is going to be given prosecution powers, I do not think there would be anybody sitting in this parliament." What followed was total derailment of the anti-corruption drive championed by Professor Lumumba in the Kenyan parliament through the instrumentation of legislation. Men and women elected to serve the people instead chose to serve themselves. Though his anti-corruption drive was derailed, his advocacy for good leadership in Africa has remained firmly on track. Professor Lumumba has received numerous recognitions and commendations for his works, including his 2012 recognition by the East African Association of Anti-Corruption Authorities for his exemplary contribution to the fight against corruption, and his investiture as Chief Tamba-Taylor of Liberia for his Pan-Africanist activities, among others. Professor Lumumba has published several articles in peer-reviewed journals and written books, including An Outline of Criminal Procedure in Kenya, An Outline of Judicial Review in Kenya, Kenya's Long Search for a Constitution, The Postponed Promise, and Judicial Review of Administrative Action in Kenya, among others. PLO Lumumba has lectured at various universities, including the University of Nairobi, United States International University, Nairobi, Widener University, etc., with several thousand speeches across Africa. Lumumba is unarguably one of the most recognized public speakers on the continent. In one of his speeches on African unity, PLO said, "African unity and solidarity are no longer dreams. They must be expressed in decisions. I believe that we have reached a stage in the economic development of Africa where moving forward is perilous, moving backwards is cowardice, and standing still is suicidal." Standing on the shoulders of African giants of yesteryears like Patrice Emery Lumumba, Kwame Nkrumah, and Thomas Sankara, Professor Lumumba has continued to point the way for political leaders in Africa to march the continent into progress. In his spare time, PLO is known to practice martial arts and is working to create his own version of the art called Ubuntu. PLO insists that for a continent as diverse as Africa, true nationalism can only be achieved when we do away with the tribe. He has continued to uphold and protect the legacies and visions of that African giant and his peers including Kwame Nkrumah and Thomas Sankara.
Oh, how are you? Yes. Oh, you're welcome.
You almost took it to the bar.
Are we still on the
All
show?
right, welcome back. Yeah, we're still on the show. I'm sorry. Can you hear me? Welcome back. I'm trying to get off this. Okay. All right. I think we're back. Welcome back, everybody. And
Yes, I can
can you
hear.
guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Rudolph. I was about saying, I don't know whether.
Okay.
I was about.
I need a new.
Yeah.
Everything is frozen here. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. So that was a small. I thought it was about 5 minutes, but I think it was 6 minutes or so. Profile of Lumumba that we have tomorrow. So the issue about Tinubu and his impending presidency is something ongoing, and there are so many stories that they continue to come out, and people continue to engage in that. There's a question about how, starting from May 29th, they will become the government in power, and if they are going to change the approach to governance from what we've seen from the election to the campaign to the election and after the election, because I mean you can't run a country. That's my opinion. The way they've performed in the last few months. One is that you have to make yourself available to the people. You have to explain things to the people. You have to answer questions for the people. If they continue this way, to be a different country, really different from what we saw in the last 20 something years. All right. Dr. Meze, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you for inviting me to your show. Thank you.
Okay. So where did I stop? I think Sydney spoke, and WC, you are next, I believe.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. On what to expect in Tinubu's regime or administration?
Yeah, we're talking about everything, including the controversies, the stories from
The connection to Guinea and the Malian alleged drug lord.
and what to expect now we are going, because we are moving into that. This should be the normal situation. Think about it. Normal situation. This should be period. The months or the weeks before the inauguration will be periods of celebration, parties. But you can't have that if you don't have the president-elect in the country. All right, go ahead, Louis.
Well, some we want to celebrate because they are in his camp. Like they will say it's our government that is coming, so it's going to be our turn. But we all know it's a criminal enterprise, the kind of politics majority of them politicians play. Only very few of them try to think of the people first. But we have all seen from the way they do their things, it's only them self every time. So I won't be expecting anything different from the way the country is run now. They will have their own style, different from Buhari's style, but it will be the style. What we see in Lagos will be a bigger way. It's what we're going to see in this government. They will run the government through propaganda, trying to sell their opinion to people, use the media. The media will be one of their biggest assets because they have bought some of the media over. So they will use them with intimidation and other. They will even guard the free press, and they will come against social media. In fact, any Nigerian who talks against them, they might even chase the person to the hole. They will do that. They will try to do some things. They will try to act in a populous way, some things the people want. But at the end of the day, you will know that it's going to be just a smoke screen, because it's not with honesty. Dishonesty is the summary of this government that is coming. They will not be honest with Nigerians. They will try to hide a lot of things, and they will use ethnic division, religious division. They will use all kinds of things to divide the people. When you talk, they will label you, oh, you're an enemy because this is where you belong. Even their own people who want to talk against them, who may want to pull out later and say, oh, this is not what we asked or what we expected, they will chase them away. So it's going to be as if Nigeria is a quasi-military state under them. Nothing really good will come out of it, because ab initio, dishonesty is the watchword. And anybody talking about fighting corruption, where is he going to start from? All the people surrounding him. I heard someone talking about why are people that they see people who are supposed to be educated, intelligence, who have in the past have been given a nod by Nigerians. They are not supporting him because some of them have compromised. All the people that will work for him, there are people who have already compromised with him, and those who are not compromised, they want to come in and get their own share. So you can see how it's going. I don't really expect anything good from his government. Concerning where he is, I don't know where he is, but I believe that he's well. Maybe their song we are trying to bring out plans on how to placate Nigerians and the international community. Lai Mohammed came this way the other time to US. Alan Festus Keyamo is equally, I don't know if they have gone. All these are efforts to see how they can let the world know that it's a new era, a new dawn. The other time, just yesterday, we heard that Ukrainian president has invited him to Ukraine. No, only God knows what went under the radar for them to make that arrangement. So, but his past, his connection to drugs, narcotics will keep haunting him, and the world knows. It might even be a source of blackmail by some big countries on him if they choose to do. They might ignore it and allow it play out. But above all else, the world will be watching Nigerians, how ordinary Nigerians will react. If Nigerians are calm with it and say, okay, let's go ahead, nothing will happen. Things will just roll, 4 years will come and the election will come. It will continue that way. But if Nigerians say, no, we can't allow this, that is where the world will now focus more and say, oh, the people don't want you, or there's crisis, and they may want to say one or two things. Concerning the kind of cabinet he's going to bring in, yes, he might bring in some people who know the job, but the corruption that is around them, that they have known all, that everybody knows about, will not make people who are good to do their work very well. So, but above all else, the judiciary is now, Nigerians have put all their faith on the judiciary to do the right thing. The judiciary will make or mar Nigeria in terms of not necessarily the country collapsing. The country may not collapse, but whether we are going to have sanity after May 29.
Hey man, how you doing?
It's left on the hands of the judiciary. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's go to
I'm coming.
Carino. Carino, how are you?
Hey, I'm fine. How are you?
Good, good. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Doctor. So, Tinubu will be sworn in. Let's not deceive ourselves. Tinubu will do his best probably in 2 years, to make the Nigerians think he has the best interest for the country. But after 1 or 2 years, everything will be coming down. So I feel we are not talking about the big picture
Thank you.
yet. Buhari is compromised. Buhari knew what is going on. Buhari knows that Tinubu will be elected president. All these are planned. We are not talking about they already know what they were doing. Tinubu sponsored Buhari into power. So Buhari is paying him back. So nothing is going to change. The judiciary is compromised. Let's be honest with ourselves. We'll probably end up having some friction in Nigeria, but Tinubu will be president. And I don't think anything can change that. The US is already inside with Tinubu. US always go to places where they have interest. They have interest in Nigeria oil. They have interest in Nigeria things. So they will always support Tinubu because they know that they have Tinubu already. I don't want to use a dialectical language, but they're already holding Tinubu somewhere that Tinubu is their man. So if anybody US is supporting, that's it. So that's my point.
All right. Thank you. Dr. Emeze, welcome to the show.
Yeah, welcome, Damages. Dr. Damages, welcome. Thank you very much.
So we're talking about what's going to happen in the next 37 days. The swearing of Tinubu and all the controversies around Tinubu. What is your take?
Yeah, well, regarding the swearing in, I think definitely it will happen that very day. But my take will always be that we will continue speaking the truth until we see changes in Nigeria. So Tinubu is a president that is about to be sworn in like in a month's time. So the question is, where is Tinubu? Where in the world that a president that is to be sworn in a month in a country is outside our country? Where has that happened ever in any country in this world? It's only in Nigeria. So saying that regarding that, I don't think there is how will I say it? I don't think the Nigerian people, they are even kind of ready to even understand what is really happening in Nigeria. So Tinubu itself is following the footsteps of his master, which is Buhari, because that is what Buhari did and nothing happened. Buhari spent like 6 out of 8 years. Buhari spent almost 4 to 5 years traveling out and in Nigeria without even understanding, without even knowing what is really happening in Nigeria. So, sorry, not Fulani. Tinubu is following this footstep of Buhari, and nobody is questioning him. Nobody is asking him questions. He doesn't care. He believes that he's like a god, the way Buhari is. So he sees himself. I don't really know where he is. Even they say he's in France, but I don't really know. Like if really he's in France, what is he doing in France? Someone that is to be called the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. What is he doing in France? Is Nigeria France? So we keep asking the questions and we keep speaking truth to power, and we keep speaking truth so that we see institutions work in Nigeria. I keep saying it. Buhari went to France. Why is he in France? Is it because the systems are working there in France? Why not stay in Nigeria and make things happen? If he's in health-wise or otherwise that he wants, I don't know what he wants to go out and do in France. So if he's maybe in regard to, why not make health systems work in Nigeria where he can benefit from that system that he wants to govern? So regarding, I know he will be sworn in, and Tinubu is somebody that people always say he did this in Lagos, he did that in Lagos. Quite all right, it's understandable. Then was when he was still at maybe between 50 to 60 something years old. You can't compare that to what is to his age now. Tinubu is kind of senile. He's not really coherent. He's not mentally and physically fit to hold that position of being the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. At this time, he's a good man. I'm not saying that he's a perfect person or whatever. Despite the fact that we understand that he has this a lot of drugs, a lot of conspiracies in terms of drugs, his certificate, his place of birth, every other. He has a lot of controversies surrounding him. But the question still remains: Tinubu of today is not the Tinubu of 20 years ago. It's not the Tinubu of 30 years ago. So, if Nigerians really want things to move forward, if they really want systems to work, they should. I'm not saying because it's Buhari that brought in Tinubu. Everybody knows that. Tinubu never won any election in Nigeria. We will keep saying the truth. Tinubu never won any election in Nigeria. It's Buhari that brought him, and he's following the footsteps of what Buhari did. That Buhari, out of 8 years he spent in as the president, not achieving anything, not achieving even one thing. You can't say anything about Buhari's government that you can boast of. So Tinubu is following the footsteps of Buhari, and in the next 4 years, if he's going to be the president of Nigeria, still the same thing, still the same story, still the same thing we'll be hearing. Nothing is going to work because he will still follow the footsteps of Buhari. So that is my take.
Thank you, Dr. Meze. Mama Echo, go ahead.
Dr. Meze, you surprise me. How do you define good? How do you define good, Dr. Meze? So with all your education, defining good is a drug baron. Is that what you're teaching your children? Is that what you are teaching my grandchildren? That a drug baron is a good person?
No,
right?
no, I'm not saying.
No. Match break. When you were talking, I keep quiet. Match break.
Yeah. Okay.
Please, if you come to this place to talk, call it what it is. Do not deceive this younger generation and make them feel to be a drug baron is good. Don't.
You're getting me wrong.
No, match break. Do not deceive this young generation that by giving Kelebe to children to go and kill people on the street to rig election for him is good. Don't.
No, you're not getting my point. You're not getting my point.
Match break. I heard you well.
Tinubu is never a good man.
I am not done. I lost my left leg. I did not lose my mentality. I know the word good. You dey hear me? You cannot tell me somebody who promptly gather some children together and tell them to go and get the ballot paper by all means is good. You cannot tell me somebody who bluntly lie in INEC form that he has no other citizen is good. Please, withdraw that.
You're getting it.
Withdraw it. Do not use the word good because children are learning from this.
No. You're understanding a different point. You're not getting my point. Can you hear me?
That's a rubbish point. You cannot call a drug baron good.
Tinubu never a good man. Never a good man.
Mama Echo, that's not what he was saying, you know.
You're getting me wrong. You're not understanding me. I didn't say Tinubu himself is a good person. I said Tinubu can be a good person.
Is good. You use the word, go and play it back. I heard it. You said Tinubu is a good man. That is
of course.
Said.
No. You're not getting it right. If I say Tinubu,
I hear you. Because you are educating my children.
Mama Hecho, you know English is not our first language. Sometimes we may misunderstand some phrases.
Yeah, you misunderstand the good I'm talking about. I'm not saying, even on this platform, you remember the last time I criticized him based on, even when they put him as one of the 100 most influential person. I criticize him like, is he the kind of person, what will we emulate from him? He's a drug baron, he does with narcotics, he has been indicted in terms of, what is it called,
Then you
substance
shouldn't
abuse.
have used the word
Yeah,
good in any
yeah.
form
No, no,
when
what
you
I'm
are
saying is,
distracting
to
him.
you,
Because
no,
my
no, no,
children
try to
are
understand.
learning from this discussion.
No, Mama, I
That
hate
is my
you,
point
you're getting
here.
this wrong. No, you have to be logical. Tinubu himself can be a good man. I don't know if you understand. Him himself can be a good man because why do I say this? He has ruled
He
in
cannot
Lagos.
be a
We
good
have
man.
people that,
How many
of course, we
years
have
of
people.
his life has he used to destroy us? He's quartered to
No,
the grave. All his years, he has been a bad man. Tinubu, you are a bad influence. Tinubu, you are a bad man. I will never use the word good for people of your type.
Tinubu
So
never
please,
be a good, never once a good man. Never.
never. So why are you
I
coming
bet.
here or put in my face and the face of my children that somebody who has disgraced
Someone cannot be
this
100% bad now. Has
Come
to
on.
be
No,
some
someone
tiny,
cannot be
I've been doing this for
100%
many
bad.
tiny,
You're
years.
not getting
What are
me.
you
tiny.
saying?
listen.
You
I
understand?
know no one is perfect,
Wait,
but condemning someone 100% bad, man. Come on now.
It's
He
not
holds
like that.
Lagos
You're not
ransom.
getting
you people are
me.
not understanding. Do you
No.
understand what this is all about? To you people,
Even okay, Mama Hecho, let me
it's
make you
good.
understand something. Wait, let me let you understand something.
Wait, don't let me
In life,
understand one thing.
no, let me because
Wait,
you're.
I have to ask more
wait.
people now. If people are just Moicho, just have to hold on. You know, you have to when
Yeah,
you speak.
allow me to explain something to you. You understand? You can say you can't say somebody is 100% bad. Even you yourself, you're not 100% good. You're not 100% bad. Do you understand? But the thing is that when you look at people,
Those are doing some
Okay.
detriment things that
Mama,
are
are you
destroying
are you ready
generation.
to?
Come
Moicho,
on.
Are you willing to allow me talk? Nobody is 100% good in this life, and nobody is 100% right, bad. But the thing is that when you compare and contrast people's behavior, their actions, then I told you that Tinubu may be a good man because of what he has done in Lagos. Do you understand? So, but in other aspect, he's a bad person in times of maybe he has indulged in things that has to do with illegality, like maybe in maybe like dealing with things that has to do with narcotics, or maybe substance abuse, drugs. So those things are the bad part of him. Tinubu can still, he has family, he has children, he's good to his children, he's good to his family. You can't say Tinubu is bad to his family, you can't say Tinubu is bad to his wife and all that. But when it comes to national matters, maybe things that have to do with Nigeria, I still maintain that in that aspect he's not good. But in a way, he's a good person because he has family and he has children and he has family and he has family that he takes care of. So in that aspect, he's a good person. But in terms of national issues on how to maybe policies and other, and Tinubu now is kind of senile. You can't compare Tinubu of today to Tinubu of 20 or 30 years ago. So if maybe we were talking about Tinubu of maybe 50 something years, it's not that I can per se give him that benefit of doubt. But my own stand as a professional, as what I've seen in terms of his speech, in terms of his kind of physical, in terms of his physicality and mentality, I see him. What I have against him is that physically and mentally, I don't think he's kind of fit to handle that position of being the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria at this time. So that is my first take of what I have against him. Seconded by other things that have to do with conspiracies, with maybe him indulging in illegalities and other characters that pertain to his life. But my first stand is that based on what I've seen, his age and in terms of his coherency and in terms of his ability to, like in terms of his physical fitness, he's not that fit to handle that position of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So that's what I want to Mama Hecho to understand.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Emeze. That's enough on that. Henry, we're not going back to this unless you have something else to say. Yeah, Isimele, go ahead.
Wait, oh.
Okay, I just have a few questions.
Dr. Mezie, how does his
Please,
good
Mama
to
Icho, I
the
didn't bring you to
family
start talking
become the
again.
good of the nation? How?
Okay,
Go ahead.
sorry about that. I just have a few questions for Tinubu, his aides, or anyone that knows him to possibly let him watch this show to hear some of our views because we are part of Nigeria, regardless. And my questions are: how will the media be treated, both from Nigeria and the social media? Who will he empower the most, and who may be disenfranchised during his reign? How would his governing cabinet be like? As in, will he only appoint more from his ethnicity like Buhari? Would he only be the president of his supporters and voters? Or would he surprise some people and strike a balance of ethnicities in his cabinet? What will happen to businesses? I'll be fast. Sorry, sir. What will happen to businesses and business owners in Lagos who did not vote for him? Would he look into the issues of what happened in Lagos properly and settle it once and for all? What possible positions will he bestow onto MC Oluomo during his administration? Who are those that will benefit most from his presidency? Will his benefactors, because of Tinubu, abuse their power and be nasty to other tribes in Nigeria? All these, I want answers from Tinubu. And I hope this opportunity given to him, he would use it well. Tinubu, I'm speaking to you directly now, fearlessly. Whether you're going to hang me or not, I don't care. But now you wanted to be a president for all those times. Now you have that opportunity. Prove a lot of people wrong. Many people may have not voted for you. They want the best for Nigeria, regardless whether we fight against each other on the social media or not. We don't hate each other as Nigerians, but we want the best. Now you are in that power that you have dreamt about. Don't let us regret it. Let's see what you're going to do. Rewrite history for once, okay? History will judge you if you make that mistake. You have that power now. Use it well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Once in a while, thing happens, and why are you laughing? You did well. You did well.
Tinubu don't go to
With
social
my
media.
voice, I'm
You
serious.
don't go to social media.
Please,
You're not wasting your
please,
time here.
please, Rudolph, please. I like this type of question. Please,
Blow up
please.
better. Go ahead, CM. These are questions for
Okay.
Timmy. Questions. Go ahead.
You see, Miri, my sister. There's something
Please
they
make
say in
sure
Igbo.
whoever you are, make sure Tinubu hears my question. So save this message and run with it, please. So
don't worry, we are blowing it up tomorrow. Go ahead, CM.
Please, you see, Miri, my sister. There's something they say, Ajam Bene in Igbo language. All this, no hope. Something good can come out from somebody who is evil. Tinubu
give him a
will
chance,
be worse than
please.
Buhari.
You don't
Okay,
know
I'm
that.
coming. I know. Listen, I'm looking into the crystal ball. First, this is a guy that put Lagos in his pocket to start with. That's why all this money, when you see people going to Tinubu, not really because they believe in him, it's because, like, a dog follows, somebody with diarrhea. Either you vomit or you shit. So either way, the dog will benefit. So that is the way people are flocking to Tinubu. Nothing good will come out. First of all, Emezie says something about his state of mind, given his age. He may be there as a statue. He won't be in charge. Unlike Tinubu, you may know 30 years ago. Even the Lagos, when he was Lagos State Governor, I don't give him much credit. It's not that he did well so much. People may say he appointed technocrats. Rauf Aregbesola, is he a technocrat? Was he not commissioned under Tinubu? What happened in Osun State? Did he perform wonders? There are a lot of people like that. In the first place, let's come down to first principle. Tinubu, you want to be principal, you can turn Nigeria into Dubai. Come clean on your certificate first. That is the issue. Why make a law? Iboman taught me, said, there was a law I broke here, but not a big law. So I went to complain. They said, no, if we can't enforce the law, why do we make it? Sorry, go and pay the fine. I went and paid this a parking charge, and it was so careless of me. So why should we make a law that so and so should take place if we cannot enforce it? Tinubu, let's leave Tinubu, let's leave governance. Look at Tinubu as a person. What certificate did you give to Chicago State University that made them to give you admission? It's a simple question. Tell us. You are hiding it. Tinubu, even your age, you are celebrating. A lot of question marks are about you. That's why we are some people, something like me. I don't come up. I don't see any hope in him because you are hiding everything from us. If you are hiding all this, if you are so clean, why not come clean on all this so that we
So
from here we
CM,
can now
today
know.
I'm your sister. So I'm your sister today, CM.
All right.
After Baricharam.
All right. Hold on, guys. Let's go to Howdy. Howdy, welcome to the show.
This is not Igbo program, please.
Howdy, hold on to the show. Welcome to the show.
Sorry.
You guys, I was
He publicly said I am not his sister. So today I'm his sister. That's what I'm saying. I said, let me catch you. That's all. Sorry for the non-Igbos.
All right. Howdy, can you hear me?
No, she's my sister, Tani.
Okay, let's go to Justice since Howdy.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Howdy, go ahead. Go on. You're on.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Where are you, Howdy? Because we're getting a delay.
Miss London. Oh, really? I'm in Dallas, Texas.
Okay. I don't know why that should be, but
Can you
go
hear
ahead.
me?
Yeah, go ahead. Did you connect via
I'm in Dallas,
Akwanga?
Texas. You asked
Did you connect via Akwanga or somewhere? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Can you guys see that there's a delay?
Really? I'm in Dallas, Texas.
Nigeria network.
All right. We can. It takes a long time for you to speak and
Never
for us
mind.
to hear you. Go ahead. Go ahead if you can hear me.
I'm speaking, but I'm in Dallas, Texas.
Howdy. We'll come back to you. Let's go to Justice.
Never
I'm
mind.
sure
Never
Justice.
mind.
Yeah. No, just come back again. Maybe that will make clear the system. Justice, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Nigerians are complaining about about Tinubu, but snake can never have a dog as a baby. That's the point. Nigeria can only produce what they can afford. So when people come here and begin to cry about Tinubu presidency, I don't know what they want to get. Do they want to get Jesus Christ? Or do they want to get Jamaica as their president? Because the truth of the matter is, Nigeria breeds people like Tinubu. That's what Nigeria produced. Since Nigeria was found in a faulty foundation. And how can a house, the foundation is wrong, you want to build a mansion in it. Don't you see the house that collapsed in Banana Island? Did the house stand up because he's in Banana Island? So he's going to stand. He fell because the house is on faulty foundation. So when people said, oh, Tinubu is not going to be swearing in, Tinubu is not a narcotic, I laugh at them as if they were born today in Nigeria. In 1979, Shehu Shagari told us about New Nigeria. In 2023, they are still telling us about New Nigeria. And the question is, they have never ever asked, what happened to the old Nigeria? Every year we come up making up these stories. Nigeria will get better. We come up, we make up this story. We're supposed to have a better country. And at the end of the day, it gets worse. Tinubu was a governor for 8 years. Likewise as Obi. Atiku was a vice president. Obi was lived in London for years, but he was a governor of Anambra State. Today, if you go to Anambra State, it's a mess. Tinubu lived in Chicago. in America where I live. Today, if you go to America, to Lagos, Lagos is a mess. Atiku was a vice president. He was a custom officer. Go to Adamawa. Adamawa is a mess. So when people try to compare, what do they normally tell us? Oh, all of them are criminal, but let's choose the lesser evil. That was what they're telling us during the campaign. So what are we complaining about? We know that Nigeria is not working. Nigeria is not going to work. Nigeria is getting worse. But as Black people, it's hard for us to come as a people to decide our future and the future of our children. Even people that are ruling us don't even have, they didn't even believe in the country. Some of them are buying property outside. Some of them are giving their children dual citizenship. So how are they going to trust the system? Their medication are buy abroad. Their hospital, they spend it abroad. And here we are all the time. Dr. Rudolph, you open a space, we come, we rant and rant and rant. They still make up their mind and do whatever they want. When they want to conduct an election, did they go to our villages to tell us the policy they're going to do? No. They went to Chatham House, the owner of the system. That's the people. Immediately the election is over, no matter how you cry, Britain congratulate Tinubu. So what are you going to do? You have no power to decide your future, whether you like it or not. In a country that you are telling me you are not going to swear in a new president, you have 21 days to petition the tribunal. The person have 21 days to respond to the petition. Now it take the tribunal 180 days to begin the proceeding for the tribunal. By that time, they have already sworn in the person who won the election, which is Tinubu. He's going to be sworn in 29th of May. Now, he's going to be in charge of DSS. He's going to be in charge of military. He's going to be in charge of police. So if you come and talk anyhow, you see anyhow, because that's their way. They will start molding you down one by one. They will go after you with DSS. They will give you some portfolio, or the people that can buy over. If they can't buy them over, they use DSS. Everybody will wear their trousers and japa, like after the answers. So when we come here and talk, I just come and I laugh because we have talked about this Nigeria for how many years? For 62 years. No electricity, no hospital, no road. But when you tell them, this way we are going is not going to solve the problem. I was even shocked last night. I was listening to Nnamdi Kanu. In 2015, I can send you the video, Dr. Rudolph. In 2015, exactly what is happening in Nigeria today, Nnamdi Kanu said it as if he was there and know how the whole thing is going to play out. And when he say it, you'll be surprised. How did this guy know that this thing is going to happen? And when you listen to that audio, and I begin to realize that just that self-hate is not allowing us to see the clear picture of how we can solve the problem of Nigeria. Because that self-hate is what is destroying everything. What stops us from, as a people, coming together to demand a constitutional change so that we can be in charge of our future? But as it stands now, Tinubu is going to be the president, definitely. And it's going to start where Buhari stopped. If you don't like it, just carry your bag, as I don't carry my bag since 2015, and left the country. You don't have option. I will advise anybody that think Tinubu is not going to be the president of Nigeria. I will advise him to just pack your things and leave, because Tinubu, at the end of the day, is going to be your president. And that's what Nigeria produces. You can't be, snake cannot give birth to a rat. Nigeria brings criminal. Thank you.
All right.
Can I ask a question?
Austin, go ahead.
Look, as I said, I'm happy that I loved your constructive criticism towards the end, because I saw you talking a lot of the negativity and everything is good. That's true. You mentioned some things, the Constitution, and you mentioned some other things. So I just want to tell me, maybe just give me 2 or 3 things you think if I point 1, 2, 3, and it's done very well, everything goes into place.
One thing we have to do, we have to call for elections. Election is not going to solve our problem. One thing can solve our problem: national dialogue. You must call that national dialogue for us to pull down that constitution and let people decide if they want this country to continue or they don't want. There's nothing else you can do. The constitution is fraud. The Nigeria creation is fraud. The only way we can be able to make a move is to call a national dialogue, let people decide their future.
Okay, now we call the national dialogue and pull down the constitution. Once we pull down the constitution, how do you think new life will now breathe after the constitution has been pulled down? And what especially in that constitution should we pull down that we don't want?
The whole constitution needs to be crippled because we don't have constitution. When Obasanjo was sworn in, Obasanjo didn't swear in with that constitution. Do you know that? Obasanjo have already sworn in before they bring the constitution. So in the first place, we don't have constitution. So what are we talking about? That constitution should not be there in the first place. Because that was not what Obasanjo used to do.
Exactly. You know one thing, the constitution says that I should remove my cup and keep here. If that is not the nice thing, they will say, okay, remove this thing from that constitution. So which particular thing, which if I drag down from the constitution, Nigeria gets better?
The whole constitution. What are you saying? We have never had any constitution because the 1999 transition, the constitution was not there when Obasanjo was sworn in. So why are we running with that constitution?
Okay, I think I'll just say one thing. It is said that the strength of every nation lies in his people. If you destroy the people, if you destroy the men in a country, in a nation, that nation is on its way to doom. Nigeria is his people. Nigeria is not a paper.
Nigeria is a creation of Britain. Create Nigeria of your own. That's the way to solve this problem. What are you saying? We are talking about Nigeria as if Nigeria was existing before 1914.
Rudolph, can I talk, please? Can I 1 minute?
Okay, hold on.
Let me answer this question.
No.
Hold on.
Rudolph, let me talk to Justin 1 minute, please.
No, I know you will, Henry. I'm coming to you next, but let me just say that tomorrow.
I don't have anything with Henry. Let him make his own opinion. We are here to say to make our say. You know, Henry are happy slaves. So do your own opinion and just forget about justice.
Okay, Justice, let me say that I just wanted to point you to just make sure you know that tomorrow we have Professor PL or Lumumba. So we're going to get into how Africa came to be and all this conversation about what you just said. Nigeria was a creation of the British and it was, so we're going to get to that. Anybody who is interested should join us tomorrow. Who was I going to? Henry, yeah. Henry, go ahead.
Mr. Justin, you're talking of there's no law or constitution change that. In your state where you come from, the East, are you people united there? It's a question first.
Henry, let me answer your question.
You call it Nigeria is not working.
Let me answer your question.
Let me finish first. Let me finish first. You see, we have to start somewhere. That's why we vote for Peter Obi. Because he have our thoughts, our thinking. He have the same thinking like we do. We want a better Nigeria to change from you have to change from somewhere. We have to change from somewhere. Not the way you are saying it. We are looking for Nigeria. You want to look for Biafra. It cannot come tomorrow. It cannot come 10 years' time. You don't know when it's going to come. Are we going to use violence every time?
But Henry, when I make my submission, I never mentioned Biafra.
Do you see how yourself there?
Yes, we are united.
We are trying to work together to be a
Henry, don't let your self-hate destroy you.
We are never one Nigeria. We know that.
Don't let your self-hate. Where I come from, we are united. Don't ask me this question. It's a question you can ask my 4-year-old boy.
There's a place
we are united. Even my 4-year-old boy with his brother, they sometimes quarrel. So it doesn't matter. No. I have 3 lovely kids. You see them dragging their toys. Do you understand?
Some people before
what I'm telling you, you see my 3 lovely kids. You see them dragging their toys. You have to go there and say, you understand?
Why the cost of people Osun in the East? Why did they abolish Osun? Which day they abolish Osun in there?
This thing you are talking about doesn't make sense. No, Henry. Henry, you are not making sense.
Okay, guys.
Listen to me. I'm going somewhere. Let me finish.
No, you can't finish now. I think this is not going the way I thought. Let's
what I'm saying, we are talking about change of constitution. We cannot just wake up and say, okay, let's change constitution today. But we don't have people who have this idea to change constitution. Like if Peter Obi come in there, we the people will come out and speak about amending.
So what is the difference between Obi and the Tinubu?
All right. So you see why I said you shouldn't go back and forth. Let me go to CM.
You don't allow me to talk then.
Henry.
You don't allow me to talk.
Thank you, Henry. CM, go ahead.
I didn't say anything.
Please.
You finished now.
Briefly.
Go ahead.
Briefly, what I wanted to answer was the question us Augustine was posing. What is wrong with the Constitution? Augustine, I'm not a lawyer, and I know you're a scientist like me too. Professor Nwabweze, a constitutional law expert, he said Nigerian Constitution is a pressure cooker. Do you know why? Because whatever you do, the highest law in the land, even if the law you make in your village, as long as it is inconsistent with the constitution, that constitution will prevail. It is only good that Nigerians, being a country of different people, should come together and they agree on what should be in their constitution. Do you know that the people of Ogoni, this is a practical example. I'm not from Ogoni, but I feel for them. When I read a book about Ogoni, I shed tears. I couldn't finish it the way I wanted. Those people can sue the government. When they went to share everything, the moment it gets to Supreme Court, they look at the title. Every national resources belong to federal, no more. Case closed. But if you tell Ogoni people, rather, let us write a constitution. Ogoni man will say, let it put it there that the resources of any place belong to so-so place. Maybe so-so percent belong to federal. This is what will bring peace and progress. Nigerian constitution, like Justice pointed out, we all know, Obasanjo, it was hurriedly done. So since then, why is it that whenever you talk something about the constitution, those that are benefiting from it will say no? So why people are voting, someone like me is rooting for P2B is that if a Rufai committee, because Buhari came saying they will restructure Nigeria and change constitution, if a Rufai committee has done their job and do it, people will say, okay, why I'm rooting for P2B is that when he gets in, this time what Buhari failed to do because he favors his people, we now sit down, and that's why Afenifere, the Yorubas, are supporting him because they said this constitution should be changed. Those that know it, Ozekum, all of them been talking about it. Professor Adeyeye at the House of Senate raised it up like this before he left. He said the problem with Nigeria is here. The operators have told you because you are handicapped. Most of those things are roped in. So that is why people are clamoring for the constitution. Everything is wrong with it. You don't do a constitution for a people. Constitution should reflect the opinion of the people. Nobody represented the Chekiri in the constitution. Nobody represented the Ogoni. Nobody represented the Bachama. Nobody represented the Igbo or the Kanuri or the Efik or even the Yoruba. They didn't call a meeting, and so that is the first thing we should have done as a people. It doesn't mean I'm not afraid that some people may say let's go together. It might turn out that when we do the constitution, everybody will be happy. Then we become a united, what they call a united people, and we progress. But when one set of people decide to write a constitution, and it's the military, that's why they are changing it. It's the military. When you beat it every time, change the constitution, nothing is happening. Is it not better we sit down, write a constitution that will accommodate us? Ijoman, what do you want? Ogoniman, Efik, what do you want? Bring a representative on equal par. Then we do it as brothers. It's done in every
Simple
country.
question.
Even Ethiopia
What
put
do
their
you
own
want?
secession. Even Ethiopia put in their own secession. That was Mengistu Haile 1986. He said they put secession. If you don't want, you can decide to go your own way. So Nigeria, this is exactly the problem we have. This is a problem of nationhood. I'm not original, don't quote me. Quote Bola Ige, who asked the question. He said during Nadeko time, they interviewed him. I remember then on BBC. He said, "But why are you looking for all this thing? Why can't?" He said, "No, I may be alive then or I may not be. But Nigeria must answer two questions. Do we really want to be together as a country? If it's yes, under what terms? That what terms means constitution. It's as simple as that. Not that when somebody calls for constitution, it's like the person want to this. No. Ichekiri is there, Urobo is there. More is it because Igbo man, the population of Igbo is bigger than that of Urobo? Then I will lord it over Urobo man and lord it over Ichekri man or Ogoni. I will think that I'm making progress. It's not. We are the same. I mean, if we want to be the same people, we must be the same people. It's the constitution that will bind us. Constitution will bind, because if you go to Supreme Court, anything is not in the constitution, Supreme Court will never grant it. He says it's unconstitutional because it's not in the constitution. So if that constitution should guide us, everybody should make an input. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I wanted us to, hold on, let me see. I wanted us to do something. There are some stories that came out in the last 24 hours. One was this. I want to share it with you guys and see your reaction. I'll get your reaction. I don't think most people are paying attention to some of these stories. So the National Assembly, the 10th National Assembly that will be sworn in a few days. This is the composition. They are saying that the opposition parties may have majority in the House of Rep, which is something that hasn't happened in Nigeria since we started with our democratic experiment from presidential system from 1979. So if this should happen, the Speaker of the House may be someone that will come from one of the opposition parties. But incidentally, today, or I think yesterday or early morning today, there was a story that one PDP member of the House of Rep elected died yesterday. So
from Taraba.
Yeah. So if the split is 182, according to this story in leadership, I think it's 182 to 181. So if that is true, then we are back to 181. I don't know. I'm following the story here from Leadership newspaper. Okay, the other story. Yeah. Anybody heard about that?
Can I say a few things?
Go ahead.
Yeah. I think I mentioned this few months ago that the House of Rep will have a real toss-up because I don't think the ruling party has a stronghold in that section, and it just takes there will be real politicking in the House of Rep for the speakership, which is good. What it does is that means laws can be changed, and that's moving back to things like constitutional change and all that. This is where we can start seeing real shift in the policy. I know most times we want things to be done now, but sometimes throughout nations you have different times when there's a political shift, especially in the House of Rep, where there's a lot of labor. I think almost about 4 parties are really competing, and I think the opposition is coming together to create a bloc. And if they do that, then they will take speakership. In terms of the person that's died, I think it's from Taraba. It's a PDP member from Taraba, and it's a House of Rep elect, which is very sad. So hopefully his family and people around will be comforted in that loss. Now, coming to the issue of constitution, I wanted to talk about it in respect to the judiciary. The judiciary is in a very tight space with regards to this petition. The things that Obi is really pushing for is something that will either change our constitution. It is something that hits the constitution. And so the judiciary has to really think carefully if they want to radically shift the Nigerian constitution. Because if you talk about the issue of dual nationality, if you talk about the issue, I don't know that he has put it currently in his petition, but at least the 3 areas of his petition, one of them is the 25%, which already has a precedence of Buhari versus, I think, Buhari versus Jonathan or one of the presidential elections he ran, it already has precedents with 25% in FCT. If the judiciary goes against their president, that will be very uh, landmark, and especially to affect the way we read that constitution. Secondly, the area of if somebody that has been convicted or has an issue with narcotics, the constitution is very black and white about it. So the question with the judiciary is how do they go against the Nigerian constitution? So it's a very, very tough situation for the Tinubu team and the judiciary, and also INEC. INEC has bundled the election, and there are too many evidences with regards to the INEC guidelines, which they have gone against. So it's a very, very difficult situation. So the only thing that we think that should be happening, which can create a pause, I feel that there's a drama yet to happen with regards to the tribunals and May 29th. I feel there's something that is cooking that we don't yet know. However, if they go ahead with putting Tinubu as president, there's a second challenge. The challenge is the challenge of leverage of the international community. The international community will have massive leverage to work from the back channel. That means the Nigerian president is compromised. And if a Nigerian president is compromised, anything happens. That means they put him on a hold, and then they can determine how they want to shift international policies for the Western nations. So that is one of the big challenges and the backdoor leverage that they may have. And it's a very stressful thing in terms of how it impacts Nigeria globally. So we need to start thinking of um, the real solutions. Hopefully that the judiciary can wake up to their demands. I would really like, just to end on this, I would really like that in the House of Rep, that they can be able to have that big split, let the opposition come together and take the speakership. That will really give the upper house, the Senate, real good battle, because that means for the president to pass anything, he must really get the opposition in the house together. That may be what can check a president from moving too far. My fear for the Tinubu presidency is especially in media. I think they will clamp on the media. They would do all it takes to change narratives and really stop the Twitter obedience. So they'll do whatever they want to do on that. So that's one of the challenges. I wanted to ask a question. I think I saw something about Dr. Rudolph. I don't know that it was true, where you were being shut down for your YouTube or something. One of your
Oh,
YouTube
yes.
podcasts was being mentioned on Twitter. So I wanted to just confirm that. So that's the kind of build up we're seeing, which could be worse than the military government.
All right. Thank you, Sydney. Anybody else who wants to weigh in on the issue that
I
is
think,
about what will happen in the House of Rep?
let me just say something. I want to just take a bow, then I'll
Okay.
come back
Oh,
later.
Go ahead, Austin, then CM, I'll come back to you.
So I think it's a good omen, because sometimes when you have people of the same party who are just the majority, it makes decision making to be very tough. Generally, most of the time they always say two-third majority in the house and all those things. It therefore means to lobby people for two-third majority will be very difficult. If I talk of lobbying, I like using the voice of reason. This is the right thing for us to do. We do it the right way it's supposed to do. But we know that sometimes all these things don't work in the politics in the house, because people need to be given extra money to say, okay, I'm voting for this or not voting for that because of some extra money. So for me, what I think for now, I think it's very good. We have almost this 50% of the opposition and the main party members. But the only thing I'm trying to beg is that if we see something which is good for the Nigerian people, we should support it, not because this person, maybe let me use for example now, let's say an APC senator says something that is good, but because I'm an opposition and I don't like the APC, I say, okay, no, I'll not support this one. No. But it is too dicey now. I just wish that first it's good for democracy, and secondly, I wish it will not be used for evil, because once it now gets into lobbying and all those things, then they will start having some problems. So it's good omen. At the same time, I will say that I hope the opposition will do its duty as checkmating. But on a normal day, I'll just call it that good. I'm happy with it up to about 70%, that you have different combination in the house. It will help in good deliberation. And I hope Nigerian people come out best.
All right, thank you. But don't be surprised that when they go in there, some people will switch parties.
Thank you. That is exactly what was in my mind.
Get paid and
people will now say, no, we enter the next ship.
Because some people in the ruling party might need few votes to be the speaker, and then they'll go and buy people, anything.
So that's one thing.
It's been a while you said something. Welcome back. Yeah, Ike, I'm coming to you. Okay. Unmute yourself, please. I can't hear you. Ike. Okay. Can you sign language if you can? We can hear you.
Okay, see Rudolph, what I wanted to say about that House of Rep issue is this. You see, on balance, to me is good. No, I mean, nobody can, because it calls for a healthy debate. But knowing Nigerian politics, because it's very fluid and dynamic, how am I sure that after electing the person in the opposition, he won't cross over to the ruling party? Maybe they're promising something. He will cross over and he still become the speaker. Or by some people over, they cross over and become the majority. So they nullify that principle that should have given for a healthy debate. You see, because so many things. That's why sometimes this corruption destroys everything, even reasoning. However, if maybe I want people to prove me wrong. If it didn't happen, it's good. When the opposition it's like the real healthy debate will take place. I want it to happen that way, but you just have to you should not lose sight of the fact that the other side can also say, look, let's buy him over and with some people get the majority now, because all it takes to become APC, you may be PDP, they may elect you as a PDP, you end up being a APC member of House. You can cross over the next day, and then there it is. So that is the thing, unlike everywhere. So that is what I want to say. I hope maybe I'm wrong, but we wait and see.
All right, Justice.
I have been old enough to know Nigerians, to believe any politicians is at your own peril. If you look at the history, sometimes we forget easily. Rochas Okrocha formed, what is the name of the party he formed? And he jumped the party he formed and went to PDP and contest for primaries. It happened in this country. Ojo Zokalo from was it APP or something?
PPA.
Today he's in
PPA.
PPA. Thank you, my brother. Today he's in PDP. Hakim win the governor of Hakim win the governor of Imo State under PPA. Am I true or false? Today he's in APC.
Yes.
Even this APC we are talking about. Atiku, Saraki, all of them was in APC. What happened after the election in 2015? We all can tell the story. Today in Imo State, we are having audio that are circulating online where they have already started bribing Labour Party members so that they will not be so strong to make sure that the hopes of them and $1 million are being paid, allegedly paid. Let me put it that way. This is the country we are in. When there's no
what is the authentication of that audio tape? Because
My brother,
Nowadays,
at least Sahara Reporters is a news we have been that always expose some things. At least it's the Sahara Reporters that I saw the news. So I'm not making it up. So if you ask me authentication, go and ask Sahara Reporters that carry the news. At least they are news outlets that can verify it.
but everybody else carried the news about Peter Obi talking to the Bishop Oyedipo, but at the end of the day, we realize that it's a fake thing. So can we?
At least Peter Obi spokesperson came out and said it's true. Maybe they doctored it, but he acknowledged that it's Peter Obi's voice. So can't.
No.
Are you saying that Andy Okonkwo didn't come out and acknowledge
but
the
we
conversation?
realize that it's bits by bits of information put together.
But it was Obi voice. So now what we are saying is this. Don't get me wrong. A spokesperson of a Labour Party said that there was a conversation had. So whatever they had in the conversation, whoever that doctored it, that one should come and approve. And the Obi have never denied it. I have never seen Obi deny it.
No, bro. I think you're wrong because.
Okay, let's forget about this one. What I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is that. Wait, what I'm saying is this. We have no Nigeria. Most of us here, none of us is in less than. Most of us are in early 20s and early 30s.
No,
Nigeria
I'm not. I'm in 50s, man. I'm sorry to tell you.
I'm telling you now. So Nigeria, for the past 62 years, have never worked. We have to agree on that. And today, all we are hearing here is the same story we have heard over and over again. Nothing have changed. So
what is your suggestion? What is your suggestion? What is your fundamental
I want to disagree with you with regards to nothing has changed. Because this was the same narrative.
We have a constitution before 1999. It didn't work. So
the problem I have with this kind of argument is that you guys will come and make your own opinion. When another person is telling you that Nigeria is not working, let's balkanize Nigeria. You guys should start fighting as if Nigeria have worked. We are saying that Nigeria have not worked for the past 62 years. Let's come together and decide if we're going to work or not. The constitution has been a failure. Now you are now saying you want to tell me that Obi is going to court. To show your hypocrisy. The court Obi is going is the same court that have sent Nnamdi Kanu free. And none of you is talking about it.
No, but we talked about it.
You are not talking about it. If you talk about it, you will tell your government to obey their law. That's how the democracy works.
No, but
whether you like the person or not.
Justice, we're talking about this here since. We're talking about this
earlier.
Okay, but you are thinking. Even Peter Obi have never spoken anything about the injustice meted against Nnamdi Kanu. But he's going to the same court to get justice to restore him to number one. And the question I want to ask is simple. Hope Uzodinma in Anambra in Imo State came fourth. Today he's first. So Peter Obi might be the second person that will come from third and become first. So tomorrow it become an anomaly that anybody can be on the fifth and go to first. So don't criticize anybody here.
So
do you understand?
My question to you, because you keep on raising a lot of issues. You raised about
Nigeria is issues now. Nigeria have a lot of issues. But we tell you, we can solve it once. So ask your question.
Actually, I disagree with you. No Nigerian believe that Peter Obi will solve the whole problem of Nigeria. Nobody believe that. Fundamentally, what we believe is that he will put Nigeria in a positive trajectory to get to where we need to get to. For us to reverse what happened in Nigeria in the last 100 years, not even 62 years, in the last 100 years, or how we become, we have to start from a place. The journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. So we have to start somewhere. We have to believe that when we start somewhere, we will get to that promised land. If in America, that is
you say you have question for me. Are you going to ask the question?
No, the question I'm asking you is that, in your opinion, you said something about Nnamdi Kanu as still be in jail after the court released him. Have you read the information about why Nnamdi Kanu is still in detention? Because somebody came over here this morning and put it in perspective.
why he's still there. I disagree with them. Nnamdi Kanu does not have any reason to be there for a minute. In the first place, because Nigeria go against the world, the concept of law. They shouldn't kidnap somebody and bring it to Nigeria. That shouldn't happen in the first place. But the question is that why is he still there? And somebody put it in perspective earlier this morning that the reason why he's still there is that the same court that let him out, the same court rule against whatever they ruled earlier. Is you know what the guy said? So,
No.
it's important. It's important that when we say something, we have the right information. That is just all I'm saying.
Okay. Wait.
That's not right.
Wait. Let me. Ikenna. You see the problem. You are confusing yourself. You knows that Nigeria for the international law. So you are waiting for somebody to convince you that Nigeria go against international law.
No,
and their own court. Wait. And their own court have agreed that Nigeria go against international law. And somebody who is not a lawyer come here to tell you otherwise.
Actually, the guy was a lawyer. Actually,
even though he's a lawyer, he was not in the court of appeal. He was not the people that made that judgment.
So, do you know why Nnamdi Kanu is still in the place?
Because Nigeria have no law. Nigeria is a lawless country. That's why he's still in the detention. It's a lawless country. Do you know that I can be arrested today without any judgment? They will send me to jail without any judgment.
Justin, everybody know that. We know that everybody knows that.
So if you are coming here to defend your law, in America, if FBI knock on my door here, they have evidence of me, or maybe I will go to court and challenge them. It doesn't matter. But in Nigeria, do you know how many people they are holding without even going to court?
What do you think is the remedy? What do you think is the remedy? Because Nnamdi Kanu is in jail. Who can bring Nnamdi Kanu out of jail ASAP? What is the remedy?
You know, you say what is the remedy? All of us know what is the remedy, but none of us have the balls to take out the action. When Nigeria, none of you have the balls. You think that a violent country like Nigeria, or a country that doesn't respect the law, that you can get anything from being lawful. That's what is called self-disobedience. That's what is called civil disobedience. But the solution to Nigeria is total revolution. We need to balkanize Nigeria. We don't have any option. What Nigeria gave us
to start that revolution. You
said what?
To start that revolution.
The people that restored the state of Israel was not in Israel when they started. So you don't make that assumption of where I am or how I'm going to do it. Do you understand? But you have to believe that Nigeria will not work. Nigeria need a total balkanization. People have to come and decide. I was asking Harry. Most of us respect our space. I told you an example. I have 3 little kids. Sometimes when you buy toys for them, they want to start fighting because of what you gave them. What do? When they go to their room or when they are in the living room, they are disturbing and crying. Oh, children have taken my tea. What do you do as a father? You went there, separate all of them, give them what belongs to them, let everybody go. There will be peace. But in Nigeria have a dangerous diversity. We will argue this thing till we all die. Okay, let's example. We are rotating presidency. Do you know that some of us will die over 1 million times? The turn for us to be president will not reach our hands.
Okay, hold on there.
That's why we support Peter Obi. That's why we support him.
After supporting Peter Obi, what happened?
We're going to get it. Believe.
All right, hold on. Just a second. Hold on, everybody. Let me welcome the priest of peace. Welcome to the show.
It's not a priest of peace, it's a priest of violence.
Priest of peace, are you going into church or what? Where are you going to with your red cap? Unmute yourself.
Okay, I'm in the office actually. Okay. So I just got into the office.
Okay.
And yes, thank you for bringing me in. Somebody is calling me priest of violence. I'm not a violent person. The only thing is that, truth truth is the only thing that can set you free. And we are here to always set the record straight. These guys have I wasn't following until now. And I heard about why MNK is still in detention. I will tell you why. The federal government is behind him staying behind bars up till now because they want to destroy the structure of IPOB. And since they have failed from the onset, they have failed to destroy that structure. That is why they are using this Berima in Finland. Because of his activities, IPOB was labeled terrorist by IEP. But when the chiefs were down, IPOB was able to show them that we are non-violent. They are non-violent. And they took that terrorist nomenclature out of it. So the Nigerian government is using that Berima in Finland. Have you seen the video of Livingston going to Maryland to the place he said they have a government in exile? It is a fake.
I saw it.
It's fake. So I still wonder why people are still listening to this guy. I don't know the reason why people still listen to him. It is very, very unfortunate that people still listen to that man. It is unfortunate. So the reason why MNK is still there is two things. Number one, because of Ekperima, the government is using to destroy the IPOB leadership, but they have failed and they are not going to do it. Second, MNK brothers are going about asking for money or whatever from the state government and senators, Oduzokalo and them and all that. So they have been going there presenting them. They don't speak for IPOB. IPOB has the structure. One thing people should understand, I want to make it clear here. One thing people should understand that IPOB has a structure. And remember what, if you are listening to MNK, Nnamdi Kanu said, in 1,000 years, nobody will be able to infiltrate or destroy the structure, because that structure is like a government already. It's like a government. It is hard to penetrate. So, like I said, the reason why he's still there is because of two things. Ekperima in Finland and MNK's brother. I will never have a brother like them. I know that some of you here know that
there is some level of truth that the Igbo leaders have sold their people. Because
okay. Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. You see, when we talk about Igbo selling, listen, it is everywhere. Here in America, they do it. I live in America. I'm a priest in America. Here, it is done everywhere. In Germany, it's done. In Europe, it's done. People sell people. Government take money for their own interest. What is happening in America now? Mr. Okonkwo might not agree with me. I know you don't like Trump, but I'm a Trumpant. I love Trump. I love him because of his policies. I don't give a root about what anybody says about Trump. That man is for America first. His country is number one. When we understand that is period. Buhari is not for Nigeria. Tinubu is not for Nigeria. And when we understand that, it is pure. So, Igbos, selling Igbos, it has been there for 1,000 years. It happens. Even in your family, you see people that will sell you. Your brother can sell you.
Fundamentally, the priest, I disagree when people always compare America and Nigeria. I disagree with that because they are not in the same league.
Exactly. I agree with you.
Can say that this is Division 1. Nigeria, in terms of League of America, is Division 100.
brother,
you can't compare two of them.
Brother, I agree with
no,
you.
No, not in everything. You can use
I,
America as an example to what is going on in Nigeria.
No, you cannot.
No, let me tell you now. Let me tell you. You know, some of us sometimes we say history this, history that. There was indigenous people in America. What happened to them? We have indigenous people in Nigeria. What is happening to them today? So why are you not talking about it? Why are you not talking about what is happening in Benue? Why is the reason of massacring people? So when you say you can't compare, you have to take example what is happening in indigenous people of America and bring it back to what is happening indigenous in Nigeria. And that is where you draw the comparison. So let's not remove everything I said. You can't compare.
Let me tell you what I think. When it comes to indigenous issues, I don't think you can really compare that with America. You know why? Nigeria is a kind of, let me say, the diversity in Nigeria is very, very detrimental to the existence of every tribe in Nigeria. But in America,
complexity.
So in America is different. That is why you cannot bring comparison. America has people came here from different countries, but in Nigeria we are indigenous ourselves. We are there for more than 4,000 years.
Fulanis are not indigenous. British are not indigenous. Let me tell you, for Nigeria to work, there must be a dominating force. If you want Nigeria to work, one section has to dominate everybody.
But that's what Nigeria now.
Who will dominate?
Justice, that is not right. Why are you saying that?
That is why. Okay, hold on. Nobody's wait now. Let's have this conversation.
Why do you want one part of why do you want one part of Nigeria to dominate the other?
That is why we should not be in one Nigeria in the first place. It's that domination that is making Nigeria not to work. Everybody wants to be on top.
Okay. Let me
If we separate ourselves, that domination will not be there. But as long as Nigeria remains, dominating spirit will be everything that everybody is chasing.
Justice,
how many? Let me round up, please. I think that is your own mindset.
Justice,
I think that is your own mindset, you know.
How many countries do what?
How many countries would Nigeria disassociate with when Nigeria?
Nigeria can disassociate to 200 and something countries. In Europe, we have less than 1 million, a country that is less than 2 million, and they are a country of their own. True or false? So no ethnic nationality in Nigeria that is less than 2 million. So why can't we have a nation? Because we are white, they are black. So this is the problem.
Yeah, okay. But this thing takes time and it's a process. You can't just say that Nigeria disassociate yourself and it will happen in a twinkle of eyes, you know. So this thing is something that takes time and it has to go through processes, you know. So saying that Nigeria should divide today, it will not happen that way. So we have to at least
one way or the other, doctor. One way or the other, I am still a proponent, and I still believe that Nigeria will be balkanized because the trend we are going.
That's the only solution.
The pattern of when you look at the pattern of things. I know what the government is trying to do now is to how do they put it? For tomorrow. Let's keep some that you know that this thing is going to happen definitely, but let's postpone it. The evil days. It is going to happen, whether we like it or not, because the diversity of Nigeria is not something that will happen today or tomorrow. The diversity, Nigerian diversity is the worst thing that has happened in the whole world. Look at India. India has the diversity, even up till now. But that diversity, one thing that works for India is that they speak the same language, even though they have some dialect, but they have something that binds them together. But Nigeria, there is nothing. You see, oil and water cannot be together. So I have been a proponent of let us go back to the regions we have before, so that we can walk ourselves through and see if we can stay together. So finally, let me round up, Okonkwo, please.
What you're proposing, what you're
If
proposing is
Regional is different.
Hold on, everyone. Hold on, okay. The priest of peace. I have a question for you.
Okay, thank you.
I was at a different platform and somebody came and asked me a question about the media and how the media is reporting issues concerning the Biafran movement. He was not happy that the media was most stories illustrates the story with the picture of Simon Eber. So you said something here that the structure of IPOB is strong and won't change for 1,000 years, something like that.
Yes.
Where is that structure? Why is the structure not showing up? Why is the structure leaving the space for another structure to take over? And the structure is wandering, because the structure you're talking about is like the presidency now. When they say presidency in Nigeria, the presidency, the structure, we don't see the structure. The structure is not having any conversation with the people. And then the structure, or the people who believe in that structure, are complaining that another structure, alternative structure, is dominating.
They are faceless criminals. You can't be on this struggle and you are faceless. You have to show your face.
Ask me a question. Justice, wait, yeah? He asked me a question.
I'm asking
Let me ask.
Yeah, you got a question, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Me also, I have something to say about it.
I know you have interviewed Nnamdi Kanu, right?
Yes.
You haven't. And I believe I want you to go back to that interview again and listen to it. And when next we come online, then I'm going to listen to it, and then I'm going to ask you one or two questions. Now, to answer your question, Nnamdi Kanu said that there is what they called Directorate of State. And that Directorate of State have been issuing out press release off and on for the past 10 years. And he made a statement and said, in my absence, listen to every instruction that comes from the Directorate of State. And that is the structure. Let me tell you, that structure, I will tell you just a few things that is made up of that structure. Number one, it's made up of press. It's made up of religion, politics, economics, and security. This is just 5 I will say here. Now, somebody came out because Mazi said, I want to take you to a memory line. Mazi said, this guy is saying something good, listen to him. And now, like I said earlier, that Nnamdi Kanu's brothers wanted to hijack because they were not in that structure. They are not part of that structure, but they are within the higher ground or higher body of IPOB. So they wanted to, mess up the whole system by bringing in. If you are not in IPOB, you will not understand what I'm saying. But I want to make it very simple. So they wanted to disrupt the whole process of how IPOB operates. And now they introduced this guy. And instead of him to go through the right channel, when he was asked to sign an undertaking that he will be loyal to this structure, he refused to sign that stuff. Mind you, he was never a member of IPOB. Never, ever, ever. The only thing he was able to do was to interview Nnamdi Kanu. And after that, he said he is now a disciple.
I remember.
Hold on, let me finish. Hold on. You will ask me, I will say whatever. Let me land. I'm answering his question. And he said he's a disciple by who, for whom, and for what. And now he's saying he's a prime minister of Biafra. Now he is carefully disassociating himself from IPOB because IPOB have said it is due now or never. Because we have kept so much quiet that you are our brother, we cannot throw you and the dirty water away, but you have persistently working with the government of Nigeria to inflict injuries on our people. How can you kill your people when you are saying you are defending them? You cannot kill them. That is not what Nnamdi Kanu stands for.
The priest, first of all, don't accuse people. Don't accuse people falsely.
No,
okay.
it is there. You cannot, if you are not there, you are not there. So what's happening now is the fact that this guy has been working. If you remember, let me give you a hint. Umahi said there is going to be a parallel IPOB. They tried and they failed. There was no parallel IPOB. DSS have tried to do that. There was no parallel IPOB. Now, they have tried every way they have, anything they can. They have failed to do that. And the media is still associating this guy with IPOB that is non-violent, that is protecting their own people, fending off all terrorist activities in our bushes. But this guy is always bringing people from Ebonyi State to come to Imo State. If you know, every mayhem that is happening in Imo State is caused by that guy in Finland. Every problem that is happening in Anambra State is so. Why is Ebonyi State calm? Why is Enugu State calm? But where you see mayhem is Anambra and Imo. Why? Have you asked that question? You see, Rudolph.
You know what? I think we have deviated.
Hold on. Let me tell you something. I am telling you as an insider. If you don't want to listen, I will just keep quiet.
No, hold on.
I think at this time you need.
No, you don't. Unless Rudolph wants to say something else, you don't have to tell him to keep quiet.
All right, guys. Hold on. Let me just let's hear the priest finish up and then we move.
Okay, let me round up. Just 3 minutes. So,
how many minutes?
3 minutes.
2. Okay.
Whatever that is happening in Southeast is the orchestration of Dave Umahi, whether you like it or not, Hopus or them, whether you like it or not, and with in collaboration with Simon Ekpa, I called him Ekperima. I said I will never call his name, and I told you when Nnamdi Kanu was threatened, I interviewed Tony Nnadi, and I gave him a tape of what Tony Nnadi said about Nnamdi Kanu. He doctored it. When I came on his platform, he shut me out and said, I'm talking rubbish. I have it. I think I sent that thing to Rudolph. I don't know if I sent it to you. Did you see that, Rudolph? If you have, okay, I haven't. Okay, I'm going to send it to you. I'm going to send it to you so that you will listen. And whatever that has happened to Nnamdi Kanu, I am not saying in all. I don't have the whole data, but I am saying Ekperima has a hand in it, whether we like it or not. See, the Directorate of State have said they are going. Time, you see, time is everything. Timing is everything. When the time comes, the DOS is going to bring out the people that are involved in Nnamdi Kanu's predicament. So whether we like it or not, he's going to come out, and he's going to come out stronger than ever. And I want to tell you, Nigeria will be balkanized. We will have our peace, and we will live as friends. Whether you're Duduwa, whether you are Fanifere, whatever thing you are, we will be good neighbors. And that is what we want. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. I want us to move away from this.
But Rudolph, I want to say something to you.
Okay,
it's so disappointing that we have a topic here and you want to turn this place to IPOB issue.
You started
and this
Justin.
it's a disappointing that you bring the priest here and you are talking about IPOB and you want to debate when he lied.
He asked a question.
No, can you wait? Let me tell you something. You call yourself a priest and you are lying against people without a proof. That is wrong. And I don't want to make this thing IPOB something. One, you are not a member of IPOB. I put it to you, you are not a member of IPOB. I am.
Okay.
And I'm an oath member for that matter. So when you want to say,
from the pit of hell.
If you want, I tell you who is my coordinator.
Oh, yeah,
and
tell
the
me
people
who is your
the-
coordinator. What's his name? No, say it here.
Rudolph, I don't want to make this. I don't want to
If
make
you
this.
know, you would have said
Rudolph,
it. You have
okay, yeah,
said
time
it
out. Rudolph,
without
pick it
saying
up.
anything.
Get out of this conversation.
You are a liar. So shut up.
All right. So everybody, that's okay. I just wanted to illustrate something because when I go out there on other platforms and people talk to me, they blame me for everything the media is trying to do. And this is a good example where I presented it back to you guys, and you guys are confused about what do you expect the media to do when you guys are fighting each other this way and talking this way. What do you expect the media? You want the media to now be the one that will clean it up for you and present a viewpoint that is straight in your eyes. So what I told that guy that came on that program, I said, you guys should go and fix your house. Stop blaming the media. The media is not working for anybody. It's not working for you. And we're not talking about this anymore. Let me tell you this. I mentioned this before on this show. I got a lawyer from Nnamdi Kanu to agree to come on this show. We've not agreed on the time or the day. So be looking out for that. He will come and we can talk about this in details. All right. Ngozika, welcome to the show.
Thank you, good evening.
Exoshia, welcome to the show. People should answer names I can call. Some names are difficult for me, please. But welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. So we've gone so far away from the topic that some people may not know. We've actually talked about Tinubu taking over in the next in 37 days. We talked about Buhari expressing regrets and feeling sorry for people probably his policies didn't work out well for. And the next thing we have on our topic is we're going to talk about what's happening in Benue State. There was this encounter where Shehu Gaba, I don't remember, took on Governor Samuel Otom about the situation in Benue State. So that's another topic we wanted to talk about. And then we go to Ondo State, where I'm interested in what the first lady there is fighting for. But before then, let me hear from Ngozika. Ngozika, what's going on in Enugu?
Good evening, everybody. I've been watching from YouTube and I've been reading comments and having fun on the comment section. Guys, people should thumbs up now. It's such a crying shame that you have more than 600 people watching and less than 200 have liked the video. Please like and share. Anyway is fine today. Anyway, okay. Things are getting, let me use Gen Z slogan. The pressure is getting worse. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. But we think nothing much from this. We're just waiting for our governor to do and come and be going. The other man promised us water in 180 days, and we can't wait for the water to start running.
But are people happy with the election?
The presidential or the governorship?
Governorship, because I know that the Labour person was very close to PDP.
Well, he's gone to court.
Okay.
He's gone to court, and I've said it on this program that unfortunately, Enugu is a traditional PDP state, and I try to explain. Yeah.
I love this. That's why we can't put this on TV yet until we prepare people and say, imagine people are watching NT and then all of a sudden Wabia will be hard. Go ahead, I don't mind.
So he's gone to court. There were lots of INEC manipulations. But from what I hear on the streets, nobody really expects much to come out of it. That's just the truth. People are not really so eager about it. Everybody seems to have moved on from the governorship. Actually, what people seem to have more interest in is the presidential. A lot of people are still lamenting and hoping that what they call their stolen mandate to be restored. But the governorship, a lot of people, and when I say a lot, I mean a lot, have moved on, even though they are dissatisfied with the results. They have.
Okay. So, what about people preparing to go to Abuja for the swearing in of the new president?
If you come out inside of bed and say this kind of thing, they feel beat you. People are angry. Don't say it even as a joke. Don't say it even as a joke. People are legit angry.
Why?
You know the thing with this election, Dr. Damage, is a lot of people that have lost hope in the electoral process for the first time decided to give it a chance. A lot of people. I have met people during the elections, after the presidential elections, during the governorship elections. I saw people come up to my table where I worked as an ad hoc staff and told me categorically that they would never vote again. Never vote again. That was the words they used. So it's personal for a lot of people. So when you come and tell them, and Enugu voted for P2B, that is just the truth. Majority of people in Enugu voted for P2B. So when you come and tell them, they are swearing in another person that is not P2B or the 29, they are looking for trouble. Do it, but don't rub it in their faces, like adding salt to injury. They just don't want to hear it. But like I've always said, Ndi Igbo will be fine. I can beat my chest and say it. We will always be fine. I don't know about the rest, but we'll be fine. We will.
All right. Thank you. Exo Asia, are you there?
Ngozik, I wanted to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
My question to you is this. Before the election, when you people said a lot of people came out to vote, it was on record that INEC registered 90 million people and 70 million collected their PVC. In Enugu, how many voters registered? How many people were registered? How many collected? And how many voted? So we can be able to know the turnout.
I think you have the fact already. So let me just help you. I know where you're going, so let me just help you. You're trying to be funny with your question, knowing fully well what happened on the election.
No, it's not about
A lot
funny.
of
I'm not
people
being
were
funny because
disenfranchised.
you are not.
No,
You are an
wait.
ad hoc committee.
I'm
You are an
answering
ad
your
hoc
question.
committee.
I'm not an ad hoc committee. I was an INEC ad hoc staff, specifically for the elections, and the elections are over. So I'm going to answer your question for the elections, and that is what I'm going to answer your question. So you're going to do yourself a favor and get the fact, and this is what I'm going to explain the fact to you. So while you get the fact for yourself, I'm going to explain it to you. You have 90 million people registered. You have a slightly higher amount than usual collect their PVC. But you know what happened on that day? I'll tell you. My own polling units, we got there after 10. And because our hosts, the people in the community where we worked were quite understanding, they didn't make much of an issue. We got there around 10. And we had to allocate extra time because my polling unit was close to the rack center. So we had to give them extra time to vote till practically nobody else was coming forward. Now, take these two situations where people's polling units were far away from their rack centers. Imagine you were working in a polling unit that you had to drive like 3 hours back to your rack center. And you got there 2 hours late after elections were supposed to start. And you already have this bunch of people waiting for you. And Beaver starts malfunctioning. Everybody knows that during the presidential election, there were serious issues with the Beavers. Serious issues. I think they kind of corrected it with the governorship because we didn't have much issues with that. So when you come on here and you try to tell me that because people read, excuse me, please, I'm answering your question. When you come on here and try to be funny by suggesting, okay, a lot of people registered, so a lot of people voted. So why are you saying a lot of people did not vote? So why are you saying that people voted? People came out. Whether or not they voted is another topic. Whether or not the vote counted was the true reflection of those that voted is totally another thing. And I think that is what we are. That is the ongoing situation. That the people who came out, some did not vote, some were prevented from voting, some materials did not get to them on time, some that materials got to them on time. The materials finished. But did they come out to vote? The answer is yes. And the ones that managed to vote What did INEC do with the numbers? They manipulated it. So until this whole thing is
Was your polling unit rigged?
Olga, I have said it on this show, and I take an exception to you using my polling unit that is inside a ward that has more than how many.
I asked a question. Was your polling unit rigged?
No. You are going to let me answer it. You do not get to ask me a question and tell me how to answer the question. You don't do that. And I see that you're being cynical about this whole thing. So I will not dignify this with any more answers. So let's just leave it at this. I know what you're trying to do, and I'm just going to clear you on this. It won't work. People came out to vote. Stick that in your head and let that be. Let it be that.
Okay, thank you. But you
can I say something,
you made us to understand that your polling unit was not rigged. So
Ngozi, thank you. Thank you so much. You see, you have been very, very objective whenever you come to Dr. Rudolph's platform. Whatever I have followed you, and whatever you have said here, always you have been very, very objective. You know why? Because you are on ground. I just came back from Nigeria 2 days ago. I spent 2 weeks. It is uneasy. The atmosphere in Nigeria is still very uneasy. Because you know why? Nobody knows what is going to happen in the next 35, 37 days. But Mr. Justice, you are being very, very unfair, and you are not logical at all when you begin to say things. Don't just say it because you want to say it. Say it because
he knows exactly what he's doing. Mr. Justice knows exactly what he's doing, and it's
about
annoying.
Justice.
He knows what he's doing, and you know why it's paining me.
Sorry,
let me just say this, Dr. Damages. Let me make this clear. I know what Mr. Justice is doing. I'm just a bit sad that I indulged him a bit. Mr. Justice, let me put it to you. What you think is funny, you think you make me, you're going to stress me out, you're going to, let me get her to talk, let me let her talk, she's going to talk, let me ask her. That is what you're doing. And I feel you, and I pity you, I feel sad for you. You think it's a joke?
It's not.
You think it's a fucking joke? It's a joke to you? You're laughing about it? You think it's funny? Okay, let me draw her out. Let her come and speak. It's not a joke. And let me say this to you. If this is how you treat serious issues, then I'm concerned about the people close to you. Really, I'm really concerned about them. And this is not me going personal. This is not me going personal because I do not.
You're already personal. I take it in good faith, but I'm going to check. I'm going to respond to you.
I do not see how we can be talking about something so
hello,
something so delicate, and all you care about is, let me draw her out. Let me draw her out. Okay, I already know this is how it is, but let me let her talk. Let me let her talk so that I can laugh about it. No. It's unfortunate what you're doing, and it's not funny. Wipe the smirk off your face. It's not funny.
Thank you. You know, Mr. Rodolph, please, I want to go back to
the priest. Can you allow me to speak now?
No, you are not making sense at all. Let me talk to. I want to ask Rodolph about something. Hold on now.
Before you talk, let me talk.
Listen, I'm a 50-year-old man. Forget this small body. I am 50 years old. Let me tell you the truth. So I am not a small pekin. I'm not a child. I want to ask Dr. Rodolph about something. The media. You see, it pains me that the issue you brought about the media doing justice to the issues that concerns Nigeria and her citizens. It pains me because the media is not doing the right thing. The media is woke. If I say you are woke, don't get annoyed with me, because sometimes the things that I love, you don't love. The things that I like, you don't like. I love Donald Trump. You are making fun of my idol. I love him because of his policies. That being said, that is aside.
What is being woke? Because people throw that word around. I don't even know. What is
woke is being when you do not agree with me, you want to censor me.
Oh, okay.
If you do not agree with me, you want to shut me out. You want to shut me down because we don't agree on the same thing. But if we see, I love ecumenism. Ecumenism is something that we disagree to agree. So when it comes to media, The media should be objective, and not only being objective in their reportage, they have to do investigative journalism. They don't do it. They don't do investigative journalism anymore. That is why Nigeria is rotten right now.
Because everybody, all the media are compromised in Nigeria. All of them
They
are
are all
compromised.
compromised.
So
I don't blame people that call them brown envelope, because listen, I went home and they give me a chieftaincy title, even though I'm a priest. Yes, you see, it's my tradition. I listen. I cannot wish it away. They gave me like 3 different caps, and it can't give home. They gave it to me because I always want peace to reign wherever I am. So that being said, the media need to be objective. We don't make fun of issues. Like what Ngozi is saying, I took it wholeheartedly because she is on ground. I just came back and I know what is going on. The atmosphere there is uneasy. But our prayers will always be that if there is going to be a problem, let it be just small so that everybody will be safe. But as it looks like, this government that is APC government does not want us
I'm
anything good for us.
Please, I'm concerned that you live in double life. You said that you like Donald Trump, but you talk against APC. APC and Donald Trump, they are the same people.
Can you tell me what Donald Trump did that you don't like? Yes, tell me.
He's a cheap propagandist. He's a cheap propagandist.
No, please.
Let's not talk about that.
Don't worry, we will talk about that in when Rodolph, when you have time, bring issue of Donald Trump. Let's just talk about Donald Trump.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. When we get to that, we talk about that, but not today.
Rudolph, you would bring up the topics? The topic we have deviated from the topic.
I know, far away from
way far away from that.
The issue was that I was looking for someone to I was distracted in a way. But it's okay. Sometimes it happens. So Justice, I'll give you a chance to say something before.
What I want to say, Ngozi, my sister, I'm not being unserious on what you're saying.
Mr. Justice, I'm not your sister. I know my brothers and my brothers know me. I'm not your sister.
Thank you. Okay, let's take it that way. Any way you take it, okay. But I'm just showing you what Nigeria is, because from you made us to understand that you're pulling unit, because it was in this platform that somebody asked you as advert worker, was your pulling unit rate?
Let me help you.
No. Wait, I didn't.
The results for my polling unit were uploaded, and I confirmed on this show that what was.
I didn't interject you, but Rudolph, when I interjected, you pull me down. Now, why are you not doing the same? So it was on this platform that somebody asked you, was your polling unit rigged? And you went and checked your result and checked what was uploaded on the IRF of INEC. It was the same thing you have that was in their system. That means your unit was not rigged. That's what the question I asked. I don't know how you see it, as if I'm not serious. I just want to show you, because when you want to make a case, you have to have your facts in your hand. If you want to say, I'm an advocate, I'm an advocate worker, this election is rigged. As an advocate worker, my polling unit was rigged. I can show you proof. But you don't have that proof, so don't make that argument. That's what I want to prove to you. You don't make up argument from what people tell you. That's one thing I want people to understand. You don't make argument from what people tell you. And for Ikenna, you asked me when last I was in Nigeria. This is the first time you are seeing me on this platform, and you're asking me that question. If you want, I show you the last time I was in Nigeria, but that is not a subject of discussion. That is a black man mentality. Asking you when last are you in Nigeria, as if that Nigeria is a place for you. That's why you are. I don't know why you are not there. Then for the priest, First of all, you claim you are a priest, but what you say doesn't go along with. It's unfortunate that we have this conversation on this platform, because that was not the reason why I came into this platform in the first place. But Rudolph, the advice I want to give you, whenever you want to discuss IPOB issue, make it as a topic. People like Press, they are lying. If you have any proof against people as a priest, let him bring it. Let's discuss it. But you cannot be living on assumption and you are telling people what they suppose you want them to hear without any single proof. I think next time when you want to bring a topic, let it go on the line of topic we are discussing. Because all this your IPOB argument is not going to work in this platform. Because for people like the priest, he's a liar. He makes himself as if he's a member of IPOB, which he's not. So let him stop these lies that he's peddling all the time. When you hate somebody, because somebody kicked you out of his program, your self-hate will have not allowed you to understand that.
Justice, I think I disagree with you. Every Igbo man is IPOP, because what is the meaning of IPOP?
No. I understand that part you are talking about. But so I understand very, very well. But what priest is doing, I want you to tell him to stop what he's doing, because he have no facts.
Okay. Rudolph, I don't want to.
Rudolph, let's continue with the other topic. Shut those two people down. Let's continue.
Yeah, we have to.
I'm not answering him. I just want to say something and go back. There is so much noise in the office, so that's why I came out. Okay, so I don't want to answer Justice because he has paraded me on the chart. When you look at the chart, I just look at it and I saw what he wrote. I'll pass because answering you is
you are still answering me. Rudolph, can we move on?
So, Rudolph,
yeah.
What I want to say is concerning the media, because you raised a very fundamental issue about the media reportage. That is my concern. If the media could do just like what Ngozi is saying here, the media could not even report the actual thing that was going on during that election. They are landing softly. And this is the future of Nigeria we are talking about. And what does this represent? It shows that Nigeria has no future and is still irredeemable. And I want to believe that you were here like 2 years ago before the death of Obadiah Malafia. We were all on Njenje media, and I was literally crying, saying that the only thing that could save or salvage and bring down this government that hates his people so much is for everybody to shut down Nigeria. I was in Nigeria like 2 weeks, and 2 days when I got to Nigeria, Obadiah died. Something was cooking before that. You see, what am I saying? We need, for me, I would love a better and a bigger Nigeria. But it's irredeemable. It's not going to happen, whether we like it or not, because the structure of Nigeria that I have always brought about here, it is the problem that we have. The structure, until we have made away with that structure, then we'll begin to talk about a new Nigeria. But once this structure is still in place, that I call the empire structure, forget it. Tony Nadi might have something that, you know, I might somehow, somewhat agree with. But he has his own. Generally speaking, I would love a better Nigeria. But is it feasible? Is it possible? It's irredeemable. It's not possible. When you look at our diversity, it's no good. Our diversity is the worst thing that has happened to us. It is better Nigeria is peacefully divided so that everybody will go in peace and we will be good neighbors. I rest my case. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Man of Prestige, welcome back.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Let me share this story and I get your reaction on this. So, Tinubu's campaign issued, they've been putting out statements on behalf of the president-elect, and then they mentioned their transition committee list, and some people had issues with the composition of the transition committee. So I want to come to you guys and get your view on that controversy. Let me start with Man of Prestige. Are you following the composition of the transition committee of Tinubu?
Well, I saw the headline, but I don't know what the composition is. Can you enlighten me on that? I mean, sometimes I don't bother to read that.
When you come here, you are a political analyst. Man of Prestige. Listen,
yeah, but I'm just saying, Dr. Damage, give me a break, okay? But what I'm saying, can you just...
Well, hold on. You were not eating akara on the street, and suddenly you found yourself here. You're a political analyst, so you should have your facts ready. Let's go to someone who might have.
Come on, Dr. Damage, don't do that to me. I mean, I said for that one, I'm not privy about the composition. I'm familiar with the caption.
We skip you. Why is there an issue? That's the first.
Alarm?
Who is talking? Oh, okay. All right. Who has an
why
idea?
are they having a problem? Is it bias? Is the composition bias or tribalistic in Nigeria?
Some people feel that way. So that's the question. Some people feel that way. So,
okay, I'll let other people speak. Maybe I can get information from there. Go ahead.
Yeah. So who has let me go to I've been trying to get you to talk. Exoshare. Can you hear me? Can you unmute yourself?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Finally. Thank you. Nice to have you.
And would I say good day to you from US as well?
Oh, you're in America. Okay.
I've been listening and I've been trying to join you for a very long while, but thank God today I was able to do that.
Thank you. Thank you for listening. So what have you been hearing? What is of interest to you?
To the ears and eyes of many that is deaf and dumb. Even people who cannot speak, they will speak through you. You know, I joined here when they were talking about the Constitution and whatever. Hello, can everybody hear me?
We can hear you, but it's a delay, but we are managing.
Okay. So I joined into the program when they were talking about the Constitution. And somebody here asked, what is wrong with the Constitution? Everything about the Constitution is wrong. Because when a Constitution do not give you a say, that means it's wrong. None of the citizens of Nigeria will tell you that the Constitution gave him a say, that he or she has a say in the Constitution of the country. The reason why we're suffering today in Nigeria is because the Constitution, which is the foundation, the bedrock. Take, for example, what happened in America during the Trump era. God knows, everybody knows it, that he doesn't want to leave the presidency. And I remember there is a particular interview that the sitting president had. They asked him, the way things are going, if Trump loses, are you sure he's going to leave office? And he looked at the reporter eye to eye, and he smiled, and he said, he's going to leave. The reason he's going to leave is because the institutions that makes up the government and the Constitution, they are at work. But in Nigeria, we don't have such. So that aside, the Constitution is not working. And nobody, if that Constitution remains, if you bring Barack Obama and Bill Clinton put together as president and vice president to run Nigeria, it's never going to work. that aside. Now, in the case of the little this thing that we've been having here, I'm sorry to say, to make mention, one of the reasons I don't take people serious, this thing we talk about here, we spend our time, it's not because we want to appear on the faces of the social media or whatever. If we're not concerned, we're not going to be here. It's a serious issue. And most of the times when I see people discussing it and they are laughing, they are smiling. That is one of the major reasons I look at this person. I just say, this person, you're not serious with whatever you're talking about. It has to come from the inside with passion. That is the reason. My own. I'm not talking about another person, any other person. That is the reason Simon Ekpa is somebody I don't put up with, because you can't be talking about things that are serious and you're laughing and you're making jest. This is a very serious issue. This issue is beyond us. It is a fight that we are fighting even for our own children. I was listening to a podcast yesterday, and one of the presenters there, I mean, one of the speakers there, he said that we have been reaped because the people in power right now, I'm in my mid-40s, and the people that are in power right now are our own fathers. If you look at their age, they are our own fathers. They've ripped us off, and they want to rip our own children. Are we going to allow these people to rip our own children? They've ripped us, but are we going to allow them to rip our own children is the question. And that question is something that needs to be addressed. Even if you are Yoruba, you are Igbo, you are Hausa, you are Ibibo, you are Epic, all of us are suffering the same thing. And that is the reason I don't even like it, because as you are watching this program, that is the way they are watching this program as well. They are watching it. The more we quarrel over issues here, the more they know that they are dividing us, and they are helping themselves, because we are actually helping them as well. So let us call a spade a spade. Actually, I was not for the election. If you give me the opportunity, Nigeria has only two options. It's either we return back to the regional system of government, which is resource control, or we break it off because it's not working. That is my take. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Adewale, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. I'm making register today. I will be here in a while.
Yeah, I know. And I listened to you at the
I've been on the comment section, though.
I saw that. And I listened to you at the other place. So I do.
You do?
I know you hang around. I see you around. Yeah. All right. So I'm about to hand it over to Mr. Scribe. I'm not feeling very well, even though I'm smiling. But
sorry about that.
Yeah, I have to. But I want to hear what you have to say about some of the topics we discussed today.
Oh well, I heard about the Guinean passport and the Tinubu's transition composition, and which other topic you talked about?
What is the issue with the composition of this transition team? What are people having issues with? I know that there was an issue about Marwa's daughter being in there. I don't know what that is about. Tell me what's going on.
I think the really bone of contention is the Bayo Nanuga inclusion on the list. Some media, especially Arise News, already have the objection against him. Be part, as gracious as he is, they have an objection to his inclusion on the list. That someone controversial like him shouldn't be, part of the transition. But my take is that transition committee is not to be seen, but it's not to be heard. But they're probably working on the ground, liaising with the current or the incumbents to make sure there's a smooth transfer of power and other administrative activities are handed over to the appropriate quarters. So, but everything we do in Nigeria has to reflect that quotas and through what do you call it, quota system, where you have representative from different ethnics or region. But I think the major thing that especially when I went online to read comments and to see what media is saying, is that why your non-legal shouldn't be included.
Okay, all right. I think there was another complaint from some other people saying that they were not from the southeast. Is that?
Yeah, Rudolph, can I comment now? I was able to preview what the composition is, so I can intellectually comment on that if you give me a chance later.
Wow, I'll come back to you. See, this is what we're talking about. When they call you on CNN and say, "Come and join this panel," you prepare for that.
Well, I didn't know that was going to be the topic, but I'm preview with it right now. So
all right. Hold on. Okay, Adeola, do you have anything to say about that one?
Yeah, I was sending a comment when they were talking about the disappearance of Tinubu. I know on this show, a lot of pundits. I call us armchair pundits. We are not a trained professional when it comes to journalism, but we just give our own, views, and there's nothing wrong. That's the beauty of freedom of speech. However, under our current constitution in Nigeria, there's nothing that gives any role to president-elect as of now until that inauguration. So whatever we say now, it has no validity. But as a Nigeria, after May 29, if your president disappear and you have a right to sue to request because you're a Nigerian. But as it is right now, you can't have two captains in the ship. So his disappearance has nothing to do with us. And the constitution is clear. If anything happens to him before the inauguration, then the INEC, the Federal Executive Council, will make their decision, and they will, wherever is the next will be, sworn in. But as far as the law is concerned, his disappearance has nothing to do with us for now until after May 29. And then go ahead, Dr. Dami.
No, I wanted to say that it's not really about an issue of law. That I don't think that's what most people who are talking about that they are referring to. But this issue of the norm, what should be the norm, or what should be acceptable to a society. For instance, when we talk about Trump, for instance, I like that connection. Trump, most times, it's not about breaking laws. It's just about the norms and establishing precedents that eventually the next people may decide to choose. For instance, the issue of showing us his taxes. Trump didn't do that, which has been tradition. It wasn't law. And if you look at what happened in Nigeria, debates, I think it was either Jonathan that was the first that refused to appear, or Obasanjo maybe appear for a debate. And we thought it was a joke. And subsequent presidents all decided, we don't care. And there's nothing you can do if you allow that. So I think the concern for me, and I think for most people, is about if we have an elected president, just disappear. And the next one can do the same thing. And I don't think, we have to, at a point, say this is what we want as a country, and we should try to make sure that, anyway, that's my take. And I think that's it.
You're right. Every society, create their own norms and ethics and, what's way that shape that society. Like the debate is not part of our electioneering, but we brought in him so that we'll be able to get to know the candidate better. But of course, the electorate want a platform that will bring that gap between the candidate and the electorate. So, but you're right. Sometimes when people break that norms, and not following the tradition, it's something that calls for question. But at the same time, if something is not actually entrenched in the law that has to be followed to the letter, to the details, sometimes they don't need to question it. I know some people asking the question from a moral ground that why should, of course, now that we have President elect, why should he, disappear on Nigeria? But to them, it's valid, but at the same time, it's nothing that says you have to hold that person accountable. He's still a private citizen, as far as I know.
Yeah.
And speaking of the passport that surfaces online, I've heard a lot of debate, and I went online to ask. I'm an American slash Nigeria, so I have dual nationality, right? So if tomorrow comes and I want to contest for Nigerian presidency, I can't because the Constitution allowed that, right? The fact that I acquire American citizenship, not by birth, but Nigerian citizenship by birth, qualify me to be able to vie for that seat. Now, the bone of contention now is the form that you feel to have contravened the law, so allegedly by the surfacing of that picture online. But that picture itself, the reason why I believe it's not admissible in court is that, let's say, as a private citizen, I want to sue him for perjury, right? If I present that picture in the court, the issuing government has to corroborate my submission that is officially issued to Bola Tinubu. If not, it will just be a photocopy, an ordinary piece of paper. So I understand that, of course, everything that has to do with Tinubu is always bringing controversy. But there are some things that we have to establish, and that is why when the topic was brought up at the Arise News, you know what? I watched Dr. Abati. He quickly pushed the topic away because he knew him being a lawyer. There's no way he can argue that in a court. And diplomatic passport is not issued to ordinary person. Sometimes people that are issued to it's a privilege granted by the legislative of the issuing country, and the president also facilitates that. But there are some people. Let me put it this way: that serve the interests of countries on behalf of the country or represent our country. Just like when you are serving as a military officer in the United States, they issue you official passport, not like a regular passport, for you to serve the interests of that country, probably maybe abroad. Now, when you are in that position, the government, in the government of that country can also grant you that privilege for that period of time. I heard a forefather, was it forefather, pointing to where it says nationality, Guinea. Yes, they cannot put Nigeria there. You know why? Because it's probably at that moment, I'm just, making things up now, not necessarily what happens. It might be that, the passport not necessarily the diplomatic or regular passport. But then, if it's serving the interests of Guinea at that moment, then that means automatically it becomes Guinea. There was a lot of stories online that shows that the former president of Guinea, Alpha Conde, and Tinubu were very close tight friends to the point that he helped him during the his election actually. So, and it is possible through that means that passport was issued to Tinubu. But then, if anybody is taking the case to court on the basis of perjury and what's being filled out in the form, I can tell you that there's no court in Nigeria as of today that is going to grant or allow or admit that evidence because it's just, except Guinea government also become part of, or called as a witness. And I don't think Guinea, whether military or civilian government in Guinea, will be want to involve in a Nigerian domestic issue at all.
All right, thank you.
Can I speak? Let me say something.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I and Adawale, I think we are the same philosophy when it comes to American politics. I'm just saying how things go, but when it comes to Nigerian politics, we're a little bit different in that regard, We are very much progressive because I've analyzed some American politics with him on few occasions, even on a different platform. But when it comes to Nigerian politics, from his analysis that I have followed, even in other platforms, this is just my personal opinion. I think you support us, so there's nothing wrong with it. So what am I trying to say? Because what Adewale is doing here is kind of stealing, about everything. He's trying to normalize everything. But when it comes to Trump, exactly, if there's a parallel about Trump and Tinubu, he's going to condemn Trump. But when it comes to Nigeria, everything about Trump is, is good. That's the kind of narrative he's painting here, kind of normalize everything that Nigeria has done. And when it comes to APC, I don't know if you're affiliated to APC, but from the narrative, this is just my personal opinion. There's nothing wrong with it, but the spinning, that's what you're just doing here. Okay, I'm going to call it spade a spade. You're normalizing everything. When we talk about passport and everything, it hasn't been authentic yet. Nobody knows whether the passport is, whether the passport is authentic or not. That I will say. But, see the way you spin it about, the government, forgery or not forgery. You're not a lawyer, in my own opinion, what I understand. But if you're a lawyer, you let me know. You try to present your opinion like a lawyer, nothing is going to happen, But let's be more realistic. The way I understood the passport, if it is true, now I'm not saying it's true because I don't have any evidence to authenticate it. That's for the panel in Nigeria to decide. I mean, there has to be a project because in the statement, if it is true now, I'm going to say that this is an alleged, and he signed that he never had a passport of any other country. Even at all, he has abdicated that passport. He should, the person will say, yeah, I've had this country passport, but I've abdicated the passport. Then you're not committing any forgery. But if that's the case, I mean, with my small lawyer experience, I'm not a lawyer. I will say that's he committed a forgery there. There's no doubt about it. You call a spade a spade. But anyway, having said that, I just want to get to my brother well on that. Let me go back to the composition of Tinubu transition. I just read a little bit about it. I don't know what the problem is. He has the right to pick, whatever his transition team is. It's not supposed to be made public, but in Nigeria, everything is wahala. When it comes to Tinubu, it is so mystery. That's the problem. I mean, right from everything about Tinubu is so mysterious. That's the problem. I don't know. Maybe that's what got him to this position. Everything about him. So when it comes to that composition, I mean, he has the right to pick anybody he wants. Whether I pick somebody, I didn't see any Southeastern Nigeria, but it doesn't make any difference to me. I mean, he's the president-elect, probably going to be the Nigerian president. So he has the right to pick whomever he wants, as the president. I don't have any quarrel with that. I mean, I've seen the composition. I just want to make a statement about that.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, man of prestige. I will now leave, but I want to thank everybody that joined me. Mr. Scribe, we take it from here. I know Forefathers is coming later. Uzo, welcome to the show.
The diamond is whenever I want to join the show, you're about to leave. Are you scared of me? Me, third time I'll have this. Whenever I got the show, and I hand it over to Mr. Scribe, our Forefather. When
I see only singlet, I always get scared, because the next thing is. Anyway, I'm sorry, it's not intentional. If you come early, that would be good. But anyway, thank you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow is very important. Professor Lumumba is joining us, so if you can make it. Thank you, everybody, and Mr. Okay.
Babu Doka, see you.
See you. Thank you.
Okay. I don't know if you want to continue with the topic.
Okay.
Or do we want to?
Let me continue. I call my name on the next in line to say something. My problem with the justice in just about also Prince of Peace. The two guys are here.
No longer Prince of Peace. He can't get here, man. Be very, very
careful. He can't get here, man. I'm not working to go to so he put now. So my problem is this. Let me start from our two Prince of Peace and Justice, though. I've been listening to you guys from the background. I've listened to Justice before. He doesn't want it. We that are like neutral, that are looking for a way out. And we hear people, IPOB and not IPOB. Only the way we want to conjoin, I can't tell the form, pay our dues. Now, Nakawa Kanama, they do a Rugausa. I'm a man, no. I'm not Wakawa Kanama, they room I have. I don't know. That's my own point. We should try to put it together.
Uzo, when you speak, you will translate.
Okay, I don't who ask me to translate. Actually, only onye tilulukowa ya ego lilu nne ya fụrụ ya more don't enter.
Please use or speak English. There are non-Igbos here, please, if you don't mind.
No. When we speak, we're just making some so we can laugh together. So my point is this: we that are from the Southeast, though, are from the IPOB. Sometimes we come online like this, we'll drag. I don't know what we are dragging for. We are all pursuing one a peaceful coexistence of the Igbo nations. Let's live in peace. Everybody live in peace. That's what we are pursuing. Nobody is pursuing a way to, unless somebody is pursuing a way to beat house or beat upstairs, I don't know. But what everybody is talking about from the whatever Igbo organization is peace in the community. So it had time we should leave all this. This I never do. When we come like this, we will talk under one umbrella. I know that Igbo, the way we reason, we are different from everybody. Is chief on his own compound. Nobody, you are chief on your own compound. The way we thank our committee stuff like this, we should be able to speak under one umbrella. Someone like me, that is not a member, that okay, what I'm seeing is not good. Where do I fall in? I can be able to say, okay, let me belong. On the way things are going, I don't even know where to belong anymore. That will be aside though. We should have to make it better. Next time, I'll ask the damages that he should make up a living, say IPOB dialogue. You guys should come here and dialogue. We listen. Then we can judge. Not another show. We can start throwing blows. If you want to make it IPO dialogue, every IPO member come here and tell us reason why this is bad, that is good. Let's listen to you. They make it an IPOB dialogue. Not that we are listening to IPOB people. End of the day, we can make our decision. Okay, what is right, what is wrong. But not in the middle of a conversation that benefits the country. Somebody will come and bring IPOB issues onto it. I don't buy that idea. And Mr. Adewale, my own point is this. You are saying a president-elect, he would also be holding responsible for anything. Guy, as that day they declared elect, he becomes responsibility of every Nigerians. But he's going to be a president the way it is. He becomes the responsibility. Now, 31, a month plus, nobody will know where our president-elect is. You say he lives in America. I imagine a president elect in America. Or to one moon, nobody knows where he is. No information, nothing. And you think that everybody keep quiet and just okay, he's not yet the president. No, he's not done that way. Let's call a spade. This guy be elected as the president. Yeah, people don't agree. But at the end of the day, he's going to be a president. We should know where he is. We should fish him out. We should smoke him out. Because he's not a public figure. He's not a president of 2 million plus people in Nigeria. Anything that happened to my brothers back there in Nigeria, you see responsibility right now. So we should know his whereabouts. So shorting out that we should know it's not any responsibility. No, it's not. By now, it's going to be like, okay, putting his everything together. Even to today, Garba was blaming Buhari failure on 6 months sick leave he took. After 8 years of Buhari administration, they are blaming his 6 months absence of sick leave on the issue of Nigeria. So tomorrow now, it means that tomorrow Tinubu will tell us that because it's not 1 month after he's elected, he was not able to constitute his cabinet, that's 1 month he spent outside the problem of Nigeria after 8 years of rule. Is that what they're going to face in the future? I don't think that this is going to work though. So let us be careful. Let us know that as he has said to do this work. The first day he picked up the phone, the first day he was elected, it's everybody's eyes and the eye of the ego. We're watching him. As we're watching him, we'll hold you responsible for it that happened to Nigeria. So my own point is this, man. Let us be careful. If the government if we accept him as our elected presidency, so he should also be there for everybody, not hide him. Nobody know where he is. I will say hashtag where is Tinubu. If you can make this hashtag where is Tinubu in Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, hashtag where is Tinubu, then he will come out and know where he is. But nobody is caring where he is. That's my own point. It's one of the
Thank you. Mr. Justice, I can see your hand up. I don't want us to drag this issue at all. Okay, I want us to move on. I crave your indulgence because I don't want us to go into this IPOB issue. I shared my screen. I just wanted to see what your opinions are about this thing that is making the rounds in social media. It appears to be the cut sheet of Festus Keyamu's house, and it's a really nice house. To be very honest, it's a really nice house. It's making the rounds now, and I believe this is the beautiful house.
But that's an old neighborhood. Now. It's an old neighborhood. That house is,
Ah,
is
okay, yeah,
less
you
than
live
that.
in Texas. You live in Texas,
Yeah,
so
I live there. It's an old neighborhood. This house is lesser than that. So let's not to the Listen, it's an
yeah,
old neighborhood.
it's an old
It's an
neighborhood.
old neighborhood.
Okay, so
It's
I
an
don't
old
know.
neighborhood.
How
It's
do you
not
guys see what do you guys that live in the US? What do you see this? It's all this information has been made public. What's your
guy,
perception about?
Mr. Scribe, you know how this place is. That house is nothing. Even a bartender will buy that house. Here.
Are you serious?
A bartender that work in the bar will buy that house.
Come on now, Ozo. Are you
But that's
serious?
something. We all know it. A stripper will buy that house.
Also, what are you saying? If you are working in America,
So
you
you
work
can't
also.
say that the house is
Listen,
313,000. You
a
can't tell me
stripper,
that
a
a
stripper,
bartender will
a
qualify for them
bartender,
to tell you
some
the house
bartender
is
make 1,000.
313,000.
A bartender make 1,000 every day. They will buy that house. And you know it. A
That
bartender
is
make
not
1,000
true.
every
That
day. They
is
will buy
not
that house.
true. Sir, that is not true. I've been in the real estate industry before. That is not true, sir.
Okay, wait.
Wait.
Is it
Scribe,
to
let's
buy
take this
house
thing
here?
one by
Is
one.
it how
Also,
much
you have
it
been
make?
talking. Also, you have been talking. Also, this thing you are saying is a
Yeah,
very wrong
it's
thing.
true. It's true. If you are making $1,000 every week, you can buy that house. It's mortgage.
But
If you have
in
a good credit, if you
America,
have a good credit, you
That's a
will
good
buy
credit.
that
Sir,
That's
house
it.
and maybe much more. It's all about your
but Kiamo
credit
is not
score.
living. Kiamo is not living. Kiamo is
I
not living in
disagree with
America.
you. Four
But
Kiamo
thousand,
is not
four
living.
Keyamo,
thousand dollars a
No,
month,
Keyamo,
we are talking as if it's a big
$4,000
deal.
a month.
Keyamo does not have a
Four
good
thousand dollars
credit.
a month cannot get you a $313,000 home in
It's a
America.
mortgage, my brother. If you
Yes,
spend,
it's a mortgage, but it's
listen,
not gonna get you.
Okay,
That
guys,
person
guys,
does not
guys, guys,
qualify
hold
guys.
on.
with a
One at a
good
time.
credit.
Wait. One at a time. Ike, na San Antonio, you have the floor.
Yeah, my thing is that what he said, I disagree. $4,000 a month will not get you a $313,000 home in
But
America
what if the
with
interest rate?
with
Sorry,
good
sir.
credit or bad credit.
Okay, what if the interest rate is lower? I know the interest rate is about
Even if
7%.
the interest rate is lower, he cannot get it because that
Okay,
mortgage,
what?
313,000 is about
No,
two
wait,
thousand dollars a
wait.
month.
Now let me play devil's advocate. What if, like he Uzo first said, he said somebody making a bartender making inclusive of tips $1,000 every day, and the person takes the cash and
Not
No,
put.
every
he
day.
didn't say every day, every week.
He said every day. No, it was Prince of Peace that said every week. Uzo said every day. So if he takes that maybe a lump sum of say 100,000 and makes a
Can
payment,
I
which
say
is
something? Do you know how much 1,000 every day, 5 days a week, multiply it by 25,
it's
multiply it
300
by
and
4
it's
weeks?
300,
Do
let's
you
say
know? Do you know how much?
365, 300, let's say the person, assuming the person works 365 days, is $365,000.
Can I
Assuming.
tell you something? No bartender in America, unless if you're an escort, make that much. Because remember, when you make that much, you have to file it on the income tax. And
But
for them to qualify you, your income tax will reflect on your income. What are
okay,
we talking about?
again, as San Antonio, I'm playing devil's advocate here, but you do know that there are people who there are no, in the media out there. There are stories that we've seen that where people wash money. They do make it legal. What if the person declares it as a gift?
But the point I'm telling you, as long as they file it on income tax, that's fine. If they file it on income tax. But what I'm trying to tell you is that a bartender that make $1,000 a month is not gonna claim it in income tax. I guarantee you that.
Okay. All right. Let's go to. Is there anyone else who wants to? Okay. We have some people that just joined. Let me just welcome them quickly.
Scribe, I want
Magdi,
to say
welcome.
something.
Augustine, welcome. We've been talking on a myriad of issues since today, so I'll just give you the options. Really quick recap. We've talked about where is Tinubu. We've talked about, I believe, the president-elect issues. I don't know if you've been following. And also, we've delved into IPOB a little bit. Yeah, you are free. You're welcome. We'll start with Maxi. You have the floor. Please go ahead. Maxi, we can't hear you. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Can you hear me now?
Excellent. Welcome.
Thank you so much, sir. I have not seen Dr. Damages. I came in late. I don't know, maybe he has gone.
He's not feeling well today, unfortunately.
I wish him a speedy recovery.
Amen.
Good evening to all of you and those that are listening to us and the comment section. I looked at the topic of today, exit, Buhari's exit. The forgiveness. I read about what he said. I would like to tell you people that the Major General Muhammadu Buhari that I know is a disappointment to the entire Nigerian people and the world, Africa and the world at large. He did not perform. Like I know him. I worked with him for about almost 1 year in Gamji. His house is very close to Yaradua if you are going to Racecourse Road in Kaduna. I expected much from him, but what I have seen for the past 8 years is nothing to write home about. Nigerians were killed mercilessly in large numbers, and they continue to kill them. People were deprived under his watch. So many Nigerians are in IDP camps. They are not fighting war in Nigeria, but they live in ID camps. I witnessed that in Sierra Leone. I saw that in Liberia. I saw some of it in Congo, in Sudan. But coming to Nigeria, for me, as a former military officer, it's an eyesore. He did not perform well. He did not deliver to the Nigerian people. I think that Nigerians are happy that he's leaving. And I don't think that is anybody that is happy with his performance. I'm coming to Festus Kiamu's house in the United States. $1,000 a day cannot buy you a house of $360-something thousand. It can't. You will pay taxes. You will feed yourself out of that $1,000 a week, a day. If they are not corrupt, a minister, it is only in Nigeria that a minister will travel out and acquire a building of $360-something thousand, and nobody, asks questions. And when you ask questions, they gag you. They call you a fool. And that is the Nigerian money. It is your oil money. It is your gas money. The tax you pay, that is what they loot to buy those houses abroad. Why can't they buy the same house in Nigeria? Why can't they build the same houses in Nigeria? But nobody talks. When you talk, they will call you an agitator. They will call you an enemy and someone who is trying to disrupt the democratic process in Nigeria. That is very, very horrible. And I stand here to tell you people that Nigerians, your destiny is in your hand. No matter how long it will take us to sit on the social media to speak about the ills of the democratic principles in Nigeria, it won't help Nigerians. The poor people in Nigeria, every now and I'm in Ghana. My father is a Ghanaian. My mom is an Igbo woman. People calls, irrespective of how bad our economy is in Ghana, people call you to ask for money. It is not good. Nigeria is a country that is sufficiently endowed. Nigeria, if the resources and the human resources in Nigeria is properly managed, I don't think anybody will engage in japaism. People from Europe will come to Nigeria. It happened before In the 70s and in the 80s, it happened. People were coming to Nigeria to study, to live, because of the democracy that you people were enjoying us at that time. What happens today? Why are we not asking questions? Why all these things are happening today? That Nigerians are now running through Agadez to cross the Mediterranean Sea in order to look for greener pastures abroad. Why? People set a plane at Murtala International Airport today. Half of Nigeria will vanish from that country because the leaders we have in Nigeria, people that have no vision, people that cannot deliver, people that will loot and always ask you to call them masters. We suffered from imperialist government in the past. Today, the same bureaucratic imperialist system is what these people are using some of our politicians to, to do to our people. They are ruling us. These imperialists are ruling us by proxy, using our people. Your destiny lies in your hand. I was here when they were campaigning for PVCs. Today, where is the PVC? Is the PVC now the PVCs? Are they now have they given you succor? Solace? Have you found solace in PVC? These people will continue to do what they want to do and what they know how to do best, as long as you give them the opportunity to do that. I enjoy. Look at me. I am in my farm. This is bush. This is bush. This place is bush. If you look around, there is light everywhere. Ghana has, irrespective of how bad our economy is, we have 24 power supply on daily basis, 24/7. That cannot happen in Nigeria. My mom, a citizen of the United States, came to Nigeria, Abia State. She couldn't stay there because it took them about 200 and something thousand to power a gen set that she's supposed to use. What the government's supposed to provide for the people is not there. We cannot refine petroleum products, crude oil that is found on our ground with 4 refineries. We cannot. You take your raw materials, you send them abroad, you refine them, you pay shipment, you pay everything. You bring it back and you sell it to the people at higher rate. If there is any country in the world that's supposed to benefit from what God has given to you, those people are Nigerians. And that is why I cannot vouch for the continuation of that country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much,
God
Maxi.
continue to bless you people for what you are doing.
Thank you for your service as well. You remain one of those people who unsung heroes of defending Nigeria. So we don't take that lightly. Thank you so much. Augustine, welcome to the show. We've talked about Buhari apologizing.
I think I was here. I also gave
you were okay. Maybe I didn't see you. So you have the floor, sir. Go ahead.
So I just came online. I was doing something. I just came online to talk about Festus Keyamo's house. Really, I don't know. The most important thing is, when was the house bought? That's the first thing. Because let's try this way. Festus Keyamo earns $15,000 without, let's make it $15,000 without tax. Let's say there's no tax. So therefore means in 1 year he'll be 150,000. Sorry, in 10 months it's 150,000. In 1 year it's 180,000. If you need to multiply it by 3 years or by 4 years, we know how much it should be without tax. But we know that there will be taxes for everything. But let's just assume that this was in Naira, $50,000 in Naira without tax. So the point now is, when did he buy the house? And there's one point we forget that. I'll speak from 2 sides first. We forget that politicians, they are workers, they are employed, so they pay them. Maybe they pay the ministers, pay the president. The president is being paid. He's a civil servant, so they can make money. But they don't tell us what they don't tell us how their money keeps on accumulating. I came with 100 Naira. In the next 10 months, this is what I have. This is what I have, and it keeps on going. And according to, I don't know, I have not looked at that document very closely. Some school of thought says that this house was bought approximately 1.5 years to 2 years after he became minister. If that is the case, then there is cause for concern. There is a cause for concern. Because, yes, it's true. Somebody is astute, somebody is assiduous in his work, can buy that house. $350,000 is large money. But some people can work here and buy the house, even with cash, pay everything upfront. But you need to work over some years. You don't need to just hit at a time. So you work over some years. So, and moreover, I don't know. The last time I was trying to look at some pay, the last time I look at some how much basic salaries of some public office holders, all these small councillors and the rest, and all those people as you keep on moving ahead. The truth is that if you want to look at the basic salary of politicians based on the constitution, it's not that much. It's not like extremely beautiful and extremely big. It is just those corruption that makes it not extremely large. So if you want to go with their basic salary, it may not even be up to $15,000 a month. That's the point. So that's where you have serious cause for concern. And if you ask me, on a normal day where we have a society that is working, these are the things you need to look into. How did you get the money? How did you buy these things? So based on my own point of view, Festus Keyamo can buy a house, but when did he buy it? Is he immediately became a minister? If that's the case, then there is some hand of corruption in it. That's just my own take on it.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're going to switch the topic. I don't want us to dwell too much on.
Can I speak on that? Just a minute.
Okay, just 1 minute. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think everybody's missing the point about Festus Keyamo. Augustine has properly stated, he made some valid point in reference to that. He's making like about 1,500. He can't come here and buy a house under credit. He can't do that. Most of the houses Nigerian politicians buy, they pay cash. I'm privy. I live in California, but I'm privy to go to Florida all the time. But not Florida, which is Jacksonville, and Central Florida, which is Orlando area. There's a lot of Nigerians. Most of the houses, apartments in Orlando, go visit Orlando. They are owned by Nigerian politicians. So all these houses they're talking about Festus Keyamo, that's nothing. That's the chicken chain compared to what Nigeria lavish in America. The kind of house they buy, 360. Of course, we know he couldn't just have afforded by just making his $1,500, $1,500 a month from Nigeria. There's no way. But Festus Keyamo, we're talking about it's very minimum. If that's the only house he has or whatever during his when he was when he was in power or whatever portfolio he had about that time, that's nothing. I'm telling you, compared to other people, you're not to look at other. Go to Orlando and see most of the houses, apartments in Orlando. They're owned by Nigerians from north to south to west. All the politicians own the house. I can start naming them right now. I'm familiar with some of them, but that's not important. I just want to make sure, say we are missing the point. That's nothing, okay? Compared to Nigeria, other Nigerian politicians, the house they own, in overseas. That's all I have to say.
Scribe, I want to say something. This is where I have some problem. We always try to make Nigeria look like it's a normal society or it's a normal country whereby you can make analysis and it work. We all know that Nigeria is not a normal society. We all know that what Nigeria can produce is people like Keyamo. I don't know why we always have this argument. We know that Keyamo salary cannot earn him a house in America. Even if somebody earn $1,000 every day in America, everybody who lives in America knows the process of acquiring a house. Even a Trump cannot buy a house cash with all his money. He needs a financing company to do that. But we know that all these our politicians, they come here and they pay money cash because
What part of the world do you live?
I live in America. I live in America.
What part of America, if you don't mind me asking?
I live in Nevada.
Nevada.
Yes.
Do you agree that you can pay cash for a house?
You can pay cash, but the way America operates make it easy for people to acquire a house under credit and mortgage. Do you understand? That's what I'm saying. So it make it easy for you to do other things while you are earning that your amount of money.
Second question I have is that Festus Keyamo is a very, very successful lawyer before politics.
No. Let's see.
He can also, wait now, you don't know his affiliations. You can, for example, if you look at that court sheet, you can clearly see that, he bought it with the help of some Savannah, something like that. So there are many ways. The point I'm trying to make is that there are many ways to acquire a house. So,
anyway,
you might want to.
Let me agree. Let me say, okay, I know you are playing, like you said, you are playing a devil advocate. Continue. But the truth of the matter is that
it's only for balanced conversation.
Can I add something?
It's only for a balanced conversation.
You are playing a devil advocate. That's what you said. So I agree with you. So, but what I'm trying to, the priest, wait. But the thing I want to tell you is that if at this our age, they are still carrying us in our back and sleeping with our mothers, I don't know when they're going to stop, because we know these criminals. I call them criminals, and they will not stop till we stop them. So all this our grammar here is not going to stop them till we stop them.
Okay, I'm good. I wanted to take you on that, but I just want to leave that for now.
Mr. Scribe, can I comment on that one?
Okay, Adewale, you can go ahead. Then
Scribe,
I'll go to the priest.
Scribe, my hand is up. My hand is up, please.
After Adewale, the priest, and then Mr. Magzi. Oh, and then Wada Ungozika. I will come to you.
I can go ahead.
Yeah, please go ahead, Adewale. Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
I think the greatest sin any Nigeria commit is to join politics and be part of or seek for public office. Keyamo was a successful lawyer, like you said, before he joined politics. And for those who argue that there's no way his salary as a minister could afford any housing outside Nigeria, I want to tell you guys, a lot of Nigerians that own houses in America and they are paying monthly, they have a way of doing that. I have a family member that does that as well. So regardless of the price of the house, there's no law that says you cannot own a house outside Nigeria, even though if you're a public office holder. But you just have to declare, that you own this property. But politicians are susceptible to corruption, right? Because nobody trusts anybody in Nigeria. But that is private. If you own a house, of course, it's no longer private now, it's in the public domain for us to be able to know that you own a house in America. But anyone can own a house in America, regardless of his status, whether you're a public office holder or you're a private person. But some of these lawyers, especially Keyamo, was once a lawyer to the entire agency. That's to tell you, and these people don't charge, chicken change. They are rich. They are worthy. I mean, for you to have even involved at the national level in politics, that means you have something to dole out. So we shouldn't. But the fact that he's a politician already made him successful too. That's why these questions are arising. But nevertheless, he can afford it. I can bet you on that one.
Yeah, I think he can. Exactly. I think it's not. Well, he's a public of the main reason we're flogging this horse is because he has taken up public office. So, Priest of Peace, if you have something to say, please, you have 1 minute.
Okay. First of all, the area that I'm living in Ohio, you see that kind of house, you can buy that kind of house, $100 and something thousand. Yes. And anybody that is earning a good living, $1,000 every week with a good credit can pay a mortgage on that house and pay it off if he wants to pay it off.
Sorry, for a house what? Sorry to cut you. For a house worth of 313,000.
I said that kind of house that I see there is about.
What is the value of the house? Scrap. Can you put the picture back on?
That's what I'm saying. The value of that house that I'm seeing, that I saw.
Okay,
no. What is the official value?
But wait 1 second. We're going to go to Realtor School now. So those who know about real estate, come
No,
out.
put it,
Because that's
put
where
it,
this is
put the
going.
picture back on. Let's see the value of the
That is
house.
where this thing is going. Hold
But
on.
why are we here talking about somebody's
I'm
a
still
man
saying
like
something
me
that people are
who has
supporting
a
me short.
boss?
Can I
Kind of
finish what
man.
I'm saying?
Okay, go ahead. Continue what you're saying.
Yeah.
Then
So
we'll come back to this.
For Kiyamo, he can buy that because he had taken some high profile cases with EFCC and all that. The ones he won and the one he couldn't win in the court of law. So he was paid well. So for me, he could buy that house cash, or he could also buy that house, maybe with mortgage or something. He will be paying, according.
Oh no. Okay. I think you are changing cell tower right now. So anyways, let's just quickly
This house, he bought these houses, while he entered into politics. Then there will be a question mark. I can't really see the whole stuff, but it's okay. Okay, I'm trying to see. Yeah. So
go ahead.
yeah. So that's $350 something thousand.
No,
Yeah.
that's the no, wait. This is the assessed value. So the property taxes, this is the value at which the property taxes will be calculated. If you look at that's the value, the assessed value with the municipality or the government, right?
Everything.
So that's the assessed value. But what the papers say that he bought it, or it's alleged that it was bought for 320. So this section here is just only trying to tell us what the assessed value with the municipality is. So please go ahead. So I'm just trying
Yeah.
to.
So what I'm saying in essence that the probability for him to buy that house is 100%.
Yeah, he can buy.
Regardless. But
I'm
coming
busy.
for an average person who is doing a legitimate job, earning an income of $1,000 every week, can save money for 5 years and put something down, 10,000, 20,000. If he can save that money, I put down $10,000, $20,000 down, he can buy that house. 300,000 plus house, he can buy it. So where I
Mr.
live,
Scott,
Okay,
where
all right.
I
Let me
live,
tell you,
Mr. Scott,
guys.
Prince of
where
Peace.
I live,
Prince
that
of
house
Peace,
is
Okay, Prince of Peace, your 1 minute is over. Thank you very much.
Mr.
Prince
Scott,
of Peace.
Mr.
I'm here
Scott,
in Houston. He bought this out in Houston. I'm here in
Mr.
Houston. Let me
Scott.
tell you. With 7,000 monthly, all right, 50,000 down payment, you get a house. You get a house
Okay,
of
all right.
315,000
Okay,
with a
thanks.
good credit of 750 or
Adewale,
720.
can you wrap
I've
up?
seen it. Can you
Yeah.
take it down? I think
Okay.
we are not violating any
No,
rules
it's
here
public.
because
As far as I know, I'm not violating any.
no, we don't want
by
the show to be
this
flagged because it
If Google the
contains
address of that house, will come out. Google the
the
address, will come
address.
out.
His address is feasible on that paper, and we
There-
don't
there
want.
is no-
Google it, you get the host information.
Come on, man. This thing is downloaded. It's public information. It's
Yeah,
downloadable.
No,
just
I'm
Google the
There's
address. You get
nothing,
Google the address.
there's nothing wrong about that. This is
It's
public
on the
information.
MLS.
I deal with real estate. It's a public information. There's no
It's public
violation, my
information.
brother.
It's on the
the
MLS.
the
It's on the
county
MLS.
the
So
count the
there's nothing
county
wrong
the
with sharing the information. We can
well
find it.
it's just to be guided. That's the reason why I call
Yeah,
for
that's
that. But
fine.
I
That's
think
fine.
the county
Mr.
the
Scrub,
the county where that house is located is beginning to blossom. It's beginning to
Open
not
up.
like a yes. So the value of that house itself is kind of like mind blowing at 399. With $1,000 depends on your down payment. Your down payment will have to be huge. Compared to the interest rate now. I think the interest rate is still at a 6 point something percent.
No, they give
So
5.99 right now.
at
Good
that
interest
No,
rate,
rate.
there's no way.
it's about 6 points.
So that
Yeah.
rate, there's no way.
Yeah.
And God knows about your APR. There's no way your mortgage will be 1,000 every
Okay.
month. You're talking
Thank you
about
very much.
$3,000.
Thank you, guys. I want to wrap up. Come on. Maxi, talk to us. Where are you
th- th-
in this matter?
thank you so much, Mr. Scribe. You see,
Yeah.
aren't we forgetting something here? Where is the morality here? Where is the morality here? can't Nigerian politicians develop Nigeria in such a way that Americans will come and buy a house in your space? Why will you go to a developed nation? The people toil with their blood to develop the place the way it is. Yeah. They made it the way it is that people can come over there to buy houses. Why is it that Nigerians, is it an abomination that Nigerians cannot develop their place and make it enabling for people to come in and buy houses in your places, my people? So that the annual rate I saw on a publication online, the annual rate, what we call a property rate yearly, is about $8,000+. That is what Kiamu is paying to the American government. Do you know how much that 8,000 plus would what it would do in Nigerian economy on yearly basis? But he's paying it to the United States, and we are here flogging this issue. Immorality is immorality. Corruption is corruption. As a minister, the time he became a minister, Mr. Scribe, did he declare his assets? Did he declare his assets so that you will know how much this man is making on daily basis and how we can judge him for any property that he is going to acquire in the process of becoming a minister or after his ministerial, appointment? I know in the UK, if a parliamentarian in the United Kingdom, where I stayed for a while, buys a Range Rover of about 65 to 70,000 pounds, he will be queried. He will be queried in the United Kingdom. And these are the people. The United Kingdom gave us in democracy. They support what is going on in Nigeria. People are flagrantly abusing the processes in that country, and we are here, moralizing it. I don't buy that, my people.
Okay.
Nigeria can never be better if we continue to do this to our people. I suffered for Nigeria. If I tell you how much they pay me as pension, you will weep. I fought 5 different wars in that country for Nigeria. If I tell you how much they pay me on monthly basis as pension, you will weep. But that is a country where a national security advisor will embezzle $2.something billion. And nobody. Till today, for more than 5 years, the case is again in the court. That is a country where $16.something billion was invested, allegedly was invested in power, but you have no power. I would have loved that we will speak on whether Kiamu declared his asset and what he had before he became a minister. Then we will know how to do about these things. Thank you, my people.
Thank you very much, Maxi. Ngozika, you have the floor.
So, 2 things quickly. I went up when the topic about the presidential transition committee was up, and I wanted to say something quickly. I want to say 2 things about that. The person that is nominating people for the transition committee, where is he? That's number 1. It's been overflogged by seeing that. Then number 2, the thing with propaganda is if left unchecked, it becomes to a large extent the truth many people hold to be true. I find it funny and really disconcerting that the same party that flew a Muslim ticket suddenly, in the space of weeks, turned the issue on its head and is accusing another candidate that has a balanced ticket of ethnic of reason of religious division, and bigotry. And you see that play out in the transition committee nominee list. These are the same people that are constantly saying Obi is playing the tribal card, even when he is not. The man has publicly said it several times. Don't vote me because I'm Igbo. Vote for me because I'm competent. Yet whenever he says that, they just put a hand in their ear and go, la 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 la, you can't talk to us. And only remove their hand from their ears when he's done talking. They won't say that one. The man is a Christian, his VP is a Muslim. But somehow these people with their loud mouth have managed to convince themselves and some other people that it is the people who have a Christian Muslim ticket that are the ones that are trying to divide us along religious lines. The same people who now made up a committee that are mostly, every single one on that committee, I did not see a single Igbo name. I did not see a single Igbo name on the list of that nominee. Are the ones trying to convince us that Obi is playing the tribal card. I mean, it's insane. And then the second thing I wanted to clear is my little, I went off a bit earlier, and I want to say this. Two things. It's not the question that got me going. I answered the question. I refused to do so on Mr. Justice's terms. He wanted facts. I told him he had facts. He asked a question and I answered it. And then he went about, what about this? What about that? The whole whataboutism was what he hyped me. He was playing by a script I know most of his kind do. You answer a question, they go, what about this? What about that? And what about this? And then he came on the private chat and asked the question. I'm making this public so that we're clear on something. He said, Ngozi said on this show that the result of her polling unit was correct. That means there was no rigging. And I replied him, I said, I traveled yesterday. I was not kidnapped. Does that mean there's no kidnapping in Nigeria? Can you go to Benue State and tell them, oh, because somebody in the Ngozi traveled yesterday and she was not kidnapped? That means all the things you people are saying here about kidnapping is wrong. And I made that clear in the comment section. And coming back to Mr. Keyamo's house or no house, I like Mr. Vince's submission, even though I think somebody already clarified that he declared that before he became minister. If he did, that is one issue aside. That means it's not hidden. About whether or not he could afford it, that is an entirely different topic. But what I stand with, which Mr. Vince said, is the morality of it all. The divide between the rich and the poor in Nigeria is so gaping. And you have people that claim to have public interest at heart, buying luxury homes that they do not even live in. You have somebody living and working in Nigeria, owning a home in the US, and we see nothing wrong with it. It's just normal rhetoric. Is his money, is his money. There's nothing wrong with it. A public officer, sir. He's a public officer.
I'm just playing.
But the guy is not a jobless man. We all know him. He's a legal prosecutor. He's not a jobless man like every other priest. He's a he's not a jobless man. We don't know that. We all know this. We hate him now because he's working for APC. When he was not working for APC, he was a good guy. He persecutes everybody. But now we hate him because of APC. He was a successful man. So let's call it PSP.
Please round up. Sorry. I just wanted to make that small point that it's not, in my opinion, it's just because he's a public officer. That's what makes it. That puts a question mark on it.
That is the crux of the matter now.
Wait. Even as a public officer. Even as a public officer, as long as he can justify that he came from, means that are not connected to his influence or anything like that, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it.
And that is exactly, we are saying the same thing, Mr.
Housing is a basic.
He's not going to justify anything. There is no accountability in this country. He's not going to justify anything. And if you say anything about that house, you're a hater. You cannot even ask questions. You're a hater, straight up. You're a hater. You hate him. You're the bad guys. You are tricking eyes in his money. Why are you tricking eyes in his money? He's not a human being. Just by asking questions. I keep saying it. Is in Nigeria, we claim we want a society that works, but if Nigeria starts to work, people they go prison, like say they go shit come out.
Okay.
You're not ready.
Okay, all right. Ngozika, you know, I've learned something being on this platform that people, your Gen Z people, your generation, we don't have to mess with people. We have to respect you people. So,
Mr. Scarf, which generation are you? Which
I
generation
am
are
not
you?
Gen Z.
which generation?
I
So you
am
cannot
not
have my
Gen
age.
Z.
Mr. Scarf,
I am
which generation are
millennial.
you? You
Yeah,
have to
Paul,
name which generation are you?
look at our generation. We're here now.
Which generation?
I am not Gen Z.
Look
I'm millennial.
at this old man.
Gen Z is 2000 Abi. I'm not Gen Z. I'm millennial.
Okay,
I
you are
beg. Don't
millennial.
lump.
Okay,
Don't
no
lump me
problem.
in with those people. I beg. Their head is not correct. Don't lump
I
me
don't
in
know.
with them.
I don't know now. I don't know. I made a mistake. I apologize.
Okay. Gen
Paul,
Z
welcome.
is from 2000.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay, no problem.
Thank you, Mr. Scribe. So,
Mr. Paul,
Mr. Scribe,
welcome. Wait.
thank you.
Let me welcome Mr. Oti. Mr. Oti, welcome. Mr. Oti came before you. Or is it you that came
No, I
before?
came before him.
Okay.
Hello. Yeah. Good evening, everyone.
I apologize, Mr. Oti. Let
That's
Mr.
okay. Paul, go ahead.
Paul.
I
Let
actually
Paul go ahead, please. Paul, please.
I'm
You have
quite
the floor.
happy still listening.
Paul, you have the floor. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So, my take is that I see when previously I'm on duty, hiding here and there, keep listening here and there. So, I see when people keep talking about Buhari, father come from Niger, and it hurts me when people say things like that. Even some of them that said it even said his mother is in Nigeria. A good percentage of us, if not 90% of us in this platform, we all live in diaspora. A good percentage of us also have our kids in the diaspora. Are you telling us now that our kids don't have anything? Of us also have our kids in the diaspora in Nigeria. I'm getting the feedback. I don't know where it's coming from.
Go ahead. I'm working on it. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Are you telling us that our kids can't go back to Nigeria and have anything because we have our kids here, even when the Constitution spell it clear? Their parents is from Nigeria. Can't they have anything as in Nigeria? I think it's wrong. No matter how we want to demonize Buhari, that aspect of it, I don't think it works very well. That is wrong. Then also talking about Kiamo and the house. Truth be told, very many of us here, every one of us, if I'm not making assertion to that, knows very clearly that Kiamo is a successful lawyer. That house, to somebody who live in Nigeria, probably may see that house to some extent like a luxury home. That house is what man of prestige will tell you very well. It's called single family home. That is the house I'm living here right now. This house that I'm talking to you. So if you guys want me to do video round, I'll turn the video. You guys will see it. That is the house I'm living. See this my face. This my face will look like native fowl. Now the house where they live. My brother, that house is not luxury house. It's normal house. It's not anywhere near luxury home. It's not anywhere. If you are talking about luxury home, you are talking within the tune of close to $1 million or $1 million plus. That house is very, very cheap. That's in Yoruba call Okpo.
Old neighborhood for that matter.
It's not anywhere. You people can go and check the price of a house anywhere around. That house is very, very cheap for that price and every other thing. And Texas on its own again, property in Texas again, is also very cheap.
Cheap,
You
yeah.
understand? We are not talking places like New York.
In California, that house will have
California, or my city, Phoenix, Arizona, the 5th largest city in America. We are not talking that kind of city, talking about Uzonovers. I don't the Texas, they break you down, say you did Texas. So please, let's leave that part. It doesn't really, the house thing is not so much of a big deal. Let's bring Kiamu down when he makes mistake. But talking about our house, we are distracting ourselves. The type of salary that Kiamu earn as a salary earner, it's enough for him to even pay the mortgage. It's enough as a salary earner. It's enough for him to pay the mortgage.
Yeah,
I know guys who
about real estate.
Just let me finish my own. I know guys who live. I know guys who live in Nigeria. I know guys who live in Nigeria who have good jobs and everything. They buy property here. Maybe some of us don't know. Ngozika, you can buy property here. You can buy property, but the clause that you buy the property for the purpose of business as a foreigner. Simply mean you rent the property. if you are not paying cash, because that's how you convince the mortgage company to pay your mortgage. You understand? If you are not, but if you are to live there, you can buy the property. But if you also want to do mortgage, like we do, buy for 30 years, 20 years, 15 years, you, Ngozika, you can buy. Or the only thing that is expected from you is that you going to rent it. So that's how you convince them that you can be able to pay the mortgage. So we don't even know whether he's doing mortgage or pay cash. But before now, every one of us know Kiamu. It's not one way to go push and start. I bet they call it charge and pay lawyer.
Paul,
Yeah.
one second there. Let's look at this video real quick. And also on the cut sheets, there isn't any thing to suggest that there's a lien or there's a people of interest. So I want to say that there appears not to be any mortgage on that house. It looks like he paid for it cash from the cut sheet.
Okay.
Because
Yeah,
normally
I said both parts.
The cut sheet will tell you if there's a lien. You know, for example, if you buy HVAC or on a plan, right? They'll put a lien on the house and things like that. When we looked at the cut sheet, there wasn't anything like that. So it suggests that he paid for the thing outright, cash.
Obviously.
And
That's
there's
what
nothing. And the point
I kind of said both sides of it. That in terms of mortgage, or even if there's no mortgage, still that property is not that expensive.
Okay.
It's not that expensive. You understand? Come on, the position of a minister, Festus Keyamo owns his chamber for a very long time. He's been a successful lawyer. You understand? So buying those type of property, I don't see any big deal and every other thing. And you remember, these guys are smart. Festus Keyamo might want to buy a property here and there and sell one of his property or two properties in Nigeria and use like a proof, because of also why they're also investigating you as a foreigners. I've done those type of things with so many people in Nigeria. You understand? They contact me in terms of buying properties and every other thing. So you want to show good proof, like if you are in Nigeria, you are making 200,000 naira, 300,000, 500,000. How do you show proof that you can pay this money? Okay. So people make all those type of proof that I sold my property in Nigeria.
Paul, let me ask you.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. Don't you think that, like in America, they have what they call living trust, family trusts, or you can buy a house in a company? Don't you think it was a little, for somebody of that level of intelligence, like Festus Keyamo, don't you think he was ill-advised, or maybe he never thought through it that, you know, if let's say he bought this in a living trust, since he paid cash, if I was advising him, I would say, yeah, buy it in a living trust. That way you don't technically own the property. You only control it as a trustee. Or if you could have done it through creating a company in America, which foreigners can create companies, as I know in the state of Nevada, and then you can use that and buy the property. What do you think? Isn't that
Mr. Scribe, another aspect? Mr. Scribe, another aspect of it that you haven't even said. Remember, they are trying to change it now, but it's still there. The old way is still there. With $500,000 as an investment, that can give you green card.
It can give you green card, yeah. True.
I hope you know that. Please? So people do different things, you understand, to get paper and every other thing. But for Keyamo to be living there, I don't really know. Okay. Sir, you can go ahead.
All right. Sir, before Chief Oti, you have the floor. Go ahead.
I don't. What really is what's the subject?
No, so today we can comment. You can comment on any of the topics that we've had. We started the day with talking about Buhari's apology to Nigerians. After that, we asked the question, where is Tinubu? Talked a little bit about some other things, insecurity in, I think, Benue State. And then we dabbled a little bit on the IPOB situation. I believe if you were following, I think this has been a summary of today. So you can pick any of them of your interest at this point.
I think I would rather maybe allow Chief Okoro to carry on, and when
that's fine. Chief Okoro, you have the
floor, kind of make a contribution at some points.
Okay, that's fine. That's totally fine. Yeah. Chief Okoro, you have the floor.
Yeah, just wanted to mention about the real estate. You can live in Nigeria and own a house in the United States. Yeah.
Chief Okoro, I'm going to have to mute you because you have YouTube in the background and it's echoing. could you please turn off your TV set or your other computer? And so that way it's not echoing. Thank you, sir. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, let's see. Let's try.
Okay, I said you can live in Nigeria and buy a house in US. I sell that every day. All you need is somebody with a good credit to back you up when you go to the bank. So you have somebody like your wife, your sister living over here, can go with you and put the down payment down, and then they'll do the mortgage. And after 1 year of payment, then they can pass the deed to your name. A lot of Nigerians do that. I own over 3-4 houses here. I work here in New York. Buying a house is not that difficult. You just have to learn to pay your bills. You have to be able to pay your bills on time.
Okay, what's your opinion about buying houses in corporations, family living trust, and things like that? Don't you think it would have been a more intelligent move from a senior advocate of Nigeria?
When people talk about living trust and family listing, you have to understand that you have to know how much you have and what the mortgage company is willing to deal with you. Everything depends on the mortgage.
Sorry, sir. He paid cash. That's the context within which I am entering into that.
Everybody said he paid cash. I don't think he paid cash.
It appears there is no from the cut sheets, from the property cut sheets. There isn't any
cash.
There isn't any mortgager or whatever the language is that has put a lien on that property.
But you get to put a lien only when you don't pay. When you owe, that's when they put a lien.
No. Okay, maybe I'm looking at
sorry. If I may come in, actually,
please educate me.
Right.
Maybe I'm using the wrong term. Please educate me. Please go ahead.
Once you get a mortgage, there is no lien. The lien is there when you don't pay.
No, sorry. Sorry, sir. Well, what you call lien, maybe in America, but it's actually a mortgage or a charge. Okay.
Yes.
So you buy a property on a mortgage. In other words, the bank or the mortgage company will put a charge on it. So it's not when you don't pay. In other words, you've borrowed money. So that is the then the company that lent you the money has to put a charge on it. As a security for the money they're giving to you. So nothing to not paying is something different. So the moment you buy a property on a mortgage, you keep on paying. You pay them. You pay the company, so a regular payment until you come to the end term of the loan.
Exactly.
Yes.
So you would know when you see of course the conveyance, if or the title deed, and then of course the mortgage. So the whole thing happens when you buy the property. Okay. So because
the title deed.
Mm-hmm.
When you're dealing with the title deed does not have anything to do with the mortgage.
No. Sorry.
Does not have anything to do with the mortgage. Sir.
No, but listen. Sorry, excuse me, sir. I do this, okay?
I do this for a living.
Hold on, listen to me.
I do this for a living.
Why are you dragging on somebody else's property, though?
I think everybody's saying the same thing.
Wait, Dikoru, please. I'm going to have to mute. Okay, Oti, you have the floor, please. Go ahead.
I'm in the UK, and I'm a solicitor, so I deal with properties, okay?
Excellent.
So, title deed, we call it a transfer. Well, title deed, and then of course you register it. So the process of registration, the charge has to be there. Are you with me? So that somebody buy that property, we see that there's actually a charge, and you have to discharge the charge if you're selling it on.
Release it.
This is I don't know in the US if it is different.
It's the same.
But it's the same. So I don't know. We don't call it a lien. It's something different. It's a different legal.
No, the language of me using. Okay, I apologize.
Yeah, it's something different. It's called it a charge or a mortgage. Okay.
It's in the family of languages.
They put it in your house. They say it's a charge. What they put it in your house, know what that means.
Sorry. Wait. We can't have two people talking at the same time. Sorry, let me just say that my use of that term is in the same context of what Miss Barrister Oti has put forward. Now, maybe I stand corrected if it's not sufficient.
Let me tell you what alien means.
It's not that bad, Mr. Scribe.
It's a living concept. So alien is, for example, I mean, if it's kind of a security. Maybe now I've done work for you, okay? Okay, so for a solicitor, for example, may have done some, acted for you, right? And then the papers, right, which belong to the client, and but because the client is it hasn't paid the solicitor, and then the solicitor would keep those papers, okay, as a kind of a lien until that his bill is paid. So that is
just like the way you buy your car, you don't have the title till you finish making your car notes, then they send you your title. It's just the same thing.
It's these are kind of different legal, maybe concepts. Maybe you're talking about a lease, a hire purchase, and all that. But a lien is something different. A charge, you're talking about the property, real property as against personal property. So, but
thank you so much. No, my use of that language is totally in line with everything that you explained. So I maybe if I used it and then in the UK or in America it's something different, I apologize.
Sorry, and if I may allow me, maybe I'm not gonna take time, but this whole discussion about mobile and property and all that, I'm just what is the relevance? When you consider what's going on in our country, and then we're talking about this transition, maybe swearing the president that has done everything against the constitution of the country. I'm talking about the process of him coming to or being pronounced the winner of election. This is a kind of really serious. The country is facing a serious situation, a possible constitutional crisis, and then the discussion about a minister buying a property in the US. To me, it's really it's that's what I would consider distraction. It's the energy invested in having this kind of discussion. I don't anyway, but yes, to me, this whether he buys it cash or what does it matter? When you consider the amount of money that is stolen by people in power in Nigeria, what is that? What is the significance?
No, the only thing is, on this platform we try to discuss matters arising. This is one of the matters that came up.
Okay, sure.
So the way the discussion then goes, sometimes I must confess it can extend, and we don't want to infringe on people's right to express how they see things. So sometimes someone starts something. In this case, it was me, and then people then interpret it in their own way, and it takes time. So it's not at all. This is how they say. So it's in the nature of this kind of show. That
kind of a side show.
Exactly.
Okay, I get it. I get it. But okay, look, there's something Paul said, and I wanted to kind of respond to that, and that was when he was somebody about Buhari. Okay, he was Paul expressed some kind of surprise, disappointment that Nigerians, this question that Buhari, the father coming from Niger and the mother from I think what you missed there is maybe the context of that discussion, because I've been here at the background listening. So I think people that raise that as a concern, our now soon to be ex-president coming from Niger, the father, maybe in a border from there's nothing wrong with that, but the thing is this: the issue for me is this: this guy elected president of Nigeria, okay, and what business has he, maybe kind of spending taxpayers' money, okay, in Nigeria? Nigeria is different from Nigeria, okay, so it doesn't have, it doesn't earn any, as far as his office is concerned. It shouldn't show any kind of, is it generosity or extend largesse, spend Nigerian money in Nigeria what is the basis for that? What's the constitutional authority for that? So I think people should be will be justified to feel aggrieved, that such a thing will be happening. And again, when you think about it in broader terms, why? How? Is there anything about like accountability, a budget? Can a president, a governor, I just decide to do something, spend money? I don't know.
Checks and balances.
Checks and balances. The budget. Mm-hmm. Okay, so now what this has happened in Nigeria. Sometimes I don't. Okay, I'm a president, and therefore I can decide to build something. Spend billions, buy vehicles for whoever. How is that provided for?
If you recall, all these things were I think the train tracks went through the National Assembly and they approved it. So how
about the vehicles? How about
Mr. Scribe, you have to let me clear this part a little bit.
Paul, you can go ahead, please. But quickly, 1 minute. Wait. I'll just give, because we have some new people that come in. I'm going to give this 2 minutes. Let's just try, and then we'll keep it there. Yeah, go ahead, please.
So I know so many people going to hate it saying this, but putting that rail from Niger to Nigeria, by the border to Nigeria, it is a very good concept, but people just will not like it. I am the son who used the railway hospital in Lagos. My father worked in Nigeria Post Authority, NPA. I understand the way the wharf work very well because my mother got a contract, sell food in the port for many years, give us a lot of money. The rail was connected from Apapa Wharf and Tinkan all the way to Port Harcourt to Kanu. Connected because it is meant to carry goods and services. That is the same thing. Now, in Niger, they had their own refinery. If Nigeria is to buy stuff, gas, whichever thing, from Niger to service the north, I think it's 100 times better than a truck driving all the way from the north, all the way down to Lagos, just to go get PMS, just to go get diesel, when they can buy from north.
So Nigeria is buying. Are you suggesting? Is somehow there's some sense in?
Of course, we don't have a refinery. The one that they take from Lagos is not coming from Nigeria.
Does Nigeria or Niger? Do they have petroleum? Do they have?
They have refinery in Niger. That's why they put that in there. So they buy product to service the north. Yes.
They have petroleum.
Yes, they have a refinery.
No, I'm not talking about a refinery. Do they have petroleum?
Petroleum? What did they do in the refinery? They refine petroleum products.
It's the same thing. A refinery, anybody can build a refinery. Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. They refine petroleum. Where is it coming from?
Coming from where?
Where is it coming from? That I don't know. I hope you understand that the so-called Texas that we know today, that Nigerians go, many countries of the world go, they don't even take their own. They also bought crude, maybe bought crude from Saudi Arabia, refined and sell to Nigeria.
No, okay,
so it's just the same thing. So if Niger have if Niger have a refinery and Nigeria is buying from them, it's economical way. It is very, very cheaper than go buy all the way to say Venezuela, any other places, and bring from Lagos.
If you say you don't know where the crude is coming from, then you are not sincere at all. Because from the Niger Delta, from the south of Nigeria. But you're saying you don't know where it's coming from.
Okay. I will choose to take your word. I still want to agree.
No, you don't have to take my word. It is
no. I will take your word. No, you say it comes from Niger Delta. How did they ship it to Niger?
Why would they even ship it to Niger?
How do they ship crude to Niger? I'm asking you. Since you know that it comes from Niger Delta, I put the question back to you. How did they ship it to Niger?
Okay, I'm answering you. Why would they send it to Niger in the first place? We have refineries here.
Our four refineries are not working.
Hold on.
As at this day now, we literally import everything we use. So instead of us to go buy in Venezuela, to go buy in Houston, if we are buying in Niger, what is wrong in that?
So,
But I am asking you, if they congest the traffic in Lagos, what is wrong with that?
Okay, guys, please, wait. I'm going to start muting people. Okay, wait. So we are overflogging this issue. But I think there is room to explore it a little bit. So I want to understand what the topic is now that we're discussing. We're discussing first. It was Barrister Oti that came up with the line questioning, seemingly trying to build the case. Why would what does that real taxpayers' money? How was it ratified, and how we got there, and why is that real there? Then Paul, you are now saying that that it's a good thing. But then, Niger has some kind of refinery and it's coming down. And then the priest now is now saying that, this is possibly coming from the south. So I want to understand that what we are discussing right now is Buhari's tenureship in terms of favoring Niger Republic to what end? Is that a good topic? I think
yes. Please, if I may clarify. I didn't mention any project. Just because we know.
Sorry about that.
I didn't mention rail or anything, but just we know. Also, there's this question of buying vehicles. I don't know how much was spent to buy vehicles.
Toyota Land Cruisers.
So I mean that's kind of overall relationship. This kind of generosity. I'm asking. So what's the justification for that? Is it because he has cousins there? Is that what governance office of a president should be about?
No, that's fine. That's true. So does anybody else have anything to add to it? The priest has left.
I would like to
go ahead and add it.
Yeah, I would like to add to that. You see, when that Land Cruiser thing comes from, every year that we read our budget, we talk our budget and everything. Have you ever heard in the budget how much America funds Nigeria in terms of security and everything? Have you ever heard how much America funds? Things like this.
I ask him.
Yeah, no, I'll put yes. You know why? Things like this they don't say because the way the country is being run right now.
Excuse me.
Things are so tense that.
No, listen.
Okay, you go ahead.
Again, maybe the parallel we're trying to draw is not quite. It's a wrong analogy because think about America, and Nigeria, developing country, poorest. The third. What is it again? The
poverty capital of the earth.
So, if America is spending, I don't know, for a reason, for a purpose, for their national interest. So, and then if you want to kind of justify Nigeria. Expense, or generosity to Niger. What is again? You have to understand what is Nigerian national interest in that, and who decides that? Who makes that decision? Is it just one person, one man? We call him the president. I would mean. So national interest is not something that is determined by one man. Nations have policy, right?
Yeah, Mr. Oti, I understand you that you're going to say things like that. I hope you also understand that. In America too, this is how Americans also complain when the US pumping all this money in Ukraine. They complain because they have a lot of problems going on in America. People are languishing in poverty. You understand? And America is pumping all this money at the debt of 33 trillion, 31 trillion. So what I'm saying is that these things.
So again,
So hold on. Nigeria has been doing this thing for a very long time. It is security issues. But as at this time now, the way the country is now, they play politics with literally everything. If you go dig deep, you will discover that every government has been doing this thing.
Okay, sorry.
We are Big Brother Africa.
Paul.
Yeah, we are Big Brother Africa. They've been doing these things.
Okay, good. You mentioned security, okay? National interest. So tell me, so with the relationship with Nigeria, how has it helped with the security situation in Nigeria?
Now I'll put it back to you. Our government has failed us in all ramifications. Our government has failed us.
And therefore,
I'm not disputing that part.
So
our government has failed us.
You're trying to justify, the president spending money in a foreign country? But I mean, that's what it is.
No, I'm not justifying it. What I'm telling you is that these are things that has been going on for a very long time.
Does that make it right?
I hope it might be right and it may be wrong.
No, it's
because
not
doing it as at this time, as at this time when the country is going through their own tough time, may not be the right time. At the time of COVID, you understand, government is donating this type of money. It's just don't work well because we are not making money. I quite agree with you.
Sorry to interject, and I'm not sure I didn't wait my turn, but with the Niger issue, sorry, just something that might help the conversation. With the Niger issue, Buhari is not hiding it that he has ties with Niger. I don't know if his father is from Niger. I mean, there's a publication from 2021. If you touch it, he said it. He said when people said, "Why is he spending $1.9 billion or so to go to create a rail to Niger?" They said he's not going to cut his family off. He said his first cousins are in Niger. He said I have family in Niger. They live in Niger. So Buhari has ties to Niger. So his supporting Niger might be of personal interest, which makes it questionable.
Does it benefit Nigeria? Wait.
I've not supported it. I'm just saying this to clarify.
Did they give him 95% of the vote?
Pardon?
Did they give him 95% of his vote?
See, I'm not here to support what Buhari's done. I'm just saying that if you know this, the man said, "I've got family there, my first cousins, my family, my cousins, all of this." He said, "I've got my parents' family or something." Just Google Buhari.
I read the article. No, I agree.
Exactly.
He said it clearly.
The man owned up that I have family in Niger, and he's now said, "If you disturb me in Daura, when I pack up on the 29th of May, if you disturb me too much in Daura, I'll go to Niger." So it's not hiding it. He's made it clear. I've got family in Niger. I probably have family ties. I have ties to Niger. So he will do everything possible to help Niger, which does not make it right. It even makes it questionable because that's like conflict of interest.
I just
understand. So
it's really not a big issue because most of the people in Chad region, people in Maduguri, they have their backyard. If you see the way the boundaries configure around that line, they have their backyard in Niger and Chad. They are very close. Even some people in Borno, when you get there, you can't even tell whether you are in Nigeria or you are in Niger because the extension of a particular word will lead you to Niger or Chad.
Okay. Thank you very much.
On the issue of Nigeria spending on Niger, there's what we call LBC, which is called Nigeria Lake Chad Basin Commission.
Mm-hmm.
So once you belong to that kind of a regional organization, you can't say because you are poor, you won't remit your subvention to that organization. You can't say because you are poor, you won't remit your subvention to United Nations or ECOWAS.
Okay.
So that's the way that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Of peace mention. Chad has like 100 barrels of oil per day, which that is not sufficient for Nigeria. The kind of refinery they have there is an integrated feed refinery, whereby the kind of oil they have is the kind of oil they are discovering in Nasarawa, Benue Trough Basin. That's the kind of stuff that they will develop a kind of integrated feed refinery. That's not huge enough.
Okay.
That cannot meet our own supply.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I've jumped protocol. Nelly, welcome. Baba Show, welcome. NDBC, welcome. Body, welcome. Kenneth, welcome. I will get to you shortly. The Priest of Peace. I'm just going to give you 1 minute so we can wrap up this topic of Niger.
So, Mr. Scribe, why don't you call me Baba Paul? Must you call only Show Baba Show?
I know him, but okay. From today, you are Baba Paul. I used to know. No. See, Show. I used to know somebody called Show, and we used to call him Baba Show. Sorry, I don't think Show has ever told me that I should call him by Baba Show. It was a slip of tongue. I used to know what Show Babu, but so we used to call him Baba Show, Baba Yankee. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, you see, there are nations could go into bilateral agreements, business agreements. Like here in the United States, there is NAFTA and all whatnot. And that is to benefit America, not the other way around. And when you look at the way, I'm using Trump as an example, he's policy is America first. You want to make sure that America, things are done here, you benefit from here, and anybody coming in here will come in here legally, and whatever thing you're doing, America will get your back. But the globalists don't want it. But when you come to Nigeria, there is no interest. It doesn't, whatever bilateral thing they do, it doesn't benefit Nigerian one bit. For Buhari to do a rail, or borrow money from China to do rail from Daura to Niger Republic, it doesn't make sense. The oil we are talking about and the refinery in Niger Republic, does it benefit us? We ship our oil from here to Niger Republic, and then we ship it back here. While we have oil refineries here that is moribund, is not working.
Can you prove that fact that they ship oil to Niger? No, just prove it. Continue with it.
Paul, wait. So the government cannot and have never or have good intentions to make sure that the refineries in Nigeria is working. So the interest is not for the people. It is for special interest that, if we call it conspiracy theory, people, the deep state in Nigeria, the cabals there, it is for their interest. And when you look at it, as many of them that has oil wells, look at them, look at their names. They are there. They are not hiding, and they ship these things outside and bring it in. And you and I are paying 200 and something naira for 1 liter of oil.
Thank you.
1 liter of. So it doesn't make sense. It doesn't benefit Nigerians. I told you, I just came back from Nigeria 3 days ago, and the whole atmosphere, and Ngozi agree with me, is uneasy because nobody knows what is going to happen in a couple of days. So for him to start telling us that he's going, already he's made it clear he's going to Niger Republic. He's not staying in Daura. He's running away. And he has messed up everywhere for 8 years, and he wants to run away. And me and you is here arguing what he has done. Come on, people.
Thank you. Paul, you had a rebuttal.
No, all I'm saying, I just say you should add to it by saying that the Nigerians, and even if Nigeria ship crude to Niger, we are selling our product. It's a product. We are selling it. So if we don't have refinery, we sell crude to Niger, and Niger in turn sell refined products to us. What is wrong with that? You understand? Then when you talk, sometimes when we talk this America thing, you talk about the NAFTA. Remember, there's also AGOA for Africa and everything. Do you know only in Phoenix border, the border in Tucson, one border in Tucson to America, from Mexico, 2,500 semi-truck come to America every day. How do you say you favor America? If you favor America, is it not favor in Mexico? I am asking you.
Paul, let me give you a devil's advocate angle. The way you're seeing it, I think it makes sense. But the way we were told, right, is the problem, right?
Mr.
Wait. A president of Nigeria seemingly rigged up a narrative of bias, clearly saying, "Oh, he has cousins over there," and and then at that time, the South was begging for projects, which is the economic nerve center, or Lagos is the economic nerve center. All across the South, we have a lot of economic hubs or business centers, right? But those areas are starving for infrastructure. But then you take it to Niger. If we were to create, I'm putting this question to you, Mr. Paul, Baba Paul. If we were to create, a priority list of economic, like a priority list of economic hubs that needed infrastructure, don't you think no, I wouldn't say Ajekuta. Don't you think maybe an Onitsha or a Newi or a Lagos or Sangwota would be of higher priority and would give us quicker returns than Makradi?
So, Mr. Scribe, I like what you said. Me, in particular, if I want to say it now, it will look like I'm being biased. This thing, it depreciates my father's own property. you that say you came from Nigeria, I don't know whether you find yourself from my tool all the way to Apapa Wharf. There is no road. The trucks sleep there. They shit on the road. They do everything on the road. Coming from the other side, from Ijora, you are coming from Ijora to Wharf. The truck, they mount on the road. This is just, how would I even call it? They sleep there, they stay there. You can't blame them. I'm coming from Kano. I only have traffic on the road. Not like I just park my truck on the road and my truck is bad. Do you understand me? So if all the trucks coming from the north to come and pick PMS or diesel from Lagos, and they can go to Niger and buy, you understand? For them to even drive to Niger, they bring this project here. If that can service the north, and even reduce the weight, the traffic, save our road more in the north, I think it's a good project. Let's be frank.
Nobody is saying.
You understand? So what I'm saying is that the thing is that Buhari, as a person, is not an orator. His use of word may be very, very wrong and bad. His use of word.
Paul, excuse me.
I really want to move on, but it's getting tougher.
Okay. Now the vehicle that was bought. So why couldn't the government buy the vehicles from a Nigerian manufacturer?
So that's why I always tell you this thing all the time.
On Nigerian assembly plants.
We always take, for example, look at the US. Look at all the police vehicle, Ford and Cavalier, the Chevy, all American products, and everything. So at every given time, government seems to do the things, have a good purpose, you understand, of doing things. But at the end of the day, the downline of it, they're going to mess the whole thing up.
Listen, sorry, excuse me.
It don't make any sense. It don't make any sense. When I stay in Nigeria, when we stay in Nigeria, we see South Korea, we see Germany, we see American, all these American products everywhere. I don't even see any French car in America.
Listen to me. It's a simple matter. Sometimes, kind of try to maybe overcomplicate this or overflog issues. It's a simple matter of the government not really caring. No sense of, public good, public national interest. They don't care, right?
You're 100% right.
Excuse me. This chap you're talking about, this president, so he's told you his reasoning. So he's not thinking about the nation. Look, it's a simple matter. He could have bought the vehicle from a Nigerian manufacturer. Innocent produces.
You're right.
All right, simple. So why didn't they think about it? Are you with me? So it doesn't matter all these explanations. They don't care. They don't. It's like they are doing this thing. They are
Before you move on, Mr. Scott,
what they choose to do. Okay.
Quick question.
All right.
Wait.
Hold on, people. Hold on. Sorry about this. I'm going to have to. So I know, Baba Show, you said something, but I don't know if you want to go forward. Then we can move on to Body and then Body to Kene.
So are you talking with regards to Niger or just in general?
Anything. You guys have just come in. I just want to.
I've followed the show since it started. Yeah. So in terms of Buhari's apology letter, there's no need for it. Good riddance. We can't wait for him to leave. Whoever comes in, I think, will do better than Buhari has done. So he doesn't need to apologize. And the fact that he's even apologizing, do we as Nigerians write a reply to say we've forgiven you or what? So it's pointless. Doesn't mean anything to me. What else has been discussed? Keyamo, it's a non-issue. Keyamo is not a small boy. He's a big boy. Before politics, he's a big boy. Even in politics, a bigger boy. And I've been, like I said, I live on Twitter. That's the only social media I use. And he's written a thread. It's so like a long thread responding to these allegations. And he said he declared his properties before he became this, and he declared again second time. And he said that house is the list of the properties he owns in the US. He said he has multiple properties. That's all declared. So if he's telling the truth or not, I don't know. I'm not going to spend time investigating that. It's a non-issue for me. But he said he has multiple properties. He's been investing in properties for years, according to his Twitter page that he wrote today. What else has been discussed today? Can't think of anything. With Buhari, like we said, it's going to go to Niger if you disturb him. So when it's election 2027, this rank candidate people go and do with all these old presidents. So he's telling you, don't come and see me. I'm gonna be in Niger. Nobody should come and canvass when it's 2026 and you're looking for endorsement. So yeah, Nigeria is Nigeria. You would find people that would defend rubbish you find some of us that would keep shouting from the rooftop to say, we can do better, let's do better. I hope it gets better. We can only hope for the best. Oh, yes, this these Ondo State people. The wife of the governor said the mistress is always cooking food, love portion, concussion, send them to the husband. So, see, it's almost like these people they're out of touch. They don't even know the struggles of the average citizen. So your own issue is, she said, I've carried him to a place. I think I saw it on Twitter. She said she's carried him to a place where it's one of these Afrobeat songs that she used the words of the Afrobeat song that I don't carry him. Yeah, I think it's that song. Yeah, like cough something. Yeah, I think it's the cough lyrics that she's carried him to. She's carried him to a place where he likes or something. God help both of them. If he's cutting mistresses, that's good for him. It's a non-issue. Another one that I won't do on. I won't waste time. It's gossip. This is like gossip. Gossip. I'm not interested. Nigerians are suffering and dying of malaria, typhoid, basic things, and you're here talking about bullshit. Next. Not interested. So if there's anything else that's been discussed today.
Buddy, please, you have the floor. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Mr. Scribe. Yeah. In a follow-up to the question you're asking about the Niger Maradi rail line, is you questioning why is Nigeria extending the highway to Benin Republic across Lagos? So those things are there to serve an economic interest, whichever way we look at it. Like Mr. Paul said, that Buhari might not be an orator, but there are economic reasons behind this thing. We know the way Chad usually ship their stuff, because they find it difficult to ship their stuff to Nigeria because of the complicated situation of things. We don't have a rail that link up from south up to the north. That's the major reason. And if you can investigate that, you can look into that. It will serve us more in getting more revenue by extending our rail corridor down to that head, instead of them shipping through other neighboring country. Because they ship through Benin, they still have to pass through Nigeria. So of which we won't be able to take tariff of that kind of consignment or goods they are bringing in. So it's better they ship through our ports and then have a rail that take it up from the south up north down to Maradi in Chad. So on the issue of oil in Chad, the oil in Chad is not that much. They only have like 100,000 barrels a day, and then they have what they call integrated oil field, like the kind of what they are planning for a oil they discover in Nasarawa. It's not huge, but Nigeria been strategic long time ago. That's one of the reasons they created the refinery in Kaduna, to be refining every crude from Chad and Niger. But it's not functional today due to bad leadership. But if the economy is rejigged, like Mr. Paul is saying, we will benefit more instead of people in the up north coming down to the south to fetch oil, to take oil. So that will serve them up there, and it will give longevity to our roads. So another question that we need to ask, if it's not for economic purpose, why are we extending our corridor? Why are we building highway from Lagos down to Benin Republic? The same reason.
My brother, God bless you for that word.
The same reason. But we look, whatever it comes from the north, we become rejected, which is so bad. But because of the history of the nation, people have their reasons. Because the corruption is so prevalent, trust is not there. So a lot of things. So those are the things we have to look at. On the issue of not buying car from Inozone, you can't just give any car to any country. No kind of European car can work in Nigeria. You can't bring a car that they are using in South Carolina and take it to where Mr. Paul is living in Arizona. So there are reasons for it. If you go to Chad, the kind of automobile that are very prevalent there are Toyota, and not kind of a regular Toyota that we are using. If you look at their military truck, it's mainly Toyota, and not the kind of Toyota that we are using in Nigeria. So if you want to give people a gift, you have to look at their peculiarity. But people don't look into that because of the way we see things from the lens that we are looking at things. So there might be Buhari might have some kind of love for Chad. That aside, but you can't say because you're a member of a regional organization, you don't have money and you are not paying your obligatory fee. You have to, like United Nations, like ECOWAS. So there are benefits from it. We might not be tapping into it because of maybe we are not strategic enough. Because over time, people have said, oh, our international relation policy is bad. Even somebody was telling me of recent that even our Navy is just operating at the level of what do you call it, a water guard, that we are not exploring our ocean enough. That our Navy shouldn't just be at the port.
Our Navy is like a lifeguard. It's just looking for people who get
off sea. We are not exploring, we are not protecting that territory. We should be positioning ourselves close to Sao Tome and Principe.
Are you serious?
Or that we should be able to dominate the Gulf of Guinea.
That's true. Yeah, because it's over 2,000 nautical miles.
So at a point, they suggested that Nigeria should create a guard separately out of the Navy, that the Navy should be able to move up sea. There should be that kind of separation so that we'll be able to dominate our territory. But we don't have capacity. The kind of leadership that we have, they are not strategic, they are not strategic thinkers. That's why we are failing at the national level and at the state level. If we look at our state governors, I've said it on this forum that our state governors should have a business-like mind. There is nothing stopping Rivers State from being a bigger player in oil and gas industry. There's nothing stopping Rivers State government from being a major player in the power sector. But these governors will sit back.
No, wait.
In the national constitution, there is a fifth constitution.
There are exclusive lists in the 1999 constitution.
No,
wait. And there's no devolution. Wait, we don't practice full federations. We're not federating you.
No, these people don't know. Let me shock you. Let me shock you, Mr. Fry.
Let me take you back to 1963. Wait, 1963 or prior to 1963. The provincial systems that we had full autonomy over their resources. So how would these things that you're saying of River State?
So, Mr. Scribe, if Delta State can invest heavily on Econet, how come Delta State can't partner with an oil company since they don't have the rights to invest heavily in Delta State, getting proceeds from there?
Okay, go ahead.
I'm asking you.
Sorry, let
me land on my thought. Let me land on my thought.
On his thought, but yeah.
Early 2021 or 2022, there was an Upla about Savara State taking advantage of the gold that he has in his backyard. Why would federal government allow Savara State to be mining their gold? And they came out clear. They said, no, they are not mining gold. What they do is that they gather the artisanal miners. Whatever the artisanal miner, whatever they come up with, they collect it from them. They process it. The same thing also state government is doing. There is no miner that federal government will issue a license to because federal government control the natural resources. But who has the right over the land? The state. Nobody will just take a license and go to your backyard and start mining without the permission from the state. That's where the state will come in.
No, but wait. You said the federal government has right over the minerals.
The mineral, but not the land.
The government has right over the
state.
The
state has the right over the land.
Over the state. So therefore, you have to get the permission from the state to reach the minerals. Process what is
in the land.
I don't know if you see the conflict here.
No, it's not conflict. That's why the state need to create a special purpose vehicle for that kind of operation. That's why they have to come together.
I don't agree with you. Wait,
it's working in Osun State.
Where I don't.
There are templates. It's working in Osun State. Why is Lagos? Let me quickly ask you a question. Why is Lagos State not collecting 30% derivative from oil the oil they discover in Lagos? Why are they not taking it? Because Lagos State government has what they call Ibile Oil and Gas Company with what's the name of this Lagos State man? I forgot the name. The indigenous company that is prospecting oil in Lagos. They said because Lagos State is already getting more from that partnership. Federal government said they won't give them that 30% derivative. What stop other states from having that kind of partnership?
Sorry,
investigate.
But you said the mineral, okay? Anything under the earth belongs to the federal government, right?
Yes.
So, and then, but the land belongs to the state. So how can the state then have control over the minerals?
Exactly.
I'm not saying you have control over the mineral. Sorry? If you go to the federal government,
so which means if the multinationals are working, they still need to work with the state as well.
They need to work with the state. Nobody come to the state
as well.
Working with them. Look, the question is the mineral. Who owns it? It's ownership. That's what we're talking about.
And you don't talk about the ownership without talking about the land.
You cannot.
Which means there's a partnership, which means state is getting something from it.
Yes, as the question. They're all together. They're all tied together.
So you cannot.
You can't talk about the land without talking about the mineral. You can't say because federal government gives you like a mining permit, you come to Osun State to come and mine. No, they won't permit you. They won't allow you. Even for MTN alone, to have the right of way.
Okay, that's fine.
Then
the state will grant license, permission, but who owns the mineral? Okay, that is under the
That's what we are saying. So state is benefiting from it, which means there's a project working.
That's not a question. It's not in dispute. It's ownership, control, right?
And why are we so concerned with control? If I'm getting 18% of this proceed, is it not a plus to my state?
The state can still benefit. I set an example of Lagos State. Oil was discovered in Lagos State during Ambode's regime. They found the oil. Lagos State government partnered with that company. They create an energy company called Ibile Oil and Gas by Lagos State government. And Lagos State government is not collecting 30% derivative today because of their partnership with that company. The federal government told them because they've been earning enough, more than 30% derivative through their partnership in that company. If the states realize that, if other states realize that, why can't they have a kind of
partnership? That's fine. That's fine. But imagine a situation where, the state, and everything it belongs to the region, I mean, if you like the federation units, and therefore they enter into this arrangement with whoever, and then only pay whatever, maybe 10% or 5% of the value of that of the resource to the federation account. So wouldn't the states or the region or the federating unit, whatever then it is called, benefit more? That is the control. That is the ownership. That makes a difference. Are you with me? So instead of talking about 30% or 15% there, we're talking about maybe 90%, 80% ownership.
If even in America,
that's the whole.
That's not what it's not happening. I tell you.
Yes, and that is where restructuring comes in. That is what Scribe was talking about.
The state of New York cannot personally appropriate all his revenue to himself. The state of California,
it's not possible.
It's not possible. If you, I don't know, Mr. Paul. I don't know. Maybe you've been to.
Excuse me.
Been to West Virginia. If you've been to West Virginia, you will know that West Virginia. You can't compare West Virginia with Illinois. If you've been to Kentucky, you can't compare Kentucky.
Sorry.
The 50 states is 50 countries. Just use one word.
What we had before in the
they still have to bring all they have to table and share.
Buddy, I think you're complicating this thing a little bit.
No, Mr. Scribe, there's no complication. Mr. Scribe, I just cite one example.
No, Paul, let's not complicate. I think we are complicating a lot of issues. Yeah.
Hold on. Let me cite a layman's this thing.
Okay, all right.
When Econet came, Delta State invest 18% on Econet. Edo State invest. Can you listen? Which means is that not the PPP plan? Kind of. What I'm saying is that a multinational, an investor is investing in your state. Can't you partner with them? Why are we so concerned with what is under the ground?
Wait. Econet came to invest in Nigeria, not Delta.
And they invest with Econet. So if an oil company is coming to invest in your country, instead of them to go source funds from banks all over the world to bring this investment, states can also partner 20% with them. The proceeds that is coming from this investment, states can make something from it. You understand? I'm not arguing with you on the part of these minerals belongs to me. It's still an investment.
Why should states invest in something that they already own?
Because the state don't own it. By your own word, Mr. Scribe, it belongs to federal government. I'm telling you, it belongs to federal government by your own word. It belongs to federal government. The state owns land.
We're saying that this situation is for the resource to belong to, to the place.
Originally, that's how it's supposed to be. Okay, look, I'll cite another example. In the US today, 49 states in the US, the national grid. The national grid in the US. Hold on. Let me tell you. In the US today, the power plant today in the US, 49 states is working with the federal government. Only the state of Texas, they have their own national grid, their own state grid. They run their own power themselves. They do everything themselves. In Texas, there is no state tax, but they tax you heavily on property tax. So every state have their own strategy. how to draw investors. You know, they use this type of thing. Oh, you come to Texas, you don't pay no state tax, you don't pay no city tax, you don't pay nothing, only federal tax you pay. But they charge you heavily on property tax, but they make the property itself very cheap. So every state have their own strategy. States cannot just sit down and be waiting, praying which the federal government will hand over these things under the ground to me so that I will reach. It doesn't work like that. And even though when you said so in Delta State, there's something called UMPADEC, you still get money. Those communities still get money from the multinationals, apart from 30%. What are they doing with this money? Our king are extremely rich.
Are you saying there's no issue with what I mean? You know, we talk about everybody. I mean, it's in the public.
It would have made more sense if states own this.
I mean, Nigeria having a long what do you call it, exclusive list. Okay, in other words, the areas that the federal government has control. All right. Are you saying there's no problem? You know, there's no problem with that.
There is a problem, but why we've not solved that? Yes. There are other ways that we can still do things, make things work. I am asking you if the man from Benue State can own an oil well in Niger Delta. If Folorunso Alakija can own, and states cannot own, and states cannot even partner with Folorunso Alakija, then they are docile. That's what I'm telling you. Then they are docile.
There is nothing stopping for a state. There doesn't stopping a state in the Nigerian constitution from bidding for OPL.
But hold on.
Not to stop states.
I don't understand.
Excuse me. The basic question: how an individual, from somewhere,
nothing stop states.
Sorry,
not to stop states.
We're talking about what's
bidding for OPL.
What obtains presently? You know, an individual, okay, maybe from somewhere in the north, or owning an oil well.
Theophilus Danjuma, Folorunso Alakija.
So how do you justify that? How do you explain that? What kind of arrangement is that? Who is it benefiting?
Okay, it's not benefiting anything. And the state is watching an individual can do this kind of thing. You cannot force this individual to buy some shares from this individual.
No.
I'm just saying now, in a more layman's way. Come on now.
The first question is how do we have such an arrangement? How is it possible? You're talking about state. State is a government, government that come in and then stay for a term, maybe two terms, okay, and then and remember if you listen when Obi was doing his campaign talking about stopping the sharing formula, right? So this is the problem we have. And then are you saying these states they don't know what they're doing? It's just the arrangement that we have,
I hope you understand. I hope you understand that this sharing of this concurrent list that we are talking about, you understand, was enacted by the military because they want to be in charge, because they want to be in control. The exclusive list and the concurrent list, the military basically designed all these things. But what we are saying,
it's problematic.
It's just like you from the southeast now fighting that you want to have your own 6 states. I wonder when you want to get that. But there are other things you can do to grow your state. That is the most important thing, to grow your region. Okay. That is the most important thing. They're fighting that all I'm after is just give me a state because of Southwest has 6 states. I must have 6 states. You understand?
What about the store? What about the item that are not exclusive?
Body and Papa Paul, thank you so much. Let's go to Kene. Kene has been patiently waiting at least say something, because I really like this debate. But at the core of this debate,
I think Mr. Scribe is a good debate, and I think both are right. Yeah, there is a problem, like Oti pointed out, that maybe the structure of the country is not right.
The constitution is the problem.
Yeah, the constitution, but that is not only the problem. Yeah, there are things that the state can be taking advantage of. Yeah. Currently, just the current way we have it, like you said, even Obi, if you listen to me when he was campaigning, he was saying there are some things, that you can start doing even with this current constitution without restructuring yet. Do you understand? And some of those things that Body is saying are the things that the state can be doing. Why is the state not bidding for, OPL, and doing some other things? Why are they not bringing industries, to their state and say, okay, you maybe contribute 10%, give my people an employment, yeah? I know people were criticizing Obi to say he brought maybe a beer company to Anambra State, yeah? But that is a good way. You bring a company to your state, okay, I own 15%. Based on that agreement, you have to prioritize, maybe give 80% of the employment to the people in my state. So those are the things that the state can do. And something like state like Port Harcourt, why is Port Harcourt not having like 50% share in one of those big oil companies? Yeah, there's nothing stopping them. Those are the things they can do. Why we still, kind of keep complaining about the constitution, which is a bigger issue, which that still need to fix. Yeah. So I mean that is my take. My take on that.
Okay, that's fine.
With regards to and with regards to the fact that maybe Nigeria, we don't really think hard. Yeah, we say okay, US or Canada is pumping money to Ukraine, but mind you, they are not giving cash to those guys. Yeah, it is their companies here that are producing those weapons and sending to them. I currently have a company that I'm auditing. Yeah, they produce weapons and all those things they send to Ukraine here in Canada. So they don't give them that money. Yeah. It's not like I don't support them giving them the money because I believe Canada still have a lot of things to do. But in another way, the government are even there, even though you are criticizing them, they are not giving them those cards. They are using that thing to build their companies here,
creating jobs,
employ people here. But Nigeria is not doing that. There is nothing wrong in Buhari extending the railway to maybe to the north as well. But the key question is the railway that you extended to the north. Is it what is the local content in it? Was it 100% constructed by Nigeria? Is it not money we borrow from China to construct it to Nigeria? That is what I'm criticizing about it. If you don't have money, don't be borrowing money to be doing for that Christmas in another person's country. That is not acceptable to me. Do you understand now? If you borrow the money from China, maybe extend the railway to the east or to Aba. I could understand that. But don't borrow money and use it to extend railway to another country. That even maybe China got all the 100% of the profit and everything in there. Yeah. So that is my own criticism about that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. NDBC is not around, so I'm going to go back to Paul because Paul Paul has a lot to say on this topic. So, Baba Paul, you have the floor. Thank you,
brother.
What I think about Paul?
I apologize. I don't be Baba Paul again.
Okay, he's not. You don't feel the weight.
Before somebody go call me Baba Paul tire for airport, I no answer. Then they go give me knock for my head. So don't be you are the causes.
All right, go ahead.
So I think Kenny just spoke my mind, and the thing is that as a country in Nigeria, if every one of us here, we might have our different expertise in our different field, our professions. If we want to talk about our industries in Nigeria, we all weep. We just look like we are all nagging. It just look like we hate our country so much or this much. That's how it is. We always fail, even when we have good purpose and everything. We always fail in terms of the way we cut deals and everything. That's why, like when I argue with the praise the other time, if over 5,000 trucks are trooping in from Mexico to America every day, and it favors America. If it doesn't favor Mexico, guess what? Mexico failed. I live 2 hours away from Mexico. From one other side, from Yoma, 1 hour, 30 minutes, I'm in Mexico. Very many of us, now I don't have dentists. If I want to go clean my teeth, I want to go do anything, I just drive to Mexico and go do it very cheap. It will cost me like $400 in the US, and it will cost me $17 in Mexico. But guess what? Every one of us drive to Mexico to go enjoy ourselves. The Canadians come to Arizona to come enjoy good weather because they're dying of cold. To come enjoy good weather. But Mexico, they jump fence to America. That is the same thing with Nigeria. Because Mexico has failed. If they can have this kind of good deals with America, they can better their country. Who is to blame? So we always do the wrong thing. We are big brother Africa in terms of West Africa. In terms of Africa as a whole, sub-Saharan Africa as a whole, we are big brother. But we don't use it to benefit ourselves. We might use it to benefit other countries, but we never use it to benefit ourselves. Look at Thabo Mbeki during the era of Mandela. At the time, Obasanjo was so mad. Obasanjo said, if we can't use guns, let us go bring all your juju where you get. We go use juju go favor South Africa. Even a military man. This is how we felt and loved South Africa. Look at what South Africa is doing us today. Who is to blame? Are we not the one trooping every day to go look for visa to go to their country? Are they coming to our country? Look at the nonsense that UAE is treating Nigerian citizens. Is it their fault? Have you ever seen any UAE man travel to Nigeria for lesser Hajj or anything? Is Nigeria not so much of a Muslim country? Have you seen any one of them? So this is our problem. We always give ourselves so much problem. If you don't mind, I will yield the floor to Forefather. Forefather, add the military aspect of it, please.
Forefather, you're muted. You're muted. Oh, you're not muted.
I think my audio is a bit messed up today. I don't want to restart the machine. Yeah, thanks for having me. Greetings to everyone on the panel, in the chat and the viewers. I think I like what Paul said just now. Some of all these things we do it to ourselves. And recently, I was having a discussion with someone about the fighting in Sudan. And part of it is because of this Arabization agenda they have somewhere in the north of Africa, because they are looking to spread it down south. The same way you hear this Islamization agenda trying to spread further south of even Nigeria. And I said, look at how our own people are fighting each other. All of them are basically Africans fighting each other because of another foreign agenda. And I asked them, you know, especially the Muslims we have in our country and Africa today, should ask them a serious question, especially black ones. I said, when you go to North Africa, do these people not put down their Islam and attack you as a black man? Why is it that when you come to your country, you put their Islam first? When they don't put their own Islam first, you go to their country, they treat you like animals. They literally, the way they call black people is slave. The way they refer to black people in their countries is slave. That's what it means. And we go there, and that's where our president was for the last 8 years. 8 days, I mean. He was there enjoying himself while these people treat us like animals, his own citizens like animals when they go there. Look at how even Somalis, you will say Somalis are somewhat Arabic in a way. Look at how they treat Somalis. Yemenis that are even dark, a little bit darker. Look at how they treat Yemenis. And Yemenis are supposed to be deep Arab too. The darker you want to treat.
If you allow me, let me ask you. So, what I think is well, it is the kind of problems we have, okay. But what is the solution? So
the solution, the solution is like when you are dealing with like northern Muslims, is to ask them serious question, because I think it's easier to educate or get the southern ones to see this disparity, the way the Europeans treat us. But the Muslim one is harder to question them, because they will say, oh, it's Islam, we believe in Islam. Then I would ask you then, why is it that when you go to North Africa, they don't put Islam first?
Okay. Can I let me help you if you don't mind? See, because this I mean this discussion we have here sometimes really, and these problems and solutions to them are not really they're known. I mean, it's not as if they're, we need kind of new discoveries, Now, for example, countries and the people and the citizens, it's all about leadership. Those who, control, handle our affairs. Okay, political leaders, because that's their job. That's the purpose. Okay, people that either whether elected or selected by by whatever means. So, if they are doing their job, okay, of governance, controlling the affairs of the people, the country, the nation, and actually, first of all, having a love, okay, taking their responsibility serious. That's the only way this can change.
Yeah, but the problem is that I think what we see is that we see the final results. I was talking when you interrupted me, remember?
Respect from anybody, okay? It doesn't matter where we go.
Hold on, let me finish my point. I was the one talking when you took over. You have to remember that we always see the end result when we see the leader, but we don't see the part where the people have to change to. If the people change and start having a specific mindset.
I don't agree with you. Okay, now listen. Is what comes first is leadership, right? Okay, people follow their leaders. Okay, if we don't have
no, that's the mistake you are making. Let me explain where I'm coming from. See, it's a feedback loop. It's not one way. Leadership, people feed into the leadership, and leadership feeds into the people. It's a feedback loop. The point is that the system that generates a leader is also part of the problem. It's not only one side. Like if Lee Kuan Yew appeared in Nigeria, they would destroy him.
No, sorry. We have
because the
now.
people. Let me finish my point now. Jesus Christ! If you if a fish that belongs in fresh water emerges in salt water, that fish will suffocate and die. You have to understand that it's a feedback loop. It's not just only one side. You know, the leader is going to be Christ, just show up from nowhere.
No,
you can if you show up in the wrong place, you're not going to succeed. Now, give me your reasoning for saying it's wrong.
Okay, now, okay. You see, it's a simple thing. Okay, I'm not inventing anything. Okay, look, there's a reason why they say fish spoils from his head. Leadership, yes, I understand. You know, okay, feedback.
I can let me first deal with that fish analogy. That fish that spoils from his head is a dead one. A living being is spoiled by what they consume. Hold on, a living being is spoiled by what they consume. If you drink alcohol, it's going to impair your judgment. If you consume the wrong kind of food, it's going to impair your judgment. That is why what our leaders ingest is the people, is the culture.
Sorry, okay, now, forefathers, right now, leadership. Okay, he doesn't seem to understand, appreciate what this. I mean, this leadership. You always kind of blame the people, blame the victim. People need leaders, and when you have good leaders, and then the followers will follow. Now, because take this, this example, we're talking about today about Keyamo going to America. Nothing wrong with that, okay? But then they really, why people are talking about it, perhaps maybe the subconscious, why it resonates. It may not have anything. There may not be anything wrong with it. Okay, it's not illegal, it's not immoral, but now a minister, a public servant, a functionary, okay, now he's going to America. He can afford a house in America. Nothing wrong with that. And then of course he's flaunting it, that I'm in America, another man's country, and so where is the pride? He is supposed to be really, his position, his role, and not a public servant, an official. Where is the example? Where is the, like that love? Where is that, my country, being really proud of my country? Okay, after all, it's part of his job, to kind of midwife Nigeria, a developing country, wherever, we're making progress, we're not making progress. He has a role to play. He's visible. People look up to him. Where is his moral example? Nothing. Okay, I made money, I'm successful, I'm in America, I can buy, I have houses in America. This is the kind of leadership we're talking about. So these are leaders, and then people are looking up to them. So it's about leadership, and if you think about it, everywhere is about the quality of leaders. And then
we create them. We are the one that create those leaders.
Well, yes, I know. Look, we create them, okay, including our culture, okay, our mentality and all. But people somehow get it to the top, become leaders, and then what happens? What do they do? So even at that level, they can still learn, okay. After all, there are some good leaders. There are examples, good examples amongst them. Okay. And then, of course, the people that are suffering, they're really suffering. And then there are the people that you blame first. Okay. They need that to be, it's like, a sheep without a shepherd. Okay. So who do you blame first?
So I'm not necessarily blaming the people. I'm just saying that we have to have a sort of cultural change and realization, because if you have that, a leader, I can even give you an example. This is why what you said is not even like linked to the evidence and how the people the leaders have to change the people. Leaders can change the people, but if the people are not ready for change, that leader will not make it there in the first place. Or if the leader made it there, they will remove that leader. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. If a leader now that is ruling Nigeria tells Southeasterners, you are going to become Muslim tomorrow, do you think the Southeasterners are going to agree? No, they are not going to agree because.
What kind of an example is that?
See, I'm trying to give. You are not listening. You are not listening to my point. I'm just trying to make a specific point. That is just a kind of construct that I'm trying to create in your mind, so you understand that how the people affect leadership and vice versa. If a leader says that, why do you think the people will not change? Because their mind is made up. It tells you if our mind is made up in a certain way, the leaders cannot control us. It's because our mind allows what they are doing to keep happening. Otherwise, it will change. If we say we are not going to accept insecurity and we need to be secure like other nations are, the leaders will change. They don't have a choice.
No,
Just
sorry,
like those
sorry,
Christians
sorry,
never agreed to change their religion.
Forefathers. First of all, you have to understand. The concept of leadership, right? It's not that it's not an imposition. Okay, you're not forcing something down people's throat. Okay.
Now you're coming back to my point. Like it is fed.
No.
Through from the people.
That's why again, look, even this leadership thing, that's moral example. You really have to show by example, okay? And people look up to you. And again, people will see that you're serving their purpose. You are their servant. Remember, even somewhere in the Bible, you said that the first she's going to be a servant. So leaders are supposed to be servants. They have to listen to the people, dictating to them. All right. So you have to understand their needs, and the people too. They're not stupid. They know when somebody is acting in their interest. Okay. So that's the way it works, and then they follow you, right? So but when the leaders, right, they are corrupt, they're self-serving, they are kind of dictatorial, that is there for their own self-regarding motives and all that. What do you expect? That's the kind of, So
last week, on this same day, on Saturday last week, Okech, I think his name is Okech. He was here last week, and he gave an example where I think in the NLC, where they went to try to change something in Nigeria, and they were, going to protest and force government to do something. Only for people that were working with him, they called him and said they are carrying money bags to the car, and they are carrying everybody is taking their own money, their own bribe, and the politician will tell them exactly what they need to do after they pretend as if they are opposing the politicians, and then they pretend to have what they call artificial kind of opposition against the government. This is the same people that are feeding through to the leaders. It tells you, and when I asked him that out of 10 people, out of 10 Nigerians, how many would take that money? He said 8.5%. 8.5, this is 8.5 of them will take the money. That is telling you that, and that is without threat. That is just money alone. They will compromise the country. So why are you surprised the ones that feed through to the top are already totally compromised?
Okay. Too bad. Okay. Let me. We not see what happened with the election in Abia State, all right? Okay, because you've given me this kind of a depressing example. Okay, let me give you one that is encouraging.
The guy was the one that said it.
No, so what do you think happened? With this courageous woman, right? More example, what she demonstrated, and then what the reception. Okay, Professor, Oti, right?
Oti, Professor Oti.
So what do you think? What do you think is going on there? And you see the kind of reception. So the leadership she demonstrated, and if she, for example, okay, at least within her domain there as a VC, okay. So why do you think? She has such, groundswell of appreciation, followership. You think if she comes out to tell the students to do something, follow this path, do this, they wouldn't comply. They wouldn't, take her lead. They wouldn't follow her. Are you with me? So that is leadership. Okay, it's courage. That's what it takes.
Let me say that on that same woman. Let me set an example on that same woman. The reason why they will not follow her. If you could remember vividly at the point whereby Patani was given a professorial chair.
Professorship. Yeah.
At that same school.
Okay.
With this same woman as a chairman of the council.
I'm talking about this. I don't know about that. I'm talking about
No. You have to balance it. You have to take everything together.
Look,
you don't take it in isolation.
Okay, where she demonstrated leadership. I'm not saying that she's a saint, okay, or that anybody, but at least leadership. We can see an example of it, and we see what the
one thing about people.
No, I think there are still some leaders,
Whenever,
for instance, I can remember when I was in.
When you are doing the right at a particular point in time, whatever you are doing at a particular point in time, once you are aligned with the masses, with the majority, they celebrate you. Whatever you at any point that you have a kind of divergence view, maybe your view is even valid and right.
No. Sorry, sir. You see, as a leader, you do the right thing, even when it's right thing. Okay, do the right thing. That's the key. When the majority for the moment don't agree with you, that's leadership.
But they don't. I just gave you an example to show you that they don't do it. I just gave you an example to show you that they don't do it. They sell out.
As a leader, you have idea. You have a clear picture of where your people should be. but your people at that point in time might not see it. So it's incumbent on you as a leader. The onus is on you as a leader to carry them.
Correct. Persevere. Vision. That's it. Yes.
Show it to them that, oh, this is where we're supposed to be. This is where we are going.
That's correct.
They might not like it at that point in time.
Yes.
But try and convince.
And then when they get it, when you do that, that their persistence, they will come because awareness.
That's what we're lacking our
system. Can be at the simplest
for a very long time. That's what leads to mistrust.
Buddy, that's why I said that the diaspora has a lot of power in this. Because if you are in Nigeria, you try to do some of all these things, you may not survive it. Nigerians don't have the security level.
There's more power. They still have leaders. Because I can remember when I was in Ado, University of Ado, maybe Ekiti State University, we have Professor Oyebode also.
Professor Oyebode,
Oyebode. So he came to the school, I think a year after I joined, and said, all these admission whereby if you don't know one person or this person or that, he put a stop to it. He put a cutoff mark for JAMB, and he kept it. Do you understand now? Yeah. The number of classes were maybe accounting that used to have 1,000 became 50 or 100, People were shouting, they were sending obas to him and everything. He just told the obas that they brought gifts and everything to them. He didn't take any of the gifts. He told them that the cutoff mark has been set, and that is the cutoff mark. And that was how, when we were in the school and the guy was there, that was how he set the standard and everything moved. Do you understand now? So there are still some of those leaders there that that don't compromise. That is just one example that just came to my mind there. Just for you to stand for what is right. Yeah.
The point is that those are leaders.
Those are normal people.
Those are
those are normal.
The point I'm making is that let me just add this one. It's 30 seconds at most. The point is that those type of people should be supported, if necessarily, from the diaspora too, because on the ground they are thin on the ground. Like the guy that I gave the example last week, he's not going to have his own money bag, while the other ones have money bags. He's not going to excel in the society. So you have those sort of good people have to be supported to rise up the rank. And I think there's a place for the diaspora to play in this, because on the ground, those who are losing.
That's another issue. Those people that were mentioning, they are strong leaders.
Are we an organized group?
And at times, most times, strong leadership are not sustainable. Once we don't have them anymore, we go back to where we are. If you look at JAMB today in Nigeria, JAMB, the leadership of JAMB today is very strong. The same way we have during the era of Dora Akurili. I don't know any one of us could remember those leadership that we have in NAFDAC after Dora today. We can mention two.
Exactly, you're right.
So those are the issues we are facing in that country. After Dora, we have Fibian. We have the guys, I think Fibian Osujo or something like that. Like Dr. Fibian that came after. We have another woman from Osun State right now. So they can combine together. They can be compared.
That's where
Dora
institution building comes in.
Of Dora.
And it's here when we talk about rule of law. That's where it comes in. That's how vital it is, because it can, again, development or whatever. It can't just depend on individual ability. On personality. No, but that's important. But beyond that, kind of having checks and balances, institutions, and the rule of law. And I think that's the simplest, if kind of idea of that. Because people play by the rules, and that's kind of that way you have practice, and then the practice established, and that's what institutions are there for. And therefore, when that individual, that personality is no longer there, the system, that's what happens here in the West. That's what I've got.
If you look at what happened in the election cycle, it's good people observe election cycles in Nigeria. I think it helps you understand why Nigeria is what it is. You start seeing the features on how the people are manipulated, how even the security service, every single one of them, top to bottom, from DSS to the Olokpa on the streets, they are all compromised. You see officials not obeying the law, like in your very eyes. They are disobeying the law because they're taking orders. and those orders are coming from superiors. So it shows you the structure of what is going on there. So how do you stop that kind of stuff if you are not on the ground encouraging the ones that are going to do the right thing? Because those people already have people on the ground. That's why I said the good ones are losing.
Fathers, you see, this answers this question, if like kind of a paradox, or of this leadership and followership, right? This example you've just given now, because you see what happens with that election. So what do you think? How do you fix it? System. I mean, this kind of really is it chaos, right? It's not everywhere. It's again, leadership. Say, for example, the man at the helm, Mr. Jakubo. If he did his job, right, took his responsibility seriously, if he was moral, did the right thing, and then the whole ANEC thing would have succeeded. We wouldn't have the mess we had. Are you with me? But at the head, it was very, evidently compromised. And what do we have? What did we get? That's leadership. That's from the top.
Yeah, leadership can be compromised, but the follower decide not to obey. Then the follower can decide not to obey.
The correction starts from the head.
I agree. I totally agree.
I think it still ties back to building the institution, yeah?
I don't think there's a right way. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, it ties back to building that institution as well. Like INEC, maybe the power is too centralized in a way that one man can just decide everything. Yeah,
sure.
I know maybe I don't know, maybe we don't necessarily need to follow what the US does, yeah, because US election is state by state, yeah. So it's kind of a bit difficult for one person to kind of influence everything, yeah. Which is why it was so difficult for Trump, yeah, to kind of talk to one person and one person, make the changes, yeah. So maybe that is what Nigeria needs to look into and say, okay, is there a way that we can devolve INEC? Maybe not entirely the way they do it in the US, in such a way that maybe each of the state rec, yeah, has such power, and in such power, it won't just be him making that decision. Maybe
I was going to say, don't give rec power. You saw what happened in Adamawa. Don't give
that's
rec
what I'm
power.
saying. Yeah, maybe it has to be like 5 people, like 5 committee or 7 committee that need to sit together to make, to vote and get to an agreement. Yeah, and the way you appointed them as well. Maybe it's not the presidency that should be appointing them. Should it be maybe the judiciary that should be, or the NBA? Yeah, that should be appointing out
judicial council.
Like a judicial council.
The guy that went to Abadamawa is a barrister. Is a member of the NBA.
No. I'm just saying, just making it clear. Maybe judicial council make a judicial to say, okay, each state have like five election official that is appointed, and is go to maybe the House of Assembly, they verify him and they appoint him, yeah, so that he's not kind of beholden to anyone, kind of, yeah. I'm not saying it's not gonna be perfect in one day, but that will go a long way. Maybe reduce it by like 60% of the issue that we have, yeah. This election. If the election was uploaded and everything was fair and fair, Tinubu might still win, yeah. But the problem is that once that thing happened, that the result is not being uploaded, what was happening in Port Harcourt, in Lagos, in the east, in the north, that kind of give that that impression that this thing was pre-planned, yeah. And you can't take that away, yeah, that this thing was not pre-planned, because the INEC himself has not even come out to explain to us what happened.
That's true.
That's true.
I just think from everything that we're talking about, when we're talking about institutions, let's just stick by institution. Institution simply means seamless without human being. Humans might be there doing their job. The power of technology. Sometimes some of us don't really understand that these guys that work in the West, they also like to steal like every other place. You understand? But if I work in my office, nobody from HR to accounting to management, they don't see cash. They don't sign anything. It just makes things work easy and every other thing. So by the time we put things in place very well, it will just look like, how do I want to put it? It's like a minister becoming a minister of a Ministry of Works and Housing. You understand? Guess what? We already have the ministry. We already have the civil servants who are working.
That's right.
If these civil servants are doing their work perfectly well, the minister cannot come there and just come control them. Because the minister is just there to come and do administrative work. They know the administrative work 10 times better than the minister. They have the plan, they have the structure, they have everything.
They have the
so
budget.
If we talk, yes, they have everything. They know what they want, they know what they don't want, they know what they have in excess. They have everything. So they can bring the minister down easily. And everything. Then also, we don't celebrate the ordinary man. And it just makes things don't really, really work. Sometimes when I see the things that they do in the West, it marvels me. You know, you see the Americans, they talk about illegal immigrants, they talk about illegal immigrants. When you see these guys working in the farm, you don't see no white man there. You don't see no black man there. When you see the construction guys working on the road, when the weather is 120 degrees, 125 Fahrenheit, you don't see no African American there. You don't see no white man there. You see brown. Immigration don't see those people to go deport. They don't see those people.
Can you imagine going to the US to ask US people to go and steal ballot box or go and ask them? Because why? The people are not going to accept it. They are not going to agree to follow you, but some people in Nigeria will agree.
There's a reason. There's a reason why they won't do it.
Look, my brother.
There's a reason why if you go and tell them it's treason to go and carry a ballot box, they're going to argue.
You and I can tell some of our childhood friends, classmates.
Why would they not do it? Show us.
What I mean is that, forefather, you and I can tell some of our childhood friends, classmates that are doing way better. You know, some of your classmates that you see the prospect in them, you see the future in them that you didn't even see in yourself. Today, some of them, if they are talking to you today, you ask yourself, what happened to this person? Their thinking is so shallow and everything. My brother, poverty will turn you to pastor that you are not called to be. I'm telling you. So we make the people so useless that's exactly they can compromise for next to nothing.
I was trying to make, because when you're tempted beyond what you can bear, the chances that you compromise is very high. See, it's the same reason why you won't find a police officer in the US carrying the bag of Mrs. Biden. Police officers in Nigeria have been reduced to houseboys. I told you guys on this show last week, police officers who died on duty, their families were paid 350,000 naira each. So the one that is alive, that saw that, you think he won't try and secure the bag for his family? I'm not justifying the madness they do, but look at the conditions. Have you seen some of these police barracks? Have you seen some of these police academies where they are trained? So all these things would affect why people would take 10,000 naira and go and steal a ballot box. It's like somebody coming to me in the UK and say, sure, go and take ballot box. For what? For how much? You understand? So people in Nigeria are going through some, I'm not justifying it, but when you've subjected people, when you've, the famous saying, they've weaponized poverty so much that the guy, the wreck in Adamawa case, that now, he's missing. Annex said they're calling him, they can't find him, they don't know where he is. People are actually tracking the private jet that took him, because the pictures have surfaced and videos of where he boarded a private jet. So people looked at the number on the private jet, and they've been tracking it. The last place they tracked it to, God, this same Ibadan that I grew up in, it was last tracked to Ibadan. Now people are tracking. How can INEC say they can't find that guy? There were police officers that guarded him to board a private jet. Police officers. Well, that police officer would not say anything because he's been reduced. How much is he on? How much does he make? By the time they offer that police officer and say, thank you for coming, give him 20K, he's happy. So this is why people in the Western world won't do it. It's like, for that you live in the UK. When I lived in London, because I pay attention to a lot of things. You see gambling, betting shops in the poorer boroughs. You go to Cannington, from that Cannington Street to Barking Road. They're like literally next to each other from Cannington. But before you get to 2 miles up there from Cannington up, you see 20 betting shops. You go to Lambeth, it's the same. You go to Peckham, Brixton, they're like next to each other. But you go to Chelsea, go to Fulham, on the whole of Bishop's Avenue, there's not one. So when you're poorer, you're more desperate. You will do virtually anything just to double what you have, just to, just this. That's the way it is in life. And that's why our politicians are deliberately weaponizing poverty. Because if they educate people, if they provide hospitals, your mind is settled. One of my friends came to the UK last summer and was telling me, like the trend in Nigeria now, boys will come and deposit their families and they'll go back to Nigeria, be doing, big boy, Babandagbe. He came to deposit his family in the UK. So he stayed with them for about 2 weeks before he went back to Lagos to carry on with his hustle. The guy said he's not used, Jonava is not here. He said he's not used his high blood medication for 2 weeks. He said he literally has not used it for 2 weeks since he's been in the UK and nothing's happened to him. He said, because I'm not thinking diesel, security, they will lock estate gates. All these things that it's like when you have so many programs running on your computer and it slows it down. That's the way an average mind is in Nigeria. Your mind is not resting. You are thinking of so many things, too many. So when people like that are offered little, the chances are they will take it. You might find odd one or two that are very principled that would say, no, I would rather die. But most people will be like, you know what is the point? I have a nephew in Nigeria. A lot of my friends think he's my son. This boy is 20, he was 22 in January. Yeah. He was meant to finish from UI like 3 years ago. Because of strike, he's still there. All his friends that went to private uni, they've left like 2 years ago. So I would ask him from time to time, when I talked to him, I said, do you know who Ken Saro-Wiwa is? He said, what's that? You ask him some, so it makes you think dying for a noble cause in Nigeria is even worth it. In the UK, in the Western world, US, you will see they will write their name, they will have a placard, they will, memorial, they will do remembrance. In Nigeria, you will die. Police officer will die for something. Who will remember him? A police officer died in the house of the former governor of Ogun State recently. I think
that's almost 3 years ago.
Was it a long time ago? I only just read the news when they said somebody opened the
2019 election. It was during 2019 election.
You understand? So that police officer, I don't even remember his name. Nobody will remember. People just die needlessly every day.
They asked him to open the gate.
I think that part of the problem is that is our awareness of where we are, what we represent in this world. Because in terms of poverty, there's poverty in India, there was poverty in China, there was poverty in many Asian countries. They worked their way out of it, and their level of tearing and destroying themselves wasn't as grave as what we are doing to ourselves. And there is also the aspect of external catalytic events. We didn't have that. Most of these people did. And what that does is it concentrates the mind of the people and they focus on an agenda to get themselves out of that mess. But we are in a mess, but we don't know that. We are complacent. As a matter of fact, we travel to the people that are partly responsible for our mess. So we are like in a slumber days. How can we fight? How can you know how can that police officer know that the job they are doing is vital? They don't understand how vital it is. Even if they die, 4 of them just died yesterday from some attacks in Imo.
I think so actually.
So their job is vital, but they don't necessarily connect it to the bigger picture of how it is beneficial to the people. But the truth is, this is essential, and every single person that is doing good in our in the community, they are essential. As a matter of fact, we need them like crazy. Every single one of them is extremely important.
But again, for us, is a structural problem, and solution again has to be structural. Of course, individuals, have to, at whatever level, whatever you do, individual consciousness awareness. Okay, it's a struggle. It's difficult, challenging. All right, but again, you see, we have the politics. They have parties in Nigeria with power, struggle for power, and these are the people that really, in the end, they if Nigeria is gonna change, well, I think we say we're in a democracy, right? We're playing politics because that's what we've got now. We don't have anything else, okay? So a revolutionary change, at least, that is what I think it requires that, because I think it's just when you consider the enormity of the problem and where we are, it can be anything but revolutionary. But of course, revolution come in different forms. It doesn't have to be bloody and shooting and all that. With this election we just had, I believe there's at least there was an element of it, semblance of something revolutionary, right? It's not easy, and I wouldn't say it didn't succeed, or rather that it failed. I can't say that. But then the question really is, the people that have the power, they not PDP, okay, they had their power. Now we're dealing with APC, which is like APC against, it's like this party against Nigeria, So how do we get out of this quagmire, right?
But if we are not self-aware, how do we start even dealing when we are not even aware?
Kind of a question. Now we're trying to inaugurate a new administration. The same people, these people that that have supervised this. How is that going to be? How are Nigerians going to accept this? Accept this. This to continue to live under the deprivation, under this. I don't know how to describe it. What people are going through. What will be
maybe you've not paid attention. The Tinubu camp have been trying to distance themselves from Buhari. Did you even listen to Fashola, where he was trying to say this is where Tinubu is different from Buhari? The Tinubu camp are doing everything to distance themselves from Buhari, like big time.
These are the same people. It's the same parties,
I get it, but I'm saying that the politics they are playing is they are already telling us Tinubu is different from Buhari. But if you tell an average APC supporter that Buhari failed, they'll tell you no. So if he hasn't failed, why is Tinubu distancing himself from Buhari's last 8 years? You understand?
They see.
It's a crazy one.
We talk about leadership. Okay, the character of the guy that's going to be on the throne. So what is the hope? Where's the prospect? Look, we really have to kind of be honest and frank to ourselves. Sometimes people are no. It's not going to work.
I don't understand the point.
I think what you're trying to say is, at the end of the day, you need strong institutions, but institutions don't build themselves. Men would build institutions, and who are these men? So what he's saying is, are you saying Tinubu is going to build a strong institution?
Not these people. Not because they are
the
anybody can. Anybody can do it.
That may just be how he wants to write his own name in gold. Maybe
only a few people are president elect. Only one person is president elect at the time, so he has a chance to be able to do that. And from the way they spoke even before the election, they actually said in terms of their security preparedness that they are going to act very decisively on that. And you can say whatever you like about Tinubu in terms of being aware of important things. He seems to be aware, because even from when he was running to become a candidate for his party, he was already operating like a president. The level of his security is so high, because he understands that Bobby Dobi is walking around, and if something happened to him, he forgets that a lot of people's life will be at stake.
No, forefather, we are talking of institutions now. Yeah? Who is going to build the institution?
Because that's what I'm saying. He understands.
Tinubu might perform very well. Maybe in economy.
Because if you didn't understand it, when I just said Tinubu has a chance to build institutions, and he understands the importance of security as a part of the institution. El-Rufai was the one that made the argument. Can you stop interrupting me constantly? Let me just make my point. You are not making a point. You're just interrupting me regularly. It's almost as if you are stunting the discussion. You're not letting me make a point. So my point is that when this guy got to Chatham House, it was El-Rufai that made the argument regarding our security, that he was we are willing to actually upgrade our security, something that we've never done throughout, even during our independence period. We've never done it. So if they do it, that is a chance for them to actually make a change. So he has a chance. But the question is he going to take it?
Okay, are you finished?
Yes.
Sorry, excuse me. Sometimes you miss the basics. I'm sorry. The elementary things you miss. Come on. Now, a president, right? Somebody who's a commander-in-chief, right? What has he said he's going to do? What has he said? Has he answered any question?
He said university undergraduate to spend 8 years in uni.
Sorry, excuse me. Forefathers, I mean,
He said he was going to
Baba,
upgrade
sure,
it.
don't
He
keep
said he's
person.
going to increase the size of
No,
the community
excuse me,
to up to
sorry.
1 million.
You amaze me sometimes.
No. Let's be factual. He has said a lot. Like what Fafawada said. He said the size of the military is going to increase it. And then we can link that to his performance in Lagos. You know, the most secure state in Nigeria today is Lagos.
He just seems to be interrupting for any
So,
reason. You're not listening to people at all.
I
don't even think he even knows the fact. He's just interrupting people. You don't seem to be aware of the real facts of the discussion.
Sorry, you made the
Scribe,
point.
are you still moderating? Or have you checked out?
No, because clearly Tinubu said a lot.
No, I said it, but you can't say he didn't say anything.
Hey guys,
no, sorry, excuse me. I'm addressing foreigners, please. Buddy.
You might not like him. You know, that's the point. You might not like him, but when it's come to
it's
facts,
not about liking him.
Let's say the
It's not
facts.
about liking anybody.
The guy talked about the security. He talked about the economy.
Hold on. Forefathers, what has he said? Can you just tell me one thing he has said about security? And then, okay, you said somebody else. Is he going to be the president?
No, somebody else.
He appointed. He was there, and he was one of the first to say he was going to increase the size of the military. He said it first when people were laughing at him with Abado and stuff. When they were laughing at him.
He said it in Kano.
Yeah. He said it. They've been saying it for a very long time, and there is a reason why all our presidential candidates are saying that they're going to raise the size of the military to 1 million. Every single one of them was saying it, including Kwakwaso.
Right. Okay. So, and you think the size of the military, that is the top priority.
Security forces.
The challenge we have in Nigeria?
Yes, it's a big one.
Okay, good. Right. So how about this issue of leadership we're talking about? Moral example, character, quality of leadership, the people that build the institutions. How about that?
Yeah, you will get that when you're appointed.
Is that a question?
I don't know what Tinubu.
It won't run the government.
I don't know what Tinubu has that moral leadership.
So forefather, was it not last we were talking about Lee Kuan Yew? Yeah, you know, will Tinubu do that? Yeah, that's the question. Yeah.
You know what?
No, but if you also talk about Lee Kuan Yew,
he has the capacity to do it. The question is whether he will choose to do it. He has the capacity to do it if he wants to, because if you look at his people, they are very, very draconian. The way their people are coming across, they don't let anything go. If you do anything, they'll fine you. Yeah, that's how Lee Kuan Yew was very draconian. You don't know?
Yeah. Lee Kuan Yew, at a time, they call Lee Kuan Yew that Lee Kuan Yew is like Stallion. Lee Kuan Yew is like, what is this Austrian guy, German guy? Hitler. They call Lee Kuan Yew in his country, they call him Hitler.
Okay, good.
You understand? Because Lee Kuan Yew deal with the people.
Interrogating you guys. Okay, that's fine. Let's play this role. Okay, so so really, you're telling me you guys are hopeful? You have you know?
No. He's not been around for the last 3 months.
No, far from it. No.
The guy disappeared for how many months since he won election? How can I be hopeful?
Sorry, excuse me. Is either you're hopeful?
I'm not stupid.
Okay. There's prospect or there is not. You gotta be consistent. So tell me. So where
I said he has the capacity to do it if he chooses to.
If he chooses to, yeah.
Who has the capacity?
Tinubu
has the capacity. Somebody who cannot stand up. Somebody cannot hold him.
No.
Leaders are giving way for him. He cannot stand up. Leaders are giving way for him.
No. He cannot swim under the carpet. So where is he now?
No. You just talk about institution. You just talk about teamwork. I hope you know that one of the most populous states and one of the richest states, not the richest, one of the richest states in America today, Texas. The governor is on a wheelchair.
Okay, listen. Okay,
he's on a wheelchair contest election again, November last year, and won.
There's nothing wrong with the wheelchair.
So no. If Tinubu is a wheelchair, might also insult him for that.
Let me shock you. What about Buhari that was falling on the staircase of the plane?
You have to. How well has he done? All right.
Who?
How well? Yes. After 8 years. Hello, Buhari. Good. Come on, let's be realistic. You know, guys. Excuse me. No. Think about it.
No. See. What Forefather is saying? Oti, what Forefather is saying? What Forefather is saying? Forefather is telling you that if he's willing to do the right thing, he has all it takes to do it. If he is willing, but if he's not willing, well, there's nothing we can do. You understand? There's nothing. That's what we are saying. But saying that,
Paul, I asked you the
sorry,
question.
excuse me.
Paul,
Can I ask something here?
Paul, I asked you the question.
I
Are you hopeful then? Are you away on the day? Are you hopeful?
so I will quote Francis Bacon for you. Francis Bacon said, "Blessed is the man that hope not, for they shall not be disappointed." Is that what you want?
No. That's
Okay,
not,
guys.
Is that what you want?
Okay,
guys.
Hang on. Brother Paul. You know best.
Okay. So can I forefathers? Can I ask you?
Oti, please, can you round up your points so that we can?
No, I'm interrogating them. I'm not making. I'm just asking questions.
Okay. All
and
right.
if they want to carry on answering, I don't mind. So, right, forefathers. Okay, capacity and ability. That's you've talked about that. You know, I mean, if they are willing, and I don't see why we should have if. They shouldn't be conditional. If you want to be a president, there's a job to do as a president. It's not a matter of if you are willing. You got to be willing to do it. Is it not? It's a job. It's a responsibility. So we shouldn't have any conditionality there.
This is what I mean by feedback loop. If the people were in a position whereby they will not accept anything less, they will have to do it. But because the people are not in that space, they have room to choose whatever they want to do.
So
you will get good leaders, you will get a terrible leader. That's if the people were in a position that they decide that, you know what, we can't do without security anymore. We have to be as secure as every North African country. If the people say we have to get power just as much as Egypt has power and they insist on it, yes, Tinubu and his government will not have a room. They will have to serve and get that job done. Otherwise, they leave office. But they will not do that because they have. Sorry, let me finish my point. They have the leeway because Nigerians are not in that space yet. They can serve very well, or they can choose not to serve very well. And Nigerians will just be like continuous. It's the same thing as the others have always been. So that's the flexibility that they have.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm gonna go for a quick break. When we come back from that quick break, we will come back.
Can somebody answer me? What happened with Buhari administration?
We will discuss this. All right. We're going for a quick break now.
It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased
Who
to
sang you
welcome
break?
Majek Sashek.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. There's work to be done, America. But if we unite, we will be free so long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been fooling around for too long. We've been sitting down for so long. I have not been fooling around for too long. So long, too long, so long, for too long. Remember, long time ago, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, who are the dream for New America. They say you have the right. They say you are brown. They say you have the right. They say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free so long, too long, so long, too long. So
Hey, okay, welcome back. I just want to welcome Reverend Augustine. Welcome, MC Boy 007. Welcome. DBC is not here. Kene, Buddy, Forefathers, Baba Paul, Baba Show, and Miss Barrister Oti. Thank you so much, guys, for waiting. But I'm going to crave your indulgence. I want to go with the guys who just came in. MC Boy 007. What do you have to contribute to what we have today? We've discussed about the Buhari's apology. We have talked about Tinubu, people's whereabouts, Keyamo's house, also Akere Dolu. We touched it a little bit, and some diversion to IPOB. You have the floor.
All right. Thank you so much, Mrs. Scribe, and thank you, fellow panelists. I think I've had the opportunity to watch from the backstage for some time. So in regards to that of the apology from Buhari, I think I watched a little bit of that clip. I don't think he was really apologizing to Nigerians. It was just, in my opinion, I think he was inferring an apology to people he think he may have offended. So he wasn't really apologizing for his administration or whatnot. So I wouldn't think anybody should accept that as an apology for the nation. We're just saying, oh, if there are some people that may have offended during the course of whatever, I'm sorry. So that is for that. Then there's one other area that some people touched earlier that I wanted to touch on, which is the area of the what do you call it, the passport, the Guinea passport. I think, in my opinion, that is it's a major concern. I think I've heard Mr. Paul make when it came to the studio, he made mention of what about our children that are born in diaspora? What about if they decide to go back home and try to be a president of that country? Is it possible for them to be a president? But how the constitution stands as of today, it might be a little bit difficult for them to be president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. As the constitution stands as of today, people that are natural born can easily become president. Then the second part of it is that the person must be at least 40 years of age. Then that's one of that condition. Then there's another condition that talked about the person having attained the highest number of votes and all that. Then the issue of passport is there, well written there. It said if a person knowingly acquire a foreign passport, so that's a big issue. So like the current president-elect, why that will become a problem for him? I know somebody was trying to say that he has a diplomatic passport. Even that's even worse than having just a Guinea passport. Because before you can have a diplomatic passport, you're actually representing that country. So if you are a Nigerian and you said, let me get a diplomatic passport of Ghana, Nigerians will give you a diplomatic passport. Not a Ghanaian just say, hey, come and hold our diplomatic passport. No. you have to either be a citizen of Ghana, then the Ghana government, even if you are not a citizen yet, the Ghana government can even give it to you so that you can represent them. So in other words, all the time he was holding that passport, till maybe it's expired or whatnot, he was actually representing the nation of Guinea. So then where that one is also a problem for him, I'm not trying to persecute him, get that one right. So where that one is also a problem for him is in the application to INEC when he was applying to contest for this position. There's a place that they said, although I'm not privy to see the original document, but from what is out there, that what he marked in that place, he said no, he has never acquired or received any citizenship of another country. There's a column that also say name the country, and that place was blank. If that was his own form, I'm not sure if it was or whatnot. So having looking at all that, that's in my opinion, that's just perjury right there. And if any citizen of Nigeria decide to take up that one for Peter Obi, that will be difficult for him to use as of today because he already filed his case with the with the court. So I'm not sure there's a provision for updating what he already filed, except maybe he decides when he's doing his reply to APC and INEC reply to him, because he has a second reply. So maybe he can update or something like that. I'm not sure how that one goes yet. So having said all that, so for Peter Obi, he might not be able to use that one, but any citizen of Nigeria, maybe about two, according to what I heard, what I've read somewhere, that two Nigerian citizens can actually pick that case up and apply to the court and say put on hold the inauguration because the person you're trying to swear in was not qualified in the first place, and the court will honor that thing. But the only thing that the APC administration can also do, they can also counter appeal, and the court will also honor their appeal, and eventually nothing on earth can hold Tinubu from being sworn in May 29. But after that, any other thing can happen. So then back to the issue that I think you guys were discussing while I came in. I think what you guys were discussing about the major problem of Nigeria. So in my own summation, there are two major problems I see that is the problem of Nigeria today. I think you guys were discussing police issue and all that. So those two major problems also affect the police, affect the military, affect every segment of the country. Most people will easily say, oh, Nigeria constitution is bad, let's tear it apart, let's throw it to the garbage can. In reality, as the constitution of Nigeria as it is today, if it is followed verbatim, Nigeria will be better off than it is today. Though the constitution is nowhere near perfect, but as it is today, if it is followed verbatim, Nigeria will be better off than it is today. So the two problems of Nigeria are one, cultural issue. I was listening earlier when people were discussing about Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, and all that. Then if you narrow down what most people that were arguing for those agitation, separation, division, if you narrow it down to what their thinking is, it's simply, oh, I want a place where I can easily speak my language. I'm asking, our children that are abroad doing well in UK, in United States, there are many of them are medical doctors, engineer, different field, in the law in the area of law, in the law industry. Discover that they are doing well. It's not because they speak their local dialect. It's because they find themselves in an environment that is working. Number two, they put all they have in them into that field that they are practicing, and they are doing well, and they are honorable people in the society where they are today. So the argument of, oh, just cut my little area for me, and I can speak my language comfortably, and I can practice my local culture, my local tradition, then I'll feel comfortable. But not knowing that that's not the problem. The problem is the kind of culture that we are all brought up with. That is a little bit of a problem, that we don't have that openness to progressive lifestyle. We just believe that, oh, the way our forefather did it, the way they broke the cola nuts, and the way they threw the wine, the wine or whatever, that's how we're supposed to do it. Then we laugh, we'll go, and we'll feel good.
Okay.
But in 2023 society of today, the world is more than that. I was discussing with my brother here in Houston the other day, and I said, there's one thing that when people that argue for, just cut a little portion of Nigeria for me, and I'll be fine. I said, do you know, not only that, there was something, I'll take it back. There was something I was watching on TV. Some people were dancing over one little thing that happened that didn't make sense in my opinion. So when I called my brother, I said, do you know, I feel so disappointed. I said, why? I said, you know, the people were dancing over one little thing that is really insignificant. And at the end of the day, yesterday, one young man, though is a mature man, but still a young man, and that young man just though he attempted, sent to the space a space rocket that is 3 times more than the space rocket that Americans sent to the moon the last time. 3 times more. I said, just one man. You know where he's from? South Africa. Do you think he's going to be thinking, oh, what about my Zulu friend, the way we used to? He doesn't care about all that. He cares about, what am I going to do to make this world a better place? That is his focus. But guess what? We are just fighting about, no, the way you guys share cola nut is not the way we do it. The way you guys greet in the morning is not the way we do it. At the end of the day, those ones, the cultural problem is there. Now, how does it affect our police? The culture in the police system, for example, okay, for culture is the first thing I said I would talk about. Then the second problem is the structural problem. When I mean structural problem, I'm not really talking about just the constitution or whatnot. Talking about the way the country executively, so to speak, is structured. Now, what business does the police department have to do with the presidency? You see, that's already a problem. Because even in the United States here, there's no one state police department that is tied to White House, to Washington. It doesn't exist. So that's a major problem already. That's why you see they say a policeman will go and carry rice for another woman. I mean, for a carry bag of rice for a madam. Why will he not do it? He will be fired if the boss in Abuja here didn't do it. So because everything that we do with the police department comes from Abuja. But if all those things are decentralized, Abuja will no longer control the police department. Okay. The whole structure will become a little bit different. So that's why the two major problems in Nigeria is one, structural problem. Even earlier, we were talking about resource control. Resource control is also a structural problem. If every of those structural problems are rearranged, I know it ties to constitution in a way, in a big way anyway. But structural problem and cultural problem, if we're able to adjust these two, a lot of things will be better. Then, lastly, before I give the floor, concerning the current president-elect, back in the days in Lagos, he must have done a lot of good
things. A lot of your time.
I know, just this last one. So, okay. Do I have confidence that he's going to do a lot, do much in the country? I would say, personally, I would say I really don't. I will tell you why. The reason is because the way the country is of today, the culture is still there. Even if he's the best man in the whole universe, not talk of the kind of person he is as a person. So even if he's the best person in the whole universe, the people that surround him will not be able to execute whatever he probably has in mind. For example, I would pick one person. I'm not picking on me. I'm just using him as an example. A person like El-Rufai, for example, he was sampling himself in Chatham House as the chief security, this security, that. But just think about the security mess going on in that state today. So that kind of person will now be the chief security whatever of that country. Good luck for that. What will come out of that? So at the end of the day, the people that he has today, I don't see that are surrounding him today. I don't see them as the people that will deliver for the country, the
All right.
kind of Nigeria that we are looking forward to.
Okay, thank you
So I
very
think
much. Thank you very much. I'm going to go on to
Man, this guy, you try. Is it just because of 007 as your name? Everybody were scared. Nobody digest
nobody
anything that
really
you were saying.
digest.
fear him now.
They don't call you James Bond. Finish your
No,
black
no,
James
no,
Bond.
no, 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 don't be like that. All right, concerns. You're welcome to the show. Can you've heard the myriad of topics that we've talked on: Buhari's apology, Keyamo's house, where is Tinubu, Akeredolu and concussion, and all whatnot, IPOB issues, and any other issue that you feel you want to discuss. You have the floor. 5 minutes or so. Yeah.
Sometimes, my brother, I'm so disappointed with some people, mostly we Nigerians, and moreover, those in abroad who claims to be in abroad or who is in abroad. You see, I've been in abroad for many years, and I've lived in many countries. And it worries me, somebody come to compare Nigeria with America. That's nonsense. You don't compare Nigeria with America. Compare Nigeria with a place like Malaysia, Singapore, Namibia, Botswana. That's where you compare Nigeria with. What does Nigeria have that you compare Nigeria with America? Because of the oil? Oil doesn't make a country. What makes a country is the government, the institutions in that place, how they are being run, how justice is being dispelled. And no country can move forward with the kind of injustice in Nigeria, with the kind of bloodletting in Nigeria. Nigeria has become a place of mass killing every day where we are not at war. So how do you tell me the country can move forward? How do you tell me? I see some people justifying building a rail to Maradi. In the east, in the west, only Lagos have rail. Then you have to build a rail to Maladi, Niger. My brother, let us be reasonable. What is Maradi to West Africa or even to Nigeria? Talking of Nigeria. What is the economic gain from that place? America can build many things to other America because they call the police of the world. They can do that because they have the money. But that again, they have something they benefit from that place. What is Nigeria benefit from that place? From Niger. And moreover, Nigerians are very hungry. The institutions are not there. No infrastructure, nothing. Go to Malaysia. When I was in Malaysia about 30-something years ago, Malaysia, my brother, some states, when you go to some states, you only see industry companies. Industries and companies, people are working and they're happy. Nigeria, how many companies in Nigeria? How many industries in Nigeria? When you go to Japan, I believe in Japan. When you go to Japan, you see even a white man can call you to come and work. Because there's work, there's factories that say, and people are happy. When you go to Namibia, the salaries Namibians are paid to their what they call their lecturers are 10 times more than what Nigeria is paying. Namibia have one of the best hospitals in the world. Namibian president goes outside for surgery for anything. No Namibian president. No Botswanan president goes outside. So we have nothing. Namibia has social security. Then somebody come up here and compare Nigeria with America. You compare Nigeria with Namibia. You compare Nigeria with Singapore. But then Singapore, how many years now, have left Nigeria? Malaysia, the same thing. Where is Nigeria? We have nothing. This oil today, if this oil that is coming from there, this oil, to be honest with you, there's nothing like South. These are all propaganda, just to divide the river people and the Delta people and the Igbos. This oil is coming from the former eastern state of the country. And these people, look at Rivers State, how Rivers is. Look at how today, how Rivers. The people are dying, Delta people are dying. Nothing is being done for them. When you go and deploy somebody from Delta State, you said that the Delta is benefiting. Delta people are not benefiting anything. When you go and take an Igbo man, when you go and take an Igbo man as a minister for what, or Senate president, you say they're benefiting. That is not benefit. People benefit when they are companies, when they are industry, when they are factory, where people can work. That's how people benefit. Let's say in Ibadan now, people have factories and industry where they work. That's where the people are benefiting. You don't go and maybe employ somebody from Ondo as a minister for justice, as what and what you said they're benefiting. That is not benefit. Then you go and take the money the country has to survive. You go and give it to people in Niger. Today in Bayelsa State, somebody from that place killed a Bayelsian because of $100 worth. Can a Nigerian kill somebody in Niger or even in South Africa or even anywhere and he goes free? But that month tomorrow he will go free. I've heard stories that even the Fulanis that are killing people in Nigeria, none of them is in prison. But let somebody from Benin also do something today, he'll be in prison. Do small thing, he'll be in prison. That a country doesn't work like that. Let's say I'm giving instance from Africa. I'm not giving from America or Europe or what. I've been in all these countries. I live there. If somebody from let's say Delta State, in Namibia, and any Namibian, if he dies abroad, the government takes care of that person. The government takes care of that person. That is what is called a country. In Namibia today, when you immediately call the police, 3 minutes the police are there. I'll give you an instance. There was one time I went to visit a police station in Namibia. That's in a region, in a local region. When I entered there, what I see was all the whole investigators are running up. Standing up. Immediately they go to the armory. Just 2 minutes, they left the armory because they were called that there was a robbery somewhere. My brother, within 30 minutes, you see them come back with those armed robbers. But can such a thing happen in Nigeria? So when you come here, we deceive ourselves, we talk things that are not, as people who are learned, who are in abroad, coming to talk here. That's not. It makes me feel that I don't know that which planet are we coming from? It's very disgraceful for we Nigerians to come and justify evil. Now look at Buhari. Buhari coming from, I know the wrong time. I used to listen to Arise News, all those. There was one corner who mentioned before that Buhari, when they were in school, when they were in the military college, he said Buhari parents brought Buhari from Niger to Nigeria. Buhari people that Buhari are from Niger. And it's very painful that people like Obasanjo, all those our leaders, all those local, all of them, they are there, and this money is ruining the country. Taking our money, all this money that they are said they are missing in the oil sector. This, even the one they said that the Nigeria is going to get a airline and so on and so forth. Where are those money going to? Those money are going to Niger. Not people not telling that money is missing. Why can the government be there that money is missing? Where in the world? Let me even give an example. Even in Ghana, even in any other African country, that people, a whole Nigeria, with the military, with the money we have, with the resources you have, people will come from other countries to come and kill Nigerians, and the president is there. Do we have a president? Do we have a government? That doesn't happen in the same country. Because Buhari is coming from that place, as a Sharia man, he is allowing the people to come and kill Nigerians, to take the land of the Benue people, to take the land of the Nasra people, to kill them.
Mr. Scribe, those things that have been said are not facts. We shouldn't turn this forum to a rumor pool.
Those things are not facts. And have you ever thought that the farmland in Namibia, 70% of the farmland in Namibia belongs to the Germans? Have you ever thought about 70% of the farmland in Namibia belongs to the Germans?
Those who bought the farm. Those who bought the farm and the plant that Namibia.
All I'm telling you is that 70% of the farmland, they use their country to export goods to Germany. Not even use
you
that
don't
thing
tell
to
me
take care
about
of the
Nigeria. Don't tell me
locals.
about Botswana. No, you don't tell me about.
All
I
right, all right,
live there.
all right. Let him
I'm
finish. Let
talking
him finish.
Namibia.
Mr.
You
Paul,
talk.
you've made your
I
point.
never disturb you. I didn't disturb you.
Okay.
But let me tell you, you have
Yeah.
a country. The country that people invaders come to kill the people in your country. Look at the day. Look at the day that there was election. There was the day 2 days to the election. What happened? Buhari brought out soldiers in Lagos and everywhere. But then in our country, they say people come from other places to kill us, to kill our people. People in Benue every day, people are dying. And you're happy? Now you're coming to justify evil? My brother, why are you supporting when support of this Buhari and go and so on and so forth?
No, but they were asking you questions. They were trying to.
Let me tell you.
Mr. Concern, sorry. Hold on, Mr. Concern. I think what
Subscribe. You give him 5 minutes, but he has used 10 minutes because he started
it's
from
okay.
17. This is 20. He
It's
started
okay.
from 12. This is
You have been
22.
talking all along. I've not been talking. I've not said
Hold
anything.
on,
You
But I'm
were
just
not
telling you
on the
example.
platform. You were not on the platform.
Exactly. You can't expect us to give
You
you
were not
time
on
to
the
talk as
platform.
much as we spoke.
Just give
They
me
give
2
you
minutes.
5 minutes. You talk 10 minutes.
Just give me 2 minutes.
Yeah,
Let me talk to that things, okay?
You take about
Why
30
don't you
seconds
wait?
then because
Why
you can't
don't
go
you
on
wait so
forever.
that
You let other
when
people
we
talk
respond,
too.
you use your 2 minutes?
Okay,
Exactly.
hold on. I was going to say something, Mr. Concern, and that they were trying to direct you in the right. That they were going against what you said, in
Okay.
the sense that they were kind of giving you the opportunity to provide facts to
That's what I'm
what
okay.
you are alleging.
Uh-huh.
But they were not. It's have your say. They have the right to just sort of like point out
Okay.
areas where they feel that you need to clarify. And I
Okay.
think there's nothing wrong in what they've done.
Okay.
But they are also right. I've been patient, waiting for you to round up. You've taken a lot of your time.
I didn't take a lot of no, my brother, Mr.
10. You started from 12 to 22.
Mr.
I look the time.
I know.
Oh my God, that's one of the longest time ever.
Yeah. So I allowed you to have your time, but I'm going to give you 1 minute to round up so that we can move on. Okay. Thank you.
What I want to say is this. Well, I have many things to say, but if Nigeria is a good country, what happens in the north, like not having another type of constitution or what or laws? That is where the also problem comes in. Now the man in Meduguri did what he did, and now they say they're looking for him. But Oti, when Oti was the in INEC, this in I think Bice or what, 2 professors rigged the election, and he put them and convicted them. He didn't wait for Buhari to sign. He didn't. So that is what the problem we have in Nigeria. Now, let's say Buhari, we deal with somebody who love the
30
animals.
seconds.
Buhari love animals, and that's why people are dying in Nigeria. Now we are going to deal with somebody who loves cocaine, who is a drug dealer. That is where Nigeria is the ruin is going to come from. So either we stay here, justify evil, or all of us speak out. And I'm even ashamed of our royal fathers. All those regional leaders, they're keeping quiet. Such a man that every day talking about giving such a man power. Rufai, we are talking about.
Thank you
Rufai,
very much.
who is
Thank
going to
you
head the
very much.
security system. If the people are dying in Kaduna, the Rufai cannot do anything. He can't do anything.
Mr. Concern, thank you very much. Yeah, your time is over up.
No problem. I'm here. I will talk.
There's something I want to take on with you, and
Okay.
that is when you allege that, and then I'm opening up to everybody on the panel as well.
Okay.
So just to go back to where Buddy and Paul were saying that you were alleging that it appears to be a calculated effort to take over land and give Fulani land. Do I understand you properly?
Yes.
Is that where you were coming from?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Mr. Paul and Mr. Buddy, you have the floor. So now let's go back to where you guys were. And
Mr. Concern,
we're going to explore this for 10 minutes.
Mr. Concern,
yeah.
I've said it on this platform. Even when the issue of Lagos was raging about the land ownership, nobody's taking anybody's land in Nigeria, according to decree of 1963. The land ownership belongs to the state. That's why when you buy a land in a particular place, government will give you a certificate of ownership. That shows you are not the owner of the land. That shows that the government is the owner of the land. Wherever you see the Fulani man or Hausa man, they are the opportunistic user of the land. The issue in Benin that you brought to it, that's another issue. And you are talking about why people like comparing America to Nigeria. Those countries that you mentioned are not federal states. America is a federal state like Nigeria, and then we're practicing the same system of government like America. So that's why you compare apple to apple, not oranges to apple. And you make broader allegations about people that you don't really have facts. You say, oh, this man is a killer. And when someone came from somewhere, if they kill people, crime is a crime. Whoever commits crime, the state will prosecute them. So you don't take laws to your hands by saying, hey, because someone was killed somewhere, that's why we have government.
Mr. Budi, who has been prosecuted in Nigeria? Who Fulani has been prosecuted?
Have you been to Nigeria?
People in this, how many
Come on, man. Concerns. You can't just be saying stuff without evidence. How can you say Fulani are not being prosecuted?
Oh my God.
Let me tell you this. Do you know that in Nigeria we have state crimes and then we have federal crimes? What we call penal code what they call penal code in the north, what they call criminal code in the south. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Barrister Oti, you can.
Okay, yes. Sorry. Concerns. Let me ask you, kind of, were you in Shakati or Katutura, Namibia?
Yeah. I know those. I had not those.
Okay, good. I was in Namibia too.
Shakati, Oshikango, those places.
Yes. Been too. Now listen. I think what Mr. Concerns was saying, I mean, most of this is just public knowledge, really. I mean, there's nothing. Is there anything there we've not heard before? Don't we listen to the governor of Benue State when he laments? And I mean, how his people are being slaughtered. Hold on. And what's no. Sorry. Maybe the way he's saying it, but it's not. I don't think it's news. It's not news, is it?
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
just wondering.
Okay, you asked a question, so let me answer the question. Now that you asked the question.
Go ahead.
So when you said so, I will use my grandfather as a case study. My grandfather is a sailor. He worked in the Nigerian Ports Authority. He even gave my dad job in Nigerian Port. He's a captain in the Navy back then. He bought vast land in riverine area, back then the Morocco area. What a settler does as a settler, somebody who... Hold on, no, let me finish. When you ask a question, take your answer.
Buying land.
Hold on. I am going somewhere. I'm trying to put a background to what I'm saying. So as a settlers, when you go to other states, what you do, you want to get vast land. You go to a place where the people in that place, they don't even believe in the place. My grandfather owned acres of land because it's riverine, it's waterlogged area. Nobody have anything there. This is somebody who comes from Delta State, also come from a waterline area. So they like water. They like what they see. The people there don't like these things. Over time, development started coming towards that direction. What do you think people will say? They say this is Roboman, this is Soboman. Don't claim all our land. This is how it is. When settlers go to places, they develop this place for hundreds of years. There's somebody who just come out from nowhere and say, my father tell me this. My father, you cannot go to anywhere. Start developing the place without the locals who see you there. And you didn't acquire the place. They just leave you and keep doing your things.
Okay,
I don't think it's
possible. Simple question.
I don't think it's possible.
No. Sorry. Thank you.
So, Paul, what is the issue now? I don't know. Is the issue of killing people in the north?
No. You are talking about autumn because we see this in Jos Bureau. We see this in Jos.
Forget about autumn. I just look.
Mr. Paul.
No, sorry. Because let me ask him a question, please.
Did you hear what the priest? Did you hear what the people? Somebody in Kaduna said last week.
Paul.
Mr. Paul.
Yeah, you.
Sorry, Paul. No, sorry, Paul. Yes, the story, the narrative. I think I've heard it before. You've said it on this platform. I'm not disputing that. That's quite a different situation, really. what we're talking about. I mean, all over Nigeria, okay, because it's not just happening in one section. Don't you hear about headsmen, armed headsmen? Okay, but they may not be taking people's land, but at least they are. I mean, they're making life unbearable. They're making farmers not able to farm land. Okay, I mean, killing them, right? Is that news to you?
It's not news to me.
What how do you describe
so
it?
I will tell you in my own part in Delta State, where I come from, in the Warri houses. The Hausa line, the Hausa area. Yeah, these people have been there for many years. They've been there.
But
Guess what?
That's not the point.
Can you listen? How come you didn't interject when 007 is talking? But when I talk, you attack me. You understand? How come? You understand? You don't want to make me make my point. Then you make my point look stupid to you. Just let me talk.
Yes, I'm selective.
You understand? Yeah, you've been selective. Maybe I have to change my name. Maybe I'll go out and put 007 on my name so that you're quiet.
When somebody's talking something that kind of.
So what I'm saying, this problem of this Fulani thing started coming up. Immediately the thing started making the news. People started fighting them in different places. This same thing happened in Delta. But these Hausa people in this place, they've been there for a very long time. We don't have no problem with them. The local government gets their own revenue from them. Suddenly people started fighting them. And guess what? They themselves become a little bit prepared. Let me tell you the way this Northern at work. The way they tell them to work with all these their military connection, they said, if these people do you one, attack very well, it chases them back. This is what they do. Just leave them in their comfort zone. Let them be there. These people have been there for over 50, 100 years. How come suddenly now one young man is coming? No. I am telling you,
excuse me.
You have a right to hear the story from one side. Why don't you hear it from the other side?
There's no need for long story. Excuse me. There's no need.
Why don't you hear it from the other side?
There's no need for long story. Excuse me. Simple question, simple matter. I don't believe in long story. Now listen. People, okay, look. You take animals, right? Go to people's farms, right? And then keep people there. Okay? And then you think that's normal, that's acceptable. What are you talking about? And then
can I just add something to this?
But the nomadic people in my own state that I know, they've been in the place that they are doing their thing. In their own place, they've been doing their thing. In their own place. They didn't go to nobody's farm.
They
didn't go to nobody's farm. They've been doing their own thing in their own farm.
So, can I just add something to this? People go to farms and do what they do. I think at the core of this problem, from what I can gather, is that there is this issue of a group having either, deliberately or by impression that people have, that they have an expansionist agenda. This problem is not only in Nigeria. You see that in many African countries, even East Africa, when you debate with them. There was a conversation I was involved in. They all admitted that Somalia has a greater Somalia agenda. Ethiopia has a greater Ethiopia agenda. They want to invade each other, basically. And just like in Nigeria now, you have some Muslims that want to spread Islam down to the south. And in the case of Sudan, they're having a problem of Arabization now. And if you look at all this, or if you look at most of this agenda we are talking about, the East African one, you can even say that is a little bit honorable because they are trying to expand themselves. But most of the ones we practice is to expand foreign religion or foreign race in our areas. And this is part of the reason why the Southerners feel like there is an agenda to expand. You see that in Benue is the flashpoint where you have this constant battle. I've actually met somebody from Benue before that talked about how their forefathers were the ones that sought Osman and Fodio, and that they actually go to the front line to fight. These conflicts, there are conflicts going on within our country that many of us don't pay attention to. I said it before. There are people that are incentivizing people to convert from Christianity to Islam with financial inducement and telling them that they need to join their side. And you have people, Muslims, that have physically had this experience where a Muslim guy was asked about why they are having children and all the rest of it. He said they are preparing for jihad. And the jihad, what war is that is? The guy that I was asking to go and ask the guy, said, I can't go and ask him what war he wants to fight. And at the same time, you have, there was a video online, it's online. This guy went to the north where they are practicing Amajiri, And one of these things they ask them, what is the purpose of what they are doing? They say jihad. Jihad against who? This is a problem. And when people say there is something going on, maybe there is some truth to it, and we have to be honest about it. There is an underlying, all this stuff you see Buhari talk, forgive us, we are all the same country, but yeah, there is an underlying current of religious struggle that is going on. And this needs to stop, because in the end, you are fighting for what? Your forefathers' religion, or for the Arab people that will treat you like trash? Most Northerners, this is something that I really want to confront them on. If I see Northerners, I'll tell them, you need to stop these things, because from the point of view of the South, I think the Southerners are easier to convince that, you know what, you're African, you need to do your own bit for Africa. But when you are Muslim, it's harder, because they subscribe to everything Islam. They want to always please the Arab world. Look at our counterterrorism site building that was opened up recently. Buhari named it after the king of Jordan. There's a national counterterrorism site being named after a living king of Jordan. Why? Because of this agenda, this thing that they have, that, you know, we have to please them, we have to make them happy. It's ridiculous. We shouldn't have to be doing those things, because these people don't like us. How many excuses do you need? They treat us like trash all the time. They kicked us out of Dubai. You go there, the way they call us, the name they refer to us is slaves. What is wrong with our people?
But my question, I'm asking you this question. How come this same cattle in Sokoto don't go to another person's farm? This same cattle in Kano don't go to another person's farm. In Katsina,
the struggle is going on in the north too. This struggle is going on in the north. It's not only in the south.
I asked the core north, how come this same cattle don't go to other people's farm in the core north? Other places that they don't own land.
They have the similar problem in the northwest. If you look at northwest, it's the same culture, the same language, the same set of Fulani people. Why are they having problem? Who is invading them? Why are they having similar problem?
I don't care about them.
You see now, you say you don't care about them, and then you're talking about leadership and institutions here.
Exactly. So it's purely land issues. It's not about farm first. It's about land disputes.
The issue of banditry in the northwest. You know how it started.
Hold on, listen. Sorry,
it's just issue of water and land.
Paul, land dispute. Who is disputing with whom? Okay, so my fatherland. Who is disputing my fatherland with me?
So what I am telling you that the Northerners, the cattle era in Warri, that have been doing their thing there for ages, somewhere along the line, they rear their cattle there, they sell their cattle there.
But
this place is very big. For ages, somewhere along the line now, all story that come outside is that this person cattle come to my farm.
But this happens.
You see that cattle don't work in north, in core north. They only work in south.
The issue is also present in the north. It's not only in the south, to be fair. That issue, that's why you go to Zamfara now.
Benue is in the Muslims, north. I just call the core north like northwest. Of course, Benue is north. Kogi is north. I know that one. Nasarawa is north. But these are not central.
Zamfara is north. Zamfara is not north. And the Fulanis are fighting the Hausas in Zamfara too, because these Fulani cattle come and graze on the Hausa crops. Yeah, the struggle is everywhere.
So Paul is there. I don't think you simplifying it to just a land issue. Yeah, it's a land issue. It's a resource issue. Yeah,
it's more of land issue.
It's a resource issue. But I don't think
it's more of snowballing. You understand?
Yeah, but I don't think it's the local that should be blamed here. Yeah, because you seem to be putting the blame on the locals,
a little bit prevention
on the Benue people. Yeah.
Let me quickly touch on something. 007 mentioned something the other time when he's talking about the issue of dual nationality. Nigerian constitution permits dual nationality.
Yes, but not to run for president.
We haven't tested. That will be tested in the.
What do you mean? It is there in the constitution. If you voluntarily, why do you always say test everything? It's tested in there. They've not tested it. They've tested it before already.
Let me say this. Go and check in Nigeria Weekly Law Report. Ajimobi's case in Oyo State.
Buddy, are you a lawyer?
Man, this guy, man.
No.
What do you need to test?
Yes or no?
It's clear English.
No, it's not clear English.
Wait.
He said if you voluntarily apply for citizenship somewhere else.
Wait.
Wait now. Let me tell my story.
Buddy, wait. There's something in law that somebody explained to me. It said spirit and letter of
law. Yeah.
Yeah. So the way it is, the dual nationality thing, the way it is, as respect to having it and also contesting for Nigeria, it's in the letter of the law and in the spirit of the law. It is not explicit. Yeah. But first of all, you have to be, in the case of Saraki, you have to be, in the case of Saraki, where he was born in the United Kingdom, but because his father is a Nigerian by birth, when they interpreted the spirit of the constitution as it relates to that, all sections that relates to that, he was allowed to run.
I'm not even mentioning Saraki.
I think there's an error there. Hold on. I didn't say this straight because the way it was just explained was not very clear. What it says in the Nigerian constitution is that if you voluntarily acquire citizenship somewhere else, Saraki was born there. That is different.
I'm telling you about that now.
Let me finish my point now. There is a reason why he stated voluntary, because you have to also swear allegiance. When you are born somewhere else, you don't have to swear allegiance. You're already born there. You're already a citizen. He stated it voluntarily. It means many of us that are jackpotted, I won't be surprised it's not Northerners that did it, because Northerners knows that we are all jackpotted, and they want to make sure that all of us that are busy going to apply for citizenship abroad will never come to run for presidency. That's what's happened. Many of us that are abroad with foreign citizen passport cannot run for Nigerian presidency.
But forefather, my conversation started with my kids that were born here, like Saraki. Remember, that's exactly what I said. It's just about my kids that were born here, like Saraki. That's what I said.
No, they are fine. They are fine.
Because me, I have naturalization. They are by birth. It's a different thing.
You can be a president if you have a.
It was tested in 2011, 2012.
Voluntarily apply for it.
So, and the ruling then was that it was allowed. So the only thing that we've not said is that
that was Saraki. Saraki's one was consistent.
I'm not talking about Saraki. I'm talking about
who else?
Abiola Jimobi, former governor of your state.
Okay, what was his state? Did he apply for citizenship somewhere else?
Was he running for president? Yes, he did. So
he applied for citizenship in which country?
In the law court.
Hold on now. Yeah, please explain it clearly what he did, which country he applied for, and what office he applied for in Nigeria.
Governorship.
Governorship. All you need to be a governor. All you need to be a governor is to be born in Nigeria. Hold on, it's different. All you need to be a governor in Nigeria, it is stated in the constitution clearly, is to be born in Nigeria. That's all. But presidency is different. It's not. They said if you acquire foreign nationality, you have to understand. Body. Stop being facetious here. Even in the US. Hold on now. Let me finish my point. Let me give you another example. Even in the US, Arnold Schwarzenegger is able to be a governor, but not able to be a president. There is a difference. There is a different standards for different offices.
But we can't say outrightly because letter of the law says until they tested it in law court. If it's not tested in law court, let me
this is no time to start doing gymnastics in constitution. If they go and misinterpret that thing, that is a coup. If you go and put a president when the constitution state, let me tell you, the constitution went as far as saying if you swear allegiance to another country, they didn't just say they know what they are saying there. The moment you swear allegiance to another country voluntarily, you are not allowed to be president of Nigeria.
That's true.
You're right.
So, buddy, let me ask you a quick question. Okay. If you're going to argue that acquiring of a foreign voluntary acquiring a foreign citizenship, if you are a lawyer, how would you argue that one against what is written in the Constitution to test it?
Mm-hmm. The way to test it is this: the precursor to that statement is born by birth, because it's a natural born.
Let me bring up the Nigerian
of that country.
Mr. Budi.
But they are aware of it. That's why they put that stuff on top of it.
Mr. Budi,
do you know because you have to voluntarily, you have to be a citizen of Nigeria to voluntarily apply for citizenship somewhere else. That's why they put it there. They know that.
Body, I don't know whether you're a citizen in the US, but I know about myself. When I was swearing my allegiance, They said you give your total allegiance
Yes, I know.
Yes, sir.
to the US. I felt bad. I won't lie to you. When I give my allegiance to that woman, I won't lie to you. I felt bad. I won't lie to you. I felt bad. That day, I passed my citizenship. I was happy, but I felt bad for the time of allegiance.
Okay, guys, we have section 131 here because I don't really agree with what the way Body is approaching this thing. I've had many debates with people, and I think I'm more interested in what Barrister Oti is going to say. As per the spirit and the letter of the law. So it says a person, section 131 of this Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, a person shall be qualified for election to the office of the president if, note this, so if he is a citizen of Nigeria by birth, by the letter of the law, by birth. He has attained the age of 40 years, letter of the law. He is a member of a political party and is sponsored by that political party, and he has been educated up to at least school certificate equivalent, right?
Yes.
So now this is the letter of the law. So the
Have you
spirit of
looked at the disqualification factors?
Okay, wait now.
You're just looking at the qualification factors.
Okay, so these are the disqualification factors. Please, can you enumerate that? I'm not aware of those ones.
They are there now, like a convict. If you're a convict drug dealer, if you are this, you are that. There are many. Go and check it. You see the list there.
I'm not aware of that one. I'm not aware of the constitution.
Why do you think they are looking for Tinubu's conviction? Why do you think
No, I know, but I'm not aware
because
of
there
that
is something in the
section.
constitution against it.
Okay, give me 5 minutes. I'll find it. I have a way of searching through this. This
I think I was just on it.
I'll find it. I'll find it. Don't worry. I'll find it. It's just
So now let me make Mr. Consign get a little bit worried. I will tell you one thing again in the US that they do in the US. So now in the US, if I have a child in Nigeria, when I have green card, that child became citizen. Yes. That child cannot contest for the position of a president in the US. But if right now I am a citizen right now, if I go to Nigeria now, give one Ashawo Bele, if that Ashawo born Pekin for Nigeria, that Pekin come US, he can contest president because I'm already a citizen when I have that child.
Yeah. But the child must be born in the US, isn't it?
It must not be born in the US. No, it must not be born in the US. As far as a citizen, if I had the child outside, the child can still contest for president. Like Ted Cruz, he's born in Canada, but his mother is a US citizen.
Yes.
Ted Cruz that contests president was born in Canada. You understand? So I'm not even talking about McCain. McCain, at least we'll say he was born outside too, but his father was in the military. But Ted Cruz, even his parents was not even in the military. But he was born in Canada, but the parents are already citizens while they had him. So these are parts that people don't really know. So if I go to Nigeria now and impregnate a lady, if the lady had the baby, that baby can contest president. But if I am still a green card holder and had a baby in Nigeria, then the baby come to US. The baby can, when I become citizen, the baby can also apply for citizenship, get a citizenship. That child cannot be a contest for president because as at the time that I have that child, I'm not yet a citizen in the US.
All right.
You see, so there are different things. So there is nothing really wrong.
Section 28, right?
No, section 137. It lists out section 137 of this. A person shall not be qualified for election to the office of the president if subject to provisions of section 28 of this constitution, he has voluntarily acquired citizenship of a country other than Nigeria, except in such cases as may be prescribed by the National Assembly. He has made a declaration of allegiance to such other country. I don't understand this one very much, but he has been elected.
That is the allegiance I did. That makes me feel bad now.
Yeah. So, and then under the law in any part of Nigeria, he is adjudged to be a lunatic or otherwise declared to be of unsound mind, or he is under a sentence of death imposed by any competent court of law or tribunal in Nigeria, or sentence of imprisonment or fine of any offense involving dishonesty, fraud, by whatever name called, or even if you change your name, for any other offense imposed on him by any court or tribunal, or substituted by a competent authority for any other sentence imposed on him by such a court or tribunal. So what was the thing we're looking for? I think we've already hit it here now. I think we already hit it here.
The stuff that we're looking for, it only applies those that acquire citizenship of Nigeria by registration.
Section 28. Hold on, we'll find this.
We just, Mr. Scribe, you just read it. You understand? Voluntarily. You understand?
Yeah.
You just read it. So that is clear on that part to some extent.
Yeah. Anyways, at least this is. I just want to share the facts so that we are clear on what we're saying. You know, I mean, I don't want us to be arguing without basis. You know, so for those who are, are doubting, let's. Yeah. So
because applying for citizenship in the US,
thank you very much. I just
stops you nothing.
130. I think EJ is also a lawyer. Yeah, so my brothers, I think we should move on from this topic. We've exhausted it, we flogged it very well.
But even before we talk about that, we must what is the circumstances of Tinubu's issuance of that Guinea passport? That's where we have to look at. What is circumstances? Was he trying to be a Guinean, or because of drug issue? Or because
an issue for a business purpose. You can acquire citizenship of any country by for business purpose.
Well, it can be on both. It can be on both on corruption.
We're corrupt.
But for somebody having a diplomatic passport of a country,
he's a friend of that
president. How did he get the passport?
Even which Guinea are we talking about? Is it Guinea Conakry or Guinea Bissau?
Forget about the Guinea you're talking about. Forget about the Guinea you're talking about. Because the issue is that
it could be the Guinea Bissau.
Even the passport they are showing is even an expired one. Because it might,
no, body don't go there. Body don't go there. Body don't go there. Body don't go there. No. Body don't go there. It's expired. But when you are doing something, they ask you, have you had a criminal case before? You say, that one don't pass.
Just 2020, I'm forgotten about it.
Come on, that body.
The way Osa was saying it, like, it's not true. Maybe it's going to become part of the litigation, part of the case in court.
Miss Toki.
Yeah, sorry.
Miss Toki.
Like Osa was saying it.
Hello.
Like,
Miss Toki.
Oh, yes, go on. Concern, yeah.
I want to ask you, Namibia. You said you have been in Namibia before?
It's a long time, yes, long time ago.
Thank you. How long were you there?
Just about a year.
Thank you. In Namibia, it's a small population, but it's bigger. This thing is not true. But when you are in Namibia,
2.5 million.
That another people
that's the population about Jebule. I don't know.
Exactly.
So I want to, Mr. Toki, as Namibia is, do you think that people from Botswana or any other country within them can come to Namibia and kill Namibians and go free?
Why are you so obsessed with Namibia?
Is it possible?
I like you go to
my brother.
But you pick the one
who farmland in Namibia. The Germans hold 70% of Namibia's farmland.
Managed to pick one of the few countries white people dominate in Africa. That's one of the countries you picked.
No, Paul, those guys are no longer German. Yeah, those guys are Namibian. I don't understand why
of course
you calling them German.
They're Namibians. They're Namibians.
They are Namibian. It's not like those white South Africans.
They're also Germans.
You call them Dutch. They are no longer Dutch.
They are still Dutch. Did you
they are no longer Dutch. They are South Africans.
Oh, come on, man. Did you see Biden go to Ireland recently? When he said he was coming back home,
the Germans go to Namibia during summer period. They own vast land. They do everything. They export those things. While Namibians are also suffering of food.
They export nearly everything. What are you talking about?
Man, concerns. You need to stop it, man. You need to stop. I've seen so many videos on YouTube of them.
I plan to go to Namibia this year. I've seen a lot of documentaries about Namibia. I love the country.
Have you?
You understand?
Have you been
Yeah, the videos are online.
No, I plan to go to Namibia.
You're going to see a lot of videos on Namibia.
I've lived here for like 13 months. Okay, anyway. Sorry, the question you asked me.
Yeah, I love the country.
It's not really look, it is a matter of law enforcement, and it shouldn't really matter who commits the crime, whether it's a foreigner or a citizen. I mean, it's about law enforcement, okay? And that's what we don't have in Nigeria. So it doesn't really matter whether the person killing people or committing crime in Nigeria is from
because they have a president. Because they have a president.
Yes. So it's a country organized, and I mean they have rule of law. At least better than what we have in Nigeria. So that's the key thing. It's not about the people, whether they are foreigners or.
But have you noticed that the more associated countries are with Europeans, the better they do in Africa?
Mr. Forefathers, Mr. Paul, let me answer you.
It's a very straight statement. Have you noticed that the more countries are tied to Europeans,
I'm hearing you.
The better they do in Africa?
The Dutch, let me say, the Dutch you're talking about, are Namibians now.
Name of the few black countries that are doing okay there. You see how they are closely linked to Europeans.
For Namibians, and
so this judge that these Dutch people that you are talking in Namibia that works in those farms, every other time they also protest. They are not well paid.
Who?
They are not well paid.
No, that's
what I've seen a Namibian farmer. I've seen a Namibian farmer.
90% of their produce is being exported.
Paul.
Is that not why their currency is very strong?
Paul, I've seen a Namibian farmer on TV. Paul, hold on now. I've seen a Namibian farmer on TV, white German guy. He's complaining that the land is not that they have is not big enough. This is a guy that owns the land bigger than Lagos. That's the entire Lagos. You're like, the land is not big enough. It's like
that one is even different. That one is even different.
This one person own land that is bigger than that.
The black Namibians, because you said the white Namibians are Namibians. How do you treat the black Namibians? They are not well paid. I've seen so many documentaries. I've seen so many things. I love the country so much. I am planning to go to the country this year.
What? I'm going to get some of them.
Paul, this thing is capitalism now. I don't understand why you are complaining. Is Dangote paying his staff very well? Forget about this. It's not about
he's talking about the president. He's talking about
pure
well
capitalism,
organized. I just
everybody want to
maximize his pick some flocks too.
And those guys that it's just like in the US or Canada or UK. It's not everybody that is well paid. Do you understand now? That is just the way the capitalist.
No, the white people. The white people are still very much in control. Even though the white people who help the president manage his own farm too. The president
doesn't matter if he's white or not. In Nigeria, how many people are in control? Is it not the billionaires? Is it not few people?
That's why Nigeria is also not working.
Namibia is working better than Nigeria.
No, Namibia. Namibia is working for the Dutch. No, Namibia is working for the Dutch. It's not working for the blacks. It's working for the Dutch.
Namibians come to this country visa free up to today, okay? So it's not just
because there are not many population of Ajegule. Come on, let's stop it.
2.5 million. Ali Mosho, one local government is bigger than the whole country.
They are occupying the land bigger than
Nigeria. Their landmass is bigger than Nigeria. And those few people, they can't live like people in Qatar. They can't live like people in Saudi Arabia.
Exactly.
Come on now. What are you talking about? Come on.
We always settle for mediocrity all the time.
Why would they deceive yourself with this visa thing? Why are you deceiving yourself with this visa thing?
Visa.
When these people